Executive Council.
What's the windy today?
No, it's not.
Oh yes, for the elections. Not for this time. It isn't for this Executive Council.
Might see a couple of hours for them.
Well, yeah, the forecast is not very good, is it?
No, it's not bad. We can't see that. I reckon we'll see through till lunch.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully it could work.
Tomorrow's not going to be better. Originally, today was supposed to be nice weather. Earlier in the week, Saturday, lovely.
The weekend was yesterday, it was really bad.
Yeah.
But it was lovely yesterday, apart from the wind and the cold. Apart from that, it was fine.
You can never tell, can you? It's all right to be local, but for someone like me coming in, it's just like this, shall I sometimes?
Yeah.
Say it again. Say it again. I don't understand that. When you said that there's a special executive meeting, presumably on the 28th, how is that membership going to be determined? Yes. Yes. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. I don't think that's right. In fact, I'm sure it's wrong. The representatives from a ward, from a ward, on the Executive Council have to be elected by the Conservative members living in that ward. They definitely do. That's definitely in the rules. I can't think that has changed. Yes. Yes. Then it has to be an election by the members living in that ward. It can't be. It's not a decision by the executive as to who gets on. It's a decision. There has to be a special meeting called by the members of that ward. I think, well, I'm very surprised about that because I can't remember what happened last year or the year before. I can't remember what time the first executive meeting was, but the elections to the executive committee were in June or July. I tell you why, Paul, because the previous year, 2 years ago, this is the current, they're done on the current divisions, of course. They're not done on the new wards, whatever. So it's the current division, and the members have to vote. Now, what happened 2 years ago, Jean Harwood rang me on the last day of the nomination, people put their names forward, and there was only one person put their name forward to Dunster Division, and there were two. You're allowed two in the Somerset division. So I put my name forward to the Wells office, wherever it was, and was the second person. And that was therefore no election because it was Roger Thomas and me. Now, when it came to last year, I put my name forward, difference with the difference with a county councillor candidate is that the members living in the ward are the only ones that can vote for their ward. But the candidate does not have to live in the ward. They can live outside. Whereas the executive council, the only one elected has to live in the ward division. So if you take our ward, Dumpster division, then the two people, anyone who stands, has to live in the Dumpster division, and then anyone who votes has to be living in the Dumpster division. So I can't quite see, I know there is to get all that set because it's wards divisions are specific, and that's why I'm absolutely puzzled, because James, when I spoke to James Green for the way back, it was quite clear, and it's been in my emails, that there would be an election for the executive council in June or July each year. James knows that the first executive council has to be held within 28 days of the AGM. Now those two things are in contradiction. Now I don't know, but there's something not right about that. I mean, I cannot believe. Yeah, well, I'm not. I mean, it may be deep in the rules that there's something, but the fact is not. Yes, I might come into cricket and Kempton game. I might have been supporting Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I can easily come out to the balcony, you know, and speak. Do you want me to speak to James? What I'll do, I've got his mobile, so a bit later I will come off, not immediately, but I will come off the balcony and I will, during the match, and I will go to the back wall and I will ring James and see if I can get hold of him. Because, well, there's something wrong. Well, it may be true, but I mean, the fact is that if that is true, these elections talking about it being more than up to 2 weeks. I don't know about the agenda. Well, yeah, but the agenda hasn't gone out. The agenda has to go out. No. Yeah. Yeah, I can very clearly. Well, it may be. Yeah, I will ring him. I may not get him, but just to help you. I'm not trying to interfere. It's just that, yeah, 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 yeah. And you've got that big, lengthy strategy pack, haven't you? Is it? Is it? I put in a lot of background about the geography of and the background of the wards because I think the executive council needs to know about wards. It's quite vital. You're happy with it. Put it in, I mean, do let me know. I mean, it's for you to put and change, but that needs, yeah, yeah. And you will make you'll make sure. I mean, it should of course be strategy plan on the agenda for the AGM, sorry, for the executive council, as an item. And all right, the actual paper doesn't have to go out. It's not independently as an agenda item on the agenda, but the strategy paper then ought to go out to members of the executive committee within a few days, so that they can read it before the meeting. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The other thing that also does need a full discussion is the arrangement for Somerset wards for how the executive council will meet for Somerset for 227, not how we do them this year in 24 county divisions as they are current. Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Well, that selection of the county councillors. Yeah, that selection of county councillors. I'm talking about how Somerset or the executive council is arrived at when the new wards come in next year. Well, I mean, the point is, from this year, James and Green have been guidance that the executive council has to be on the Somerset side. There's no change in this. Somerset side has to be 2 members per each Somerset division, 6 of them. That's as it is, was, will be this time. James checked it. But for next year, because the new wards come in May 27, elections to the executive council next year, 12 months' time, not this year's elections, have to be based on the new wards. And we need to have a formula for that, how it's arranged. That needs to be arranged by the executive council. There shouldn't be a decision this time, but I think the executive council need alerting that work needs to be done in the next few months as to how that is done. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it can come before an executive council any time in the next 12 months, but it will have to go to the 227 AGM to be approved. Yes, that's the point. Exactly. But that would need to be approved by the executive council, setting up that committee, and that's all it needs. It just needs a brief discussion to set up a committee, and I mean, it could be at the discretion of the chairman, now for the chairman to approve, or it could be that the executive council wants to nominate people to that committee, whatever. I mean, no. Yeah, quite. No, of course. exactly. Paul, absolute full support. I mean, I don't know what I've had no officer position, but I mean, obviously, I mean, if the executive committee has to be reconstituted for the 28th, well, I just don't believe it's time to do that. And I talked to James. Then the cautions have to happen every year. And I mean, I can't be on the executive committee at the beginning, stand outside the door, and then it's up to the committee then whether they commit to co-opting you, which I'm not sure is another story. See what I mean? Yeah. Well, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. And we on the Dunster, I mean, on the Dunster division, this is typical of what you know that there's been a bit of umbrage. The village decided on the Dunster division have not been properly represented. The two people, James Bellamy and Roger Thomas, live in Alcombe, which is in the Dunster division, but they are active members of the Minehead branch. And what it has meant is that there's not been any proper oversight of the Dunster division, because the two reps on the Executive Council really look to Minehead. Does that make sense? Now, I think there will be two people put up whenever the elections to the Executive Council happen, whether it's before the 28th or whether it's afterwards in June or July. I think there will be two people put up from the villages. I don't know who they will be. I won't stand up, maybe Chris. I don't mind but I mean, there may well be two people put up from, who live in the Dunster division, but more likely live in Carhampton or Oakley or somewhere in that area. Could. Yeah. Sorry, Paul, I missed you there. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah. I'm there to. I'm not after any position, but I am very keen to. I'm very keen to support you as chair, and to ensure that we have a proper, efficient working organisation, which we have not had, across Tiverton and Minehead. I can't really do much on the Devon side. I could if you asked me and I got into it, but I mean, you may have other people who know it better. I don't know the boundaries of the 9 mid-Devon wards that are in Tiverton and Minehead. There's none. You see what I mean? And I mean, they will change when unitary comes in. There will be a new situation, won't there, when Devon Council. Yes, I can. Sorry. Yes. Can you? Hello.
They're playing
Morning. I haven't pinched your seat. Are you coming here? Do you mind if I sit here?
You're a bit close to me too, because you talk to me and I don't want to read you.
Well, no, I don't. I mean, I only sat here because it's dead behind the wickets. I could have sat there or there, but I mean, I sit at the front row. I try and keep quiet. I had a guest yesterday, so
This one here, not working.
So you suddenly realise that some places are rid of that
Not working here.
As I mentioned earlier, today's council day.
Well, you can't, yeah. You can't see them.
Yeah. Well, it's not long until the light council kicks off here at the Associated County Ground. The first 18 more world social events. Before the hour will make advances of up to 30% off their buying tickets. Before to once again take advantage of the 10% discount on the weekend tickets, 20% off on the weekend tickets, and 30% off for the 13th. For more information, please visit our website or contact reception from Sussex. And a family day out is what my council grand cricket is all about. We'll once again provide special family discounts for tax-free seats in our home ground. Simply select the family cricket offer and you will receive tickets at half price when you go to
Put the plug back on.
our next fixture again happens to the ground is done by council grand double header in Somerset and Hampshire on Friday, May 22nd. There are still at least 500 tickets left for Saturday, so make sure to reserve now. Tickets available now from our website or from reception in Market Proposition.
A warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground on a chilly day. Good news is play is going to start on time. The county ground is lit up by the floodlights, though. There are clouds about. There might be a bit of rain up on those Quantocks. And the forecast is not brilliant, but
led out by Captain
you
Ollie
never know.
Robinson. Please
It's a
welcome
little oasis
Sussex.
twinkling sometimes and can miss the rain. The players are coming out. Umpires are out
The
there.
Somerset batters,
Umpire
number 28, sponsored
Ben
by
Debenham
Thompson's
and Tom Lumley
Abel, and sponsored by Southwest
charge.
Painting Equipment, number 7.
And leading
Craig
players
Owen.
out, actually, the two batsmen unusually. Tom Abel, 74 not out, and Craig over
The match referee is
26 not
Simon
out. The
Hinks.
score
Scorers are
3:35 for
Graham
5. Satisfactory day for
We
Somerset on
stand
a pretty
against all forms of
bland
discrimination, and there is no place for it in
surface,
our
I would
sport.
say,
We
so
will
far.
embrace
It
and
may
celebrate
change.
differences everywhere. knowing with diversity,
Where
we
batting
are
was
stronger.
probably
We're
easier
dedicated
than
to
bowling.
raising
It's another chilly
if you
day.
witness it, challenge it, call
They've
it
all
out.
got
Here
their
at Somerset,
protection
you
there,
can
the
report
fielders.
issue or concern
Variety
by
of
alerting a steward or
not so
by
much
texting
sweaters, but
CCC steward
the
followed
modern
by your
equivalent.
message to 66777.
And we'll
Thank
have a
you
look
for
and
your
see
support.
what Captain Ollie Robinson is going to do. Well, he's not going to bowl the first over. He's having a chat with the umpire at the moment, and he's given Tom
Facing
Haynes, I think,
first delivery of
the first
day
over.
two,
Tom Haynes, who was
number
actually very
28,
successful
Tom
yesterday,
Abel,
getting a
from
couple of
Marcus
wickets
Trescothick Pavilion
at
by
his
number 20,
very, very
Tom
medium
Haynes.
pace. And it's a warm welcome, too, to Charlie, who's obviously clocked in now. He's at the weekend, so he's free as a bird, sort of. At least he can have a bit of a lie-in, I think. And off we go. The sedate start. It was a sedate day yesterday, actually. Somerset have had some very tense matches. It wasn't very tense somehow yesterday. It was all quite genteel. There was some very good batting. No one got 100. We thought someone would. But it was a sort of tension-free day. But no 2 days are the same at the county ground.
Morning, Vic.
Hello,
Nice to
Charlie.
see you. And nice to see some cricket. It was just beginning to spit with rain at about 10 minutes ago, and I thought, oh no, we might be in for a
Oh, well, dear. Where were
late
you?
start, but it's okay. I've just been told by our director there's a few spots around. Fingers crossed it passes us by.
Yeah, well, over on those Quantocks, I can see that possible mizzle too. But anyway, we're off and running. They're out there. It's going to rain a bit harder now to get them, stop them.
Well, that's the good thing is they're out. They've got out. The 300. Interesting what you said about there not having been a century. 335 for 5 is a very good score to not have had a century. So it shows there's a lot of chipping in from
Yeah,
players.
well,
We had a
we
few
both-
70s.
That's
80s.
right. I mean, there were two lovely innings from Tom Lammonby and James Roux, and yet I suspect they would have both been slightly. You can't be slightly furious, really, can you?
What
At
degrees
getting
of
out because there were
fury?
runs aplenty there, and Lammonby was out stumped, having just seen the first ball that really misbehaved from a spinner spin away from him. Anyway, he was stumped. Having played very elegantly and timely number of runs, or timely time to start scoring runs again. And then James Roux, who started quite scratchily, but then found fluency. And just as he found fluency, hit a stream of beautiful boundaries. He did go for quite an ugly hoik, which sort of went up and ballooned up into the covers. And he had to go. And it was a surprise because he doesn't usually waste those opportunities. He got 83, you can't grumble about that. But you thought he might get some more.
Not a bad return after being named in the Test squad, 83.
Yeah.
So it would have still been disappointed not to get 3 figures, but having
Yes.
had a little bit for James Rue, a lean
Well,
couple of games.
That's right. It's interesting once you get in the shake-up. But also, he found himself opening the batting down at Cardiff on a pitch that was difficult against the new ball, I think. It's a more treacherous occupation, opening the batting. I think there's no doubt about that. But he gave that a go. Obviously didn't open yesterday. We saw a new Somerset player in Jordan Herman from South Africa, who's around for a while. He certainly can play in another couple of championship matches. And will probably be playing against Alfie Ogborn in the first South Africa A versus the England Lions match, I guess.
Alfie might be having a look at his technique and setup.
But he impressed briefly. He got 25, looked pretty good.
Some promise in there. Clark at the other end, starting off the morning.
It is. It's mildly surprising that Ollie Robinson, who's standing at first slip, presume it's okay, doesn't start. In that he is the obvious prime bowler in this Sussex side. Oh, mind you, if Clark's going to bowl deliveries like that, maybe he's made a very shrewd choice. A bit of swing. Didn't see much movement yesterday.
I did enjoy a bit of a lion today.
What's that mean?
Well, normally
get
my
to bed
alarm...
6:30, do you?
my normal alarm, because I do the breakfast show on Radio Somerset, normally it's about 3:40 is my alarm.
Goodness.
Today I was woken up at 10 to 6, which felt like it was light when I woke up, which was quite a...
When you say you were woken up, you just woke up?
Yes, I woke up, 10 to 6. 10 to 6, it was, as I say, it was light, and it felt like the day had started, and so I got up, had a cup of tea. I thought, here we go, we start the day. And then I got a bit tired and I went back to bed.
Well,
that was why I turned up here at 2 minutes to 11. It's because the secondary nap, when I realised that I was still 5 hours away from anything happening in the cricket, I thought, I could squeeze in another.
I think that was fair enough.
So,
I mean, I don't know how you breakfast tyros operate, really, because your body clock must get used to the 4 o'clock awakening, whether it likes it or not. That's 5 days a week.
Yep.
So it's a lot to expect it to sort of have a real proper lie until 9 o'clock
at
the weekend.
I can do that. I can't
just
tell you the last
can't
time
do
I
it.
slept to that time. No, not when I've gone to bed at a normal time. A bit different if
Okay.
big soiree or something, Vic. I know you're big on that kind of thing, getting to bed at 5 a.m. or something.
The sacrifices you make
Yes, exactly.
for your audience.
Struggling to find a gap here. Tom Abel.
Yeah, I mean,
75.
the bonus points are obviously important, quite important, but winning is even more important. The Somerset, well, they should get 350 from here. 400 is possible.
Yes, not out of the question, is it?
I think 450 is out of the question.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind it's 110 overs. Oh, that's good movement there.
A little bit more rain around this morning. Doesn't look like the umpires are too worried about that yet.
Not yet. They're looking at one another, though. It's always ominous when they start looking. But he's taken a sweater. And actually Haynes, who bowled the first over, I think there's an element of end changing going on here. So Haynes bowled 1 over, and now he's given way to Henry Crocombe, who I've just checked up on the Lions squad, and they've got 2 matches against South Africa A. And Henry Crocombe, who bowled impressively yesterday, was quite sharp. He's playing 1 match, and Alfie's playing 1 match. They'll sort of designate. I think Alfie is in the squad for the first match, and maybe Crocombe's in the squad for the second match. So he was wicketless yesterday, but sort of generated a bit of pace, and he's obviously got some potential. And He's discomforted Craig Overton.
Awkward height that for Overton. It was quite pleasing yesterday after the collapse at Glamorgan. What was it, 32 for 6 at one point?
Indeed.
To see that wasn't... There's always the worry in the back of my mind. I know the pitch was difficult and new ball, as you said, Vic, was hard to play against it, Sophia Gardens,
but there is a but.
There is always a worry that that's something that then gets set in, or that confidence goes. He's prodding outside the off stump there. Overton.
Yeah, the heebie-jeebies sort of set in. It's like a disease spreading if you're not careful.
And what's been frustrating for Somerset is that they've had a commanding lead at the halfway stage against Yorkshire and against Glamorgan, and both times lost the game, overturned that lead, which is really frustrating. Especially after such a promising start, had they pushed on and managed to win those 2 games, they could be flying high at the top of the table. But as it is,
I share your frustration.
Unable to do that. It's cut, not particularly well timed. It seems to take a big chunk of dirt out as it hit the ends, the used ends next to the pitch that we're on today.
If you were being really generous, you said Overton just took he didn't do this, but he took the pace off it so he could get 2 wide third man. Yeah, but they didn't actually. Because it went so slowly square of the wicket. There's a huge gap. The guy at deep square third man or backward point had to do a bit of scuttling to reach the ball.
Well, you can hit a ball too well sometimes. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, that's another one. I'll test him too. And he's coming back. Yeah, they're coming back too. It's quite a big boundary out there, and he's just so Overton's off and running.
Those Quantocks are disappearing, Vic.
Yes. Well, let's hope it stays up on the Quantocks. But it's raining up on the Quantocks, which I don't know how far away that is, but what do we say, 10 miles?
Yeah, so this end on our right is much closer to us than that end on the left.
Yeah.
So it sort of heads off towards the sea that way. So, yeah,
so it might be 15
miles,
or 20 miles.
10 to 15, I'd guess.
Yeah, well, it's raining 15 miles away up on those Quantocks. Let it stay there. Ooh, he's going to get 4 for that. He doesn't deserve it.
He got away with that.
I don't know.
Crikey. There wasn't a big gap between his bat and body that I could see from here. Perhaps just the angle we're at. But he's managed to take a top inside edge, is it?
Inside, it must kind of miss leg stump by a hell of a lot.
Oh,
not an elegant shot, really, but it's 4. We've seen as much movement in this over as we saw yesterday, I think.
Might please Somerset, actually, given
I don't think they're going to declare, but they'd like to get a few more and for the rain to stay away, but the clouds to remain. Oh, that's beauty too.
Okay, asking some questions here.
Well,
Crocombe. Should we have a quick look at how the women are getting on? They are taking on Durham today. Bowling first, Chloe Skelton with the ball in her hand, 43 for 1. Let's watch this ball. Good ball up, Skelton. Nicely flighted, nicely played. A bit wide.
Save your legs.
Find the YouTube stream from our colleagues at Durham for that one. Oh, that's taken an edge as well. Abel's going to pick up 4 here.
So racing along, mostly off the edge.
The 50 partnership.
And the 50 partnership brought up at the same time. It's probably not really been particularly good this morning, the way these runs have come, but they won't mind how they come.
It's a good ball, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good ball.
Squeezed it.
Lucky to find that gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good angle. Coming in front of his pads here, Abel. Just takes the leading edge. Flies through the slips. Frustrating for the bowler, but Somerset won't mind it at all. 348 for 5. Another batting point just 2 runs away. A delay here. Oh, the hills, they keep getting more and more misty. Vic, I'm worried.
Yeah, well, I think there's mizzle in the air. Where's the ground staff? that could be the.
Obviously clipped off his.
It could be the.
Yes, they're coming.
Point.
They're coming. They've got the mat out right by the. Ticket fence.
Somerset,
That'll be the 350 up.
350 comes up in
Another
the
batting
100
point.
over a third batting bonus points.
It's that up quite quickly now, so there are.
I'm not sure we'll see much more. The
They're
umpires
gonna have a
coming
chat.
together. I think that might be that.
The batsmen aren't going anywhere. There was just a slight movement by some of the Sussex players. Let's head towards the pavilion. But
yes,
and I'm afraid to say
Play is suspended.
the play is suspended.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
Well, let's hope it's not suspended permanently. That the wind gets up and blows. We can see the. Well, I say we could see the Quantocks. We can't see half the Quantocks now. We'll be back as soon as possible.
Because with the way runs were coming there, Somerset will want, as you say, the batters didn't want to go off. But it was moving a bit. There was definitely wicket-taking opportunities as well. Hopefully just a quick shower. We'll be back when play resumes.
Unstoppable.
They say places change you.
Coming with pressure, ignite the flame.
But Taunton made me. 3 stars, they represent glory. But listen to me, we aren't satisfied. We want to be the first in history to retain it.
The Vitality Blast is back.
If you've never been before, come. If you came last year, join us.
Voted best atmosphere in the country 3 years in a row. It's perfect for groups and families.
Nobody does T20 cricket like Somerset.
Get your tickets now.
Hi, I'm Tom Abel and I'm a batter at Somerset County Cricket Club. I would say nutrition is probably, not only for injury prevention, but, for energy, and performance, probably one of the most important things. Hydration is a very sort of topical thing for me. I find I sweat a lot. See, not only is it important for sort of performance, but how you think, your mental capacity. I've had, periods of like cramping as well, and obviously that's never great because you can't bat properly. I've played in the subcontinent where it's pretty extreme and, you could be batting for 5 minutes and you're sort of soaked through. I remember sort of like my concentration going. When you feel like you're depleted of water and electrolytes, not only does it make sort of you feel a little bit flat, but I find my concentration goes. I'll just try and be proactive and before I go out to bat or the game starts, try and get in as many carbs as I can and as much water, and if I need hydration tablets, I'll take those as well. If you don't eat well, you can always feel that. After games, you may be travelling back at sort of midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. After a T20 game, for example, I want to get almost as much protein as I can, for my recovery. I think, especially for bowlers, I think you can probably get away with eating loads because you want almost as much as you can. Of course, within a game, there's times when maybe you're going to have a lighter day. For example, if you're batting and maybe you're already out, then maybe your need for sort of carbs in the evening is not as much. Ahead of fielding days, for example, I make sure that I try and eat really well and get a really good feed. The night before, good breakfast, and sort of trying to sort of snack through the day so you're getting your constant hit of fuel. But as I say, it's all about building your awareness and knowing sort of what's good for you and what you need at sort of different points.
Have you got any hopes for the season? Open-ended?
Win everything. Win all the competitions, that would be the dream. And from an individual point of view, I guess for me, I want to try and be the leading batter at the club, and you know, maybe if I can have an influence in the field and maybe with the ball, we'll see. That's the sort of player I want to be for this team.
Marcus Trescothick, staying in front of the Harold Gimblett doors and you've just opened a bit. How does that make you feel?
It's lovely, isn't it? I think, you know, to be able to come and be part of these little ceremonies and meet the family who have travelled so far to be part of it today and hear about all the stories of Harold and his time at Somerset and his debut. And it's a really nice little bit, you know. Obviously, I'm not involved with Somerset at the moment, but still massively supporting and watching and part of the history of the club. So to be able to come along and open the doors on and represent the club is a really special thing to do.
And I'm guessing as you've grown older and come through the ranks in Somerset, you've become aware of the fact that Harold Gimblett was such a big influence in Somerset with his runs.
Absolutely, yeah. His record is phenomenal, isn't it? When you know, we've looked at it on various sort of stats at the club and the pictures and the history boards that, you know, that are part of the club around the ground. It's phenomenal, you know. Bar the war and various things that happened back in that time, he would have scored mountains more, no doubt. But you know, do you think that, you know, anybody sort of aspiring to come along and be part of the club and score as many runs as he did and you know, become part of the history of what it is? It's lovely to be a slight sort of part of that from the club's point of view.
He got 49 centuries. How many did you score for Somerset?
51? Was it 51? I can't remember. It's been so long since I thought about it. I think it's 51.
But you hold the record.
I do,
so
currently.
That record
currently, yeah. I thought Hildy was going to break all the records. And I think if he would have carried on playing for probably another 3 or 4 years, he quite well had done, James Hildred.
Yeah.
And he could have easily done it, but, you know, it wasn't to be. And, you know, to be even, you know, close and be part of, you know, put alongside of the volume of runs that he's got and the great man himself is something nice.
Brilliant. Thank you, Marcus, very much for turning up today and being part of this special occasion.
Lovely.
Somerset's leading first-class run scorer, the finest apple to grow in a Somerset orchard. The doors were funded on behalf of all cricket lovers by the Somerset County Cricket Museum, 14th of May 2026.
The joys of obviously trying to do these little small events that we have around our wonderful county and give a little bit back. It's always a great day, apart from the weather, and we've got lucky here that we can stand out. I'm here as a bit of a representative of the club also, you know, Somerset, just to pay tribute obviously to the great Harold and you know, hear some stories about his journey along the way. But to be part of the bigger community of cricket and representing community in cricket in the county of Somerset, it's a great honour in front of the family. Everybody here who's put so much effort into making these doors happen. It's a wonderful effort. So without any further ado, and before the rain really pours in on us, let's make the most of it and do the cutting of the ribbon.
Well, welcome to another Player podcast, and today my special guest is Tim Groenewald. Nice to see you, Tim, and thank you for coming to join me.
Pleasure, thanks for having me.
So where did all your cricket story begin? How did it all come about?
Growing up in South Africa, cricket's a big part of, you know, growing up and in schools and that. I was very fortunate to be at a school where the head teacher was John T. Rhodes' dad, and that kind of coincided with the 1992 World Cup in Australia. Not sure if you remember his brilliant run out where he dived full length to run out Mzimam al-Haq.
Yeah.
So as a 6-year-old, you know, 7-year-old at the time, you know, starting your cricketing journey, if you like, and falling in love with the game, to watch that type of thing in the early hours of the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, and then head off to school and your cricket coach is John T's dad. That was probably the start. And then, yeah, just, you know, every day, my dad throwing balls to me, picking balls up, taking me down to the nets, playing with friends at school, and then it just went from there. It was one of those things where, you know, whenever I was asked as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 10-year-old, whatever it was, what are you going to do one day? It was, I'm going to play cricket. Whether I was going to be good enough or not, you know, no one knew, but that was my thing. I was going to play cricket, and stuck by that.
Did you always want to be a bowler, or?
I was very much a batter and bowler, you know, growing up through the age groups. But I think as time went on, I probably enjoyed bowling more. Loved coming in down the order and giving it a whack and being in tricky situations. But yeah, bowling probably came into it more probably, you know, towards the age of 17, 18, 19. Yeah.
And how did you end up coming to England?
I came over on a school tour, or not a school tour, like a club tour in 1997, 98, yeah. Around there, as a 15-year-old. And anyway, came over, we started down in Cornwall, and we played a few different clubs. We stopped in here, funny enough, on the way up to Birmingham.
Did you?
Yeah, pulled in here on the bus. We went into the club shop at the time. Some kids wanted to buy a few bits and pieces for the tour ahead. And I remember the Somerset guys training on the field here at the time, and just being a little bit like, wow, you know, anytime you came across a professional team, if you like, you were a bit in awe. So yeah, that was that trip as a 15-year-old. Met a coach in Birmingham at the time, Paul Greetham.
Yeah.
We played against his club side, and he kind of just stayed in touch. Came out to South Africa to do some coaching, and when I was 18, he suggested I come over and play for Southern Coalfield Cricket Club, which he was in charge of at the time, and his dad was the head groundsman and chairman. So that was like music to my ears as a 18-year-old. Finishing school, I was like, brilliant, I'll go over to England and play a season of club cricket. And never looked back. Had a good year in the Birmingham League, topped the wicket charts and was up there in the runs. And Warwickshire got in touch to ask if I'd like to come down for a trial the following year if I was coming back. So I thought absolutely brilliant. And then following year came back, and Alan Donald was the second team coach at Warwickshire. Right. He gave me a call, which again, I mean, absolute hero, Alan Donald growing up,
yeah.
Along with John T. Rhodes. And so I couldn't turn that down. Went down to Edgbaston for a trial. And then I ended up playing the whole season in the second team, just together with playing club cricket on the weekends. And come the end of the year, they offered me a 2-year contract because I had a British passport. And that was that. That was kind of my career in South Africa done, but with no regrets. Loved my time, you know, playing at Warwickshire and then Derbyshire here in Kent. So
yeah. That's interesting. I mean, the Birmingham League in those days had some class acts, didn't they, playing?
Yeah, some unbelievable players, and even before me, you know, I remember, thank goodness, for about 3 weeks, Shoaib Akhtar played in the Birmingham League, and we managed to avoid playing the team he was playing for. But like, yeah, just some great names that used to turn up in the league and play. Wasim Akram played for a few years at Smethwick, and yeah, it was a strong league. But really, I felt good for my journey as a cricketer, from going from playing club cricket to, you know, playing in the Birmingham League and then playing second team cricket and finding my feet into the game and into the professional game.
What was it like working with Alan Donald? I mean, he was a legendary bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was unbelievable. I learned a lot from him on just the mental side of the game of being a bowler and being a fast bowler, and I was a little bit quicker back in those days rather than so, you know, consistent top of off. So I used to hang on every word in terms of, you know, ruffling the batter up and letting him have a few and the mind games around that and how to win those battles. But just having him as, you know, our second team coach and bowling coach at Warwickshire, you know, you look back at your career and sometimes I think you forget about those type of things, who you've worked with, who you've come across and you know, who's given you a lot of advice along the way.
And you played quite a few first team games at Warwickshire, didn't you?
A few first class games. I'm going to say something like 15.
Yeah.
And played a lot of white ball cricket there. But it was probably through that frustration of not playing consistent first class cricket, which led to my move to Derby. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit as a 20, what would I have been, 24, 25.
Yeah.
And just got itchy feet. I wanted to be playing 4-day cricket day in and day out. I found it hard playing white ball cricket through the season, but then having to go off and play in the second team every other week. I just felt I'd reached a point where I wanted to play 4-day cricket in the first team. And Derby offered me that opportunity, which led to me jumping across there.
And you had some 3 big seasons at Derbyshire, didn't you? And one of them, you won the second division championship.
Yeah. It was Derby was absolutely brilliant for me. I remember playing. I think it must have been one of the last one-day games of the season, early September for Warwickshire at Derby, in 2008, and we drove in, and I was just I looked at the place and I was like, oh, imagine having to play here. Like I would absolutely hate it. Coming from Edgbaston and Warwickshire and the big club, I reckon 2 months later I'd signed for Derby, just because of the opportunity they offered and because I wanted to play 4-day cricket. And then getting across there and you know, things changed after the first year. Our coach left and numerous players left, and we signed some young players, brought some guys in, and we managed to get a pretty good squad together. And relatively young, and everyone just gelled. Everyone got on really well. And we managed to build that into a phenomenal run of games in 2012, what was it, 2013. 2012 when we won Division 2. And we just got on a run, and we were top of Division 2 the whole season, with Yorkshire chasing us, a strong Yorkshire side, a strong Essex side. Kent were in Division 2 then. It was a strong division at the time, and we just managed to, week after week, pull off results, beat teams, hold on to draws where we needed to, to finish that season winning Division 2 and going up, and seeing what that meant to the supporters and a club which probably hadn't experienced that much success in recent times, and as a smaller club, you saw what it meant to everyone, which was really good.
Had Wes Durston playing with you, didn't you?
Yeah, Wes had played for the Unicorns side in that one-day comp that year, and a great signing by John Morris.
Yeah.
Wes had got, I think, a couple of hundreds for the Unicorns, and he's a very good cricket player, very good cricketer. And when we heard we had signed him, we were like, brilliant. It's like, you know, just someone so fresh coming in and with a point to prove.
Yeah.
And he was really good. Yeah.
He was a bit of a cult hero down here.
Yeah.
Wes.
Yeah.
Been around a long time, stayed probably too long.
Yeah.
But he made a comeback and did well for himself.
Yeah, and he was hungry for it.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
really was hungry. So put in some good performances for us.
But then you went up, and in 2013, you had a couple of very good returns against us, didn't you? Against Somerset.
Yeah. We found it tough in Division 1. Really tough. I'd say more probably on the batting front. We just really struggled to get totals on the board, and we struggled to get results probably for the first 9, maybe 10 games, and then got on a bit of a run right at the back end of the season where we managed to, I think, get 3 wins and put ourselves in with a chance of staying up, which wasn't to be. But I remember Somerset at Derby. Quick wicket, rapid, and again, just, you know, the opportunity to play against Division 1 teams and seeing Marcus Dreskothic and Nick Compton come out to bat, and there's Craig Kieswetter in the lineup, and Peter Trigo and James Hildreth and all these guys, and it just, when you're a smaller club like Derby and you know, punching above your weight, you just want to show people what you can do, and you feel like you've got nothing to lose. And yeah, just ran in, tried to bowl, you know, good areas as quick as I could, and got Trez out and got Triggs out and a few others, and yeah, I think we lost the game by 4 wickets in the end at Derby, but to come away with 5 for not many and a few good scalps under your belt. Yeah.
Then you got a few in the second innings?
Yeah, got a few in the second innings. But it's probably the game here against Somerset that I remember. Or that was a bit, it was probably the better of the 2 games, because my older son Jamie was born probably 5 days before, maybe 6 days before. So I missed the game at the Oval against Surrey, and then the team came straight here to play Somerset. So I drove down day before, and it had been 5-6 days of, newborn, not much sleep, and we lost the toss, and we were bowling, and it was one of those Taunton wickets where you just look at it and you're like, oh boy, we're bowling, we're in trouble here. This is 500 for 3 at the close of day 1 with Trescothick on 200. And my first 3 overs went for about 22, I'm going to say. And I felt like I hadn't slept for a year.
Yeah.
So I said to Wayne Madsen at the time, I was like, just let me go down to final league, let me have a few overs off, and I'll come back in half an hour. Need something to drink. And a couple of other guys went about it and came back probably an hour later. And I think we bowled Somerset out for about 100. And I ended up with about 5 for 30. And yeah, we walked off the pitch that day pretty chuffed with our efforts given the conditions, and we came away with a win. I think I battered at the end. We needed, myself and Shiv Chanderpaul probably put on about 45-50 at the back end to get us over the line, and that's one of the best games of cricket I've played in. Just the quality of the opposition. Piyush Chawla, I think, was the overseas. Chawla. I remember him and Leach bowling in tandem on a big spinning wicket, day 3 or day 4. Lots of men around the bat. And I either missed it, I nicked it wide of slip, or belted it out the ground. It was one of those 3 options. So I remember, creating a lot of frustration for Trez at slip and Keys Vedder behind the stumps.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got over the line, and it was a game to remember.
And you made your mark here against Somerset.
Yeah.
Because obviously then the following season...
Yeah, I was here.
You came down here on loan, didn't you?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Not brilliant circumstances. My contract was up for negotiation, or coming up at Derby. They wanted me to sign a new contract to stay there. And I just reached a point where it might have been playing in Division 1, just realising that's where I want to play, not knowing if we were going to be in Division 1 the following year. You turn up at the big grounds playing against the best teams, against the best players, and realised that's where I wanted to be. If it wasn't going to be for Derby, then it was going to be for someone else. So early on in 2014, we were back in Division 2. Funnily enough, I'd started the season at Essex with, I think it was a 70 and a hat-trick and a fifer.
Yeah.
First game of the season. And Derby had asked me, they needed an answer by the end of, I think, or the middle of May as to whether I was staying or not, so they could make plans. And I'd already met with Somerset then, with Dave Nosworthy, Houts and Trez. They met me one evening for dinner. They stated that they wanted me at the club and they could see me as part of the future. And I just couldn't say. I mean, Marcus Trescothick sat opposite me saying he wants me at the club. I couldn't say no to that. And that was that. So I let Derby know that I'd be leaving at the end of the season, and then I'd be going to Somerset. And basically that was the end of that. They said, well, you're not going to play again this season, so feel free to do what you want. And that was middle of May, and after having made a good start in the season as well. So I sat at home for about 6 weeks trying to work out what to do. Had numerous offers to go on loan elsewhere. I didn't want to do that, really. I didn't want to go to any other clubs. And then Nos got in touch just to, say, well, it makes sense to come down early, meet the guys, and be part of the club. And that seemed like a bit of a no-brainer at the time. When I actually came down, though, it must have been June, end of June, somewhere there, maybe early July, first time. I hadn't played for about 8 weeks after making a great start to the season, and naturally I wasn't as fit. I hadn't been bowling, and I actually struggled to actually find my feet initially, getting going. So yeah, it was an interesting start, but it was good to come down and actually meet the guys and played a few games in the second team, played a few first team games, played in the one-day comp. And yeah, that was the start of my Somerset.
2015, you got off to a bit of a flyer, didn't you? The New Zealand game.
Yeah, tour game probably end of April, beginning early May there, somewhere around there. And it's funny that the tour games normally tend to come later on in the season, and as a bowler you've bowled quite a lot of overs, and the game's often as a bowler that you want to miss. And I remember it being relatively early in the season, and the opportunity to play against New Zealand before the Test tour. And I think it was quite a nice wicket to bowl on at the time. I remember a few of the bowlers causing the New Zealand batters a few headaches. And yeah, just ball came out nicely, got a few wickets, belted a few runs, and it was a good season after that.
Yeah, you announced your arrival with that match, really.
Yeah.
By then, people were thinking, Timmy Groenewald, he's someone, he's going to do the business for us.
Yeah, and again, turning up at a new club and being part of, a new squad, and that comes with some pressure. Doesn't matter what you've done before, you're at a new club and people want to see you perform and win games for the club. So, it was nice to make a bit of a statement and show people what you can do.
Yeah, and I mean, people down here, how have you found the supporters? How have they been towards you?
Yeah, always really good. Amazing supporters. I'm not sure which year it was. It was probably, you might remember, the Lewis Gregory, James Hildreth partnership against Durham here. Huge partnership in a one-day game to knock off the totals. That was one of my first one-day games here.
Yeah.
It might have been a midweek. I think it was a Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I remember just being stood up in the change room and just looking out and just thinking, how on earth are this many people in a county ground for a midweek game? I was blown away by that. And at that point just realised, the level of support here and how much people love their cricket. And always special to play games here. Very rarely do you turn up and there's not a good crowd and or a good atmosphere. And I know other teams, often remark on that, the turnout that Somerset get. 2016
was a big season for you and for Somerset. We were led by Chris Rogers. You'd had experience of playing with Chris at Derby probably for at least one season.
Yep.
What did he bring to the party? He was only here for a year, but my goodness,
he was ruthless, didn't he? Yeah, ruthless, and the way, just his, level of expectation, of his players. I think because of how hard he worked and his determination to win and be successful, he brought that into the squad. And I remember turning up at Derby and he was ruthless in the way, his level of expectation. If you came onto bowl and you weren't quite on it from the get-go, you were off. There was no second chance. You were off. Next bowler on. He demanded a really high level of performance, and just his character. Given how much cricket he had played, over that time and how many runs he had scored and the respect that he commanded. Coming from Australia and scoring as many Shield runs as he had. When I played with him at Derby, he had only played the one Test for Australia.
Yeah.
Scored a truckload of runs in county cricket, and it was kind of building up to his return to the Test squad. Yeah. People were banging the door down saying, when's this guy going to play for Australia again? And because they were such a strong squad, he just couldn't get in. And when he finally got picked again, everyone just finally saw, how good a player he was. And he deserved that. For such a good player domestically to then get that opportunity again on the biggest stage and to do as well as he did. I was really, really pleased for him.
It was a bit of a heartbreak season though, wasn't it? We we ended up
Yeah.
and we beat Notts in that last game, and
Yeah.
and then we came up here and sat and watched what was going on elsewhere. Tell us about that, Tim. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember. So finishing the game the day before and knowing we'd gotten the job done. It was the season of playing on spinning wickets and some low totals, and just created a huge. We needed a huge amount of skill. Like our batters, I really felt for our batters at times playing on those wickets. A lot of them only ended up averaging 20s, mid-20s, but in the context of what we were playing on and the conditions, opposition teams just couldn't come to grips with, those conditions. And our batters often got us to 200, got us to 250, just got over those bonus point marks, which ended up getting us to where we did in the season. So it was an interesting season. Got the job done against Notts, right at the back end. Got the amount of points that we felt we needed. Had a really good night because we won on day 3, so there's still a day left in the season. Had a great night. A lot of chats about what if, and what's going to happen the next day. And I think we really felt we had one hand on the trophy. I don't think we expected a declaration the next day. Not with what we ended up seeing. And when we all sat in the pavilion here watching what was going on, kind of watching, hoping for the hours to tick by during the day, and then maybe massive celebrations. And then the declaration came about, and we realised, okay, this isn't going to be so straightforward. So a lot of getting up, walking around. A lot of anger, a lot of frustration, but yeah, and you could sense that there's supporters here, members downstairs was full, and all our families were here and just waiting to see what might happen. And I remember at one point, I think Yorkshire needed about 80 runs with about 4 wickets in hand, and I just couldn't watch anymore. Went into town, grabbed a coffee, got away from it, just hoping I was going to come back and. Maybe some sense had prevailed and they were going to stick out the last few overs and just try to block it out and it would be a draw. And just such a hard thing to deal with when you put in that amount of time and effort and how well the team did over the course of the whole season to put yourself in that position, and then only at the last minute to have it taken away from you in a contrived game that ended up costing us.
That was Leachy and Best in that game, wasn't it?
That got all the wickets. Yeah. I mean, they cleaned up as they did most of the season.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It was one of those seasons where if you played as a seamer, sometimes there were only 2 of us. You might get a crack with the new ball for about 3 overs, and then your job was done.
Yeah.
Leach, Best, Van der Merwe.
Yeah.
Put them to work and bowl the opposition out.
But Chris was the major influence in that team, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and he was brilliant the way he captained that side and the way he rotated the bowlers. He didn't let batters become too comfortable. I remember him just chopping and changing the ends so much that Best would bowl from one end and then Leachy, and then Riddler would come on the other end and then swap them around and. Change of fielding positions all the time. He really kept the batters on their toes, and just he was a huge influence in the way he operated and the way he led the team, which a lot of people followed.
You were involved in 2 major partnerships, weren't you? 2 match-winning partnerships in 2016.
Yeah.
One I think was early on against Surrey here.
Do
you remember that one?
Yeah. We needed a result, desperately needed a result just to get our season going. It was one of those kind of stop-start seasons in the early part, and we just needed something to click. And I hated losing. I hated nothing more than losing. And I remember us just getting to that stage in the game where you're close, but not quite close. You're not over the line yet. And Craig Overton got an inside edge to Stuart Meeker. Ben Folkes one of the most ridiculous one-handed catches down the leg side. And yeah, I remember walking out to bat. I think we needed probably 45, something like that, myself and Leachy.
Yeah.
And I think initially, at no stage do you walk out thinking, we'll knock this off. The initial task is just survive initially and just try to get a partnership going. And then only once that partnership develops and you start getting a few runs and you see the board coming down, probably to 20, do you think, okay, we're in with a shot here? If we just keep ticking these over, we're in with a shot. And you I guess you get into that mindset where you're in the bubble, properly in the bubble, where, not much can distract you. You don't realise what's going on around the ground or spectators and things like that. You're just so focused at the task at hand, and a lot happened in that partnership. I remember just boundaries suddenly coming quite quickly. Stuart Meek was bowling really quick, so there were a couple of boundaries kind of flayed away. Gareth Batty nicked off Leachy and Rory Burns dropped him. It's a very straightforward chance. There's an LBW shot against Leachy from Batty that wasn't given out. And we just ticked the board down pretty quickly. And I remember one moment where I say you don't realise what's going on around the ground, but I remember batting at the far end and looking up towards the car park area here next to the Triscothic Pavilion, and just suddenly seeing so many people had come in from town and people had just, a game that looked like, we were going to lose. And suddenly there were so many people just stood around the edge. And I think we needed about eight runs at the time. And I quickly had to kind of like get myself back into that bubble state and not to come out of it and get too distracted. And hitting the winning runs, and celebrating, and that's the thing you miss as a player, walking off the field, going into the dressing room, just seeing how everyone's buzzing,
absolutely,
celebrating as a team, and those are the great moments.
That was a special game.
Yeah.
I mean, you talking about it makes me think I can remember it so well.
Yeah,
exactly. But then there was another one, wasn't there?
Yeah, a few weeks later. I think it was
Gloucester.
a couple of weeks later against Gloucester here.
The 50 over match.
50 over game. Walked out to bat. Again, not 100% sure on the number.
We wanted a lot of runs though.
Yeah, it was about 60, I think.
Yeah, it was
65, something like that. Myself and Jamie Overton. He had been batting for a little while. And our batters had been coming in saying, it's a slow wicket. It's hard to score. A lot of leading edges and things like that. And I remember getting out there, and again, it was one of those, you're not worried about the end result. It's just bat for a few overs, just stay out there and just see where it goes. And again, Jamie and I are naturally quite, fast-scoring batters, and we managed to just get a few out the middle, get a few to the boundary, and looking back, I think Gloucester, and it easily happens because I've been on, with the shoe on the other foot, and where you panic a little bit. And I think Gloucester, they just went, it was one way, and they were just trying to bowl Yorkers at us, trying to bowl really full, and they almost took the pitch out of the equation, and then allowed us to get quite a few boundaries away. And again, just getting it down to, single digits, and then Jamie whacking one back over the bowler's head for 4 to finish it. Yeah, unbelievable. And those are the games, you look back on and, really stick with you.
Absolutely. When I was reading up about them, I thought, we've got to talk about those.
Yeah.
Very, very special.
Yeah.
And then you were part of our 2019 Royal London squad, weren't you?
Yeah. And like, amazing to be part of. Great day at Lord's. Tough not playing. I was part of the squad. I played the first probably 6 games in that competition.
Yeah, games, I think you did.
And I got smacked around back end of the game, probably on 2 or 3 occasions. I think Gloucester at Bristol, and then Middlesex at, I think it's Radlett.
Yeah.
Small boundary one side, missed my Yorkers. Anything I bowled just seemed to disappear out the ground. And then rightly so, was left out for, I think, the quarter-final, semi-final, final. So great day at Lord's, back into that comp. Great to be part of and be there to celebrate. Because, ultimately that's what you do. You play to win trophies. But also tough as a sportsman not actually playing and being part of that, final and making a contribution to win the game.
Yeah.
But like I say, great squad. We're really building into something special there, and yeah, was good to be part of.
Yeah, and then you went off to Kent. How did that come about?
Finished up here. I had an injury, a groin injury that became quite serious. 2018. Had a really good first half of the year. Didn't play much back into the year with the groin injury. Started 2019. I had surgery and it was all fine. But probably halfway through that season, I was made aware I wasn't going to be staying at the club, which was hard to take at the time. But equally, I realised for best part of a year had spent time on the sidelines with an injury and in and out the side. We signed Brooksy. So when we signed Brooksy, I knew the writing was on the wall. I was like, they're not going to have both of us here with the current group that we had. So I started looking at what options were out there. It was looking like I was going to go to Sussex. That offered me a deal there. And then Kent popped into the equation out of nowhere. And that just seemed like the right fit for me. I'd enjoyed playing against Kent. I'd enjoyed, a few of the guys that played there. Matt Walker was coach. Yeah. I just felt like that was the right fit for me. So ended up choosing Kent and went across there for a couple of seasons and tough seasons and that. My first year there was the COVID year. So we played a few games behind closed doors. I played in all the T20 games, which we did really well in. And a bit of a frustrating first season with COVID. And then started the 2021 season. Good build up to the season and our final pre-season game, I kicked a football in the warm-up. And as I kicked it, I properly hoofed it. Realised something wasn't right in my right knee. Couldn't walk afterwards. Went off and iced it, went for scans and had all the checks and everything that needed doing. And I found that I'd torn a massive piece of cartilage in my knee. And that was going to require surgery. Had the surgery and the surgeon just said to me, look, you've got no cartilage left in that knee with what we've had to take out. He didn't see me, being able to carry on playing. And I thought, rubbish, I'll be okay. I'll do the rehab. I'll be fine. And we gave it a good shot. I went through everything, gave it an extended period of time, tried to come back from it. But every time I bowled, it just, aggravated it. I got lots of swelling and things like that. And that was kind of the writing on the wall. Career done. So, yeah.
And you moved back here? Well, you never didn't move here from here, did you?
No, well, we kept our house here. And on the back of us moving to Kent, I realised, I've probably got a couple of years left of playing, maybe 2-3 years if I was lucky. So I started exploring options as to what I was going to do post-cricket. And I knew a few of the guys quite well across the road at Cooper's. Carl Gazard, who had played here previously, Charles Willoughby. And I'd had a few conversations with them and I found that, maybe the route of being a financial advisor was a good one to go down, and chatted with Lee Cooper, who had been chief exec here for a period of time. And it was a case of, see if you can get through the exams. If you can, well, then maybe I can pop across the road and have a job there. And we had our house here and we'd obviously enjoyed our time here, which led to us moving back here September 2021.
You obviously enjoyed your time here at Somerset.
Yeah, loved it. Loved it. Every club I played at, I was lucky enough to play at 4 different clubs. I know some people get, to play at one club their whole career. But I met a lot of people through those 4 clubs and, had numerous different, coaches. And I think every club, has something that you hold on to and that you remember fondly. And Somerset, if you said to me, go back and pick a club to play for and the time that you enjoyed, Somerset. Yeah. Just loved playing here. Loved the guys I played with. The coaches I had, the fans, the supporters, playing white ball cricket here is on a whole nother level. You know, walking out onto the field and having, you know, best part of 9,000-10,000 people supporting you. Yes, great place to play.
And wherever you go, you seem to find Somerset supporters.
You do, and you know, given the role I'm in now, go out and see people, sit down. I've never met them before, and you know, they know that I played for Somerset. Often bring it up, and it's quite nice to start a conversation along those lines and have a chat about cricket.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for joining us and being my guest today on the Player Podcast for Somerset.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
goes black on fire.
Led out by captain Ollie Robinson, please welcome back Sussex. The Somerset batters, number 28 Tom Abel and number 7 Craig Overton.
Afternoon, welcome back. It is 12:10 and that is time for play to resume here after just under an hour, about 57 minutes I think. I glanced at my watch when we went off. It's about 11:13 and now it's 12:10 and we're back. 350 for 5. Somerset just bringing up that batting point towards, well, it was pretty much the last ball that was bowled actually. We're in the 100th over. I'm Charlie Taylor and alongside me is Vic Marks. And the way things were going earlier, Vic, there was a lot of movement that the bowlers were able to find. And the batters were clinging on a bit.
I mean, Somerset got 15 runs in no time, but nearly all of them were off the edge. Well, not quite all of them, but the ball was moving around far more than it did yesterday. I'm going to go, but I despite the fact we haven't much cricket, I'm going to lie down and let you introduce your guest.
Thank you very much. Go get a rest.
To you, but you know, I know you had a lie in today, but I'm not sure I did.
Well, Vic, it was lovely seeing you for that moment. You're not missing any cricket because we're waiting for the rope to be taken around the outside of the field. Well, they're getting applauded. The two boys, the two men on tractors there. Well, thank you, Vic, and very pleased to welcome Nick Thomas, who is going to be involved in covering Somerset County Cricket Club in Cider Press, something which you'll see cropping up online and on social media, I'm sure, a lot. Nick, welcome.
Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, pleasure to be here, hoping Tom Abel gets to his 100.
Well, fingers crossed. We've got 19 runs away. Fingers crossed we get enough cricket in before lunch for that to come up.
Well, I interviewed him Friday, and he was talking about, we were talking about form and how it's so sort of insecure. He was very honest about it, but he says that he has been feeling a lot more, clarity about his role and really looking for that consistency in playing.
Well, that consistency is a great word to describe him this season.
He's amazing.
Brilliant, yeah. In fact, he's already in his 80s here as well. Another innings where he's surpassed 50 runs.
And a really nice human.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Lovely human.
Yeah.
Most importantly.
Absolutely. So we'll come on and talk about Cider Press, which, if few people might know a little bit about, because it's been around for a while, that name, but it's under a bit of different ownership and running this year. So tell us about Cider Press. What do we need to know?
Sure. So it was being run by a guy called Sam Dowling, who's pretty well known around here. He had to withdraw for personal reasons, and I'm going to now take over the editorial overview of it all. Essentially what it is independent coverage of all things Somerset CCC, and it's absolutely supported by the club, but not affiliated with the club in any way. So it's very much independent content, subscription only. We will provide fresh content 2 to 3 times a week. That's my aim. We're going to have guest columns on there from the likes of the legendary Vic Marks, and
you tapped him up today,
and also Sophie Luff, the women's captain, will be providing a regular column. I think there was some plans too for Alfie Ogbon to give a sort of young person's look at what it's like to be a professional cricketer. I've yet to confirm that one, but yeah. So essentially, it's grassroots journalism. It's owned, or it comes under the umbrella rather, of a group called Counterpress, which was set up by the person behind all the digital experience at the Cricketer.
Yeah.
And he set it up, and the idea is, because local journalism is struggling with budgets and everything to cover sports, particularly, I was going to say lower level sports, and that's not Somerset Cricket Club, but for example, the football stuff they cover, it's not Manchester City, it's not, Liverpool, it's Bromley, and it's Chesterfield, and I'm actually going to be setting up one very soon for Gillingham, because I happen to be a Gillingham fan for my sins. Yeah.
The Gills.
The Gills.
The Gills.
Yeah,
oh, lovely shot.
Nice
Craig
shot.
Overton.
Very nice.
Smashed through the covers. So the Gills are based obviously in Kent.
Yes.
So how did you end up being because that's not... With Manchester United, you can get fans from all over the country. With teams like Gillingham, you tend to be from the area. So is that your neck of the woods?
No, well, my dad was born
right.
there.
Okay, so
my dad was born in Gillingham, so we became fans through my dad, who didn't actually really like football very much. He was more into rugby and cricket, but he did instill this love of Gillingham in me, which is sort of bizarre because they're terrible. But I shouldn't say that, should I? But they had a terrible season.
Well, Rovers, my team beat Gillingham at Gillingham towards the end. We had a 9-game winning run, and one of them was Gillingham. So
I went to the Bristol Rovers Gillingham game at Bristol Rovers.
Oh, did you?
When Gillingham actually somehow managed to win.
Well, yeah, we also had a 10-game losing streak in the middle of the season. I wouldn't be surprised if that game was in amongst them. We had a very topsy-turvy season. Anyway.
Well, it's going to be a little tricky covering Gillingham now living in Taunton, but I'll have to figure that out. But the advantage of me covering this is I live right by the ground. I am a journalist by background. I have been working at the Somerset County Gazette for a while. I've done a whole bunch of other journalism, some sports journalism, but also financial business journalism. I live right by the ground. I'm a huge cricket fan. This opportunity came up, and I'm now going to give it a real go. I will say it's at a very nascent stage, so there's a lot of work to do. I will put the occasional free article on the site, which, by the way, is... what is it? Ciderpress.counterpress.media. So feel free to go and have a look at that. And then there is a subscribe button, but I also understand that it will take a while to persuade people to want to sign up for it. So, as I say, there will be some free articles going forward, but I'll try to post 2 or 3 times a week. Yeah.
Oh, that's great news for Somerset cricket fans, where in mainstream, larger media, national media, there's so much coverage of football. I speak as a huge cricket fan, and I'm a big football fan as well, and I enjoy that coverage, but it feels like, in particular, county cricket, Test cricket still gets a lot of coverage, but county cricket gets squeezed and squeezed and squeezed into smaller and smaller gaps in the papers and in online spaces. So to have this site dedicated to Somerset that's fallen on the pads and clipped
lovely shot
before
beautiful.
Overton, who, when he hits the ball crisply, it really does look fantastic. So he moves to 42, looking very good. But to have that site for Somerset fans, that they know that they are going to get quality Somerset writing into those players you mentioned, Sophie Luff, Alfie Ogborn potentially as well.
Yep.
You know, right at the heart of the County Cricket Club, those players, is great news. How will it differ, do you think, from things that have gone before, or perhaps sort of more typical ways of reporting on cricket?
Well, I think it will be a bit more, some analysis, but it's really going to be interviews with players, hopefully a bit longer form. I'm not, I think typically the post would be like a 3-minute read, but just get behind the scenes and get to know the players a bit and the club, and not just sort of no match reports or anything like that. We will look at games and we'll do previews of games. Obviously next week I'm planning to do a preview of the T20 because we've got obviously the break from the county games to T20. That's kind of a big thing. And hopefully an interview next week with the head women's coach. That's the plan. So yeah.
It was a great start for the women, and they've really struggled since then. So again, a season that's a bit like Bristol Rovers, had very good moments and very bad moments as well. So that's Erin Osborne you'll be speaking to there.
And I talked with Sophie, Sophie Luff, this week, and she's doing a regular column, and she was at pains to point out, as per the story, as per her column, that yes, it's true, the 3 big stars have left for basically probably the season, but please try not to conflate that with the fact that we've now lost 4 games on the trot. So yeah, but it would be great if they could finish off this first batch of games before the T20s with a win. Let's hope they do.
In comes Clark over the wicket, and again Overton is he's getting the bat on ball a lot better than we were seeing in the first 13 minutes before the rain delay came. It was just hard. It was moving a lot then. It seems to be moving a bit less now. Still a lot of cloud cover around. And your own background, you're only recently back in the UK, really, aren't you, in the grand scheme of things, because you've spent most of your career working in America.
Well, not most of it, but I spent 20 years living in Colorado, and just for personal reasons decided I wanted to come back, and came back summer of 2024 and got a job offered in Taunton on the Gazette. So that's why I'm here. I do have a little bit of Somerset background. My parents grew up in Bath.
Oh, lovely.
We used to come here a lot, visit grandparents. When I was thinking about coming back, wherever I ended up had to make some kind of sense. Like, nothing against, Blackburn or Burnley, but I had no affiliation with those kind of places, right? But I grew up in Hertfordshire and was born in London, but as I say, they had the family connection with Somerset, and we used to come here quite a lot as kids on going to Exmoor and stuff like that. Nice. So yeah, it made some kind of sense.
So your dad was brought up in Bath, or lived in Bath, but supported Gillingham. That's a fair old commitment.
Yeah. He only lived in Gillingham for that's
a strange shot from Overton.
Yeah, that hurt, I think, a bit. He only lived there for the first 2 or 3 years of his life, but he grew up in Bath. Yeah.
Well, it's kept very low. There's barely any bounce on that one. No wonder Overton struggled to make any decent shot of it. Lovely. Well, we look forward to
thank you.
Seeing more. So, is there anything published yet?
Yes.
So there are things that people can already subscribe to and look at.
Well, when Sam Dowling was doing the site, he put up some stuff, but then had to withdraw. So there was no fresh content for about a month. But I have put the Sophie Luff column up, and I also did this week, and I also did a preview. A bit moot now because we're in the game, but I did a preview of this game featuring an interview with Tom Abel, and about and there will probably be some more comments from Tom from that interview this coming week, plus the other stuff I mentioned.
Well, I always love reading Tom's analysis of the game. He's someone who's been around for a very long time, playing through all the age groups, and then captained, of course, Somerset for a long time.
He did indeed. Yeah.
And now he's back. He's sort of like Somerset's Joe Root, really. The captaincy, he's shrugged that off and is still scoring bucket loads of runs, which is great news. Big shout. I think it looks a little high. We're not quite on the good angle here for LBW shouts. We're just off the straight, so we'll have a look at the replay on that one, see what the verdict is. Here comes Clark. It looks leg side-ish, is it?
A bit leggy.
Oh no, it's height. It's on height.
Height, okay.
So Overton is an extremely tall player, so it's gone above the knee roll, so always struggling at that point. 359 for 5. There's still 8 overs and a bit left of bonus point options. The throw comes in, but they steal a single there. Well, Nick, thank you so much for coming and talking
Thank
to
you,
us.
Charlie.
Lovely to
Appreciate
meet
it.
you.
Appreciate it. All right.
And we'll keep an eye on there. Just remind us that website again.
Ciderpress.counterpress.media. You can sign up there. You can email, support, anything you want to do. So, yeah, it's all there.
Brilliant. Nick, nice to meet you, speak to you. That's Nick Thomas there from Cider Press, which will be covering Somerset, anything to do with Somerset County Cricket Club, men's and women's games, in great detail. So do have a look at that if you can. It is 360 for 5 here now on this second morning. Delayed morning because of the weather. We had a few overs in this earlier on. Oh, that's a shot through square drive, really, from Tom Abel. Beautifully shot. 85 he moves to now. And the score to 364 for 5. Just that last ball, a little bit loose from Clark after a good over. And Abel, who's in some fantastic form. Yeah, just taking what was offered to him there. Vic Marks rejoins me. Have you managed to get your breath back after that 1 minute that we did together earlier on?
I've been thinking hard since then. But I think I'm going to regurgitate a stat that
please,
I picked from Anthony Gibson, which is, and I mentioned it yesterday, but Abel has got 14 innings now in succession where he's over 25.
Wow.
And that has not been done since Graham Gooch.
Oh,
did it.
wow.
I don't know which year. But
Not just Somerset, we're talking any. Wow.
And beyond Graham Gooch, there's some Chris Smith who played for Hampshire, Robin Smith's elder brother. Ooh.
Ouch.
Ooh, good run, that.
Yeah, well done, Abel, calling him through.
It hurt him, though. Which hand is it? Let's hope it's the left one.
Oh, he's in pain. He chucks his bat on the floor.
No, it's the right one.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear. He's ripped the glove off, staring at the turf. There's enough broken fingers knocking around this club at the moment.
Yeah.
Certainly wouldn't want Overton to have one.
Well, it takes a lot for Overton to show much pain, doesn't it? So, I always trust him when he does. You know, when you watch football, you think you're not really in pain. When Overton looks in pain, you think I do. With Craig, yeah. Do you not? Do you think he sometimes put it on? Bit of a drama.
I've got to be careful how you describe it. I think sometimes he's not that adept at disguising pain.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
I think
that's fair. I think it's very
Trigo
fair.
would be a better witness, but I think there is this notion that he doesn't necessarily minimise the pain. But
yes,
I may be
that's
being
fair.
unfair.
I think that's fair. I think that is. Everything.
He's tough.
He's larger than life.
He
isn't
is
That's-
tough.
Yes,
There's no question.
Oh
about
yeah.
that. Tough
Well, I
as-
remember.
Tough as tungsten.
Coming back on after getting hit on the head by his brother. Almost pulled
And this
that.
time, he's tried another short one and it's dispatched it pretty well. Lovely, fine shot. And actually, Somerset now are on target. They're going fast enough to get that, what would be 4th batting point if this pair stayed together. He's raced to 49 Overton.
He's scored quickly since we came back.
There's been more life in this pitch too than we saw yesterday. Maybe they've opened with their quicker bowlers. Not much pace in this Sussex attack. Crocombe might be the quickest, I think. Oh, he's gone another one.
Overton chases it again and doesn't quite get hold of it this time.
In fact, he's got a sort of semi-bouncer field. He's got a man at fine leg. He's got a man loitering who's now going to go further back at a wider, fine, long leg, and another man just in front of square. So, but it's a sufficiently short boundary that it wouldn't surprise me if Overton doesn't think, well, I think I might take this on. But he's also got 2 slips, so he can go either way. Oh! He's done that once or twice.
I'd say for any young cricketer watching, that's probably not textbook footwork there.
No, he managed to get his stomach out of the way and he
Yes.
just breathed in. But this is quite magnetic cricket, isn't it, suddenly? We didn't have this yesterday. He's all quite docile. Yeah, he's got 50. There's another 50 for Overton. He's having a bit of a vintage year.
50 for Craig Overton. 63 balls, including 8 balls.
8 balls. 63 balls. It's not hanging around. I can see the Quantox beautifully.
It's certainly brightened up
At the moment. I can also see a big cloud. The lights are still on here at Taunton. There is a slightly ominous one just above us, cloud, but we just need that wind to blow it away. But I think we're going to have interruptions today, but we are playing at the moment. And I would say there's some frustration for Sussex because the ball has zipped around, but they've got nothing to show for it so far. And Somerset have added 36 in no time, really.
These are key moments, aren't they, with the ball doing a bit. You feel as a bowling side, you've got to take wickets.
Past the sweet shot too. That he's only just moved that man to shorten the wicket, and he's safe 4 there.
Overton is on the averages for this year because he's doing pretty well, really. Yeah, he's quite high up. He's averaging 49.85, not including this game. You'd be very happy with that as a well, as an all-rounder, but to be honest, as any batter would take 50 average. Fantastic.
He's got quite a big 100 to his name. He's up in Essex, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But other scores as well.
Yeah, 141 was his top score there. A strike rate of 68 as well, so they're not slow runs. They're not. It's never been his way, has it, to accumulate slowly?
No. I mean, the Overton twins, their careers, well, they've gone in different directions, obviously, both physically and the way they play. Jamie went to Surrey and has ended up probably playing more games for England than Craig has, although Craig's played more test matches. And the perception of them has changed because, probably mistakenly on Somerset's part, when Jamie was here, he was seen as a number 10 biffer. And Craig was the sort of, in quotes, proper batsman. And once he got to the Oval, he was given more opportunities, Jamie, as a batsman, and particularly in one-day cricket, but also in the longer form. He's played one test match where he got 90-odd.
Well, he was so close, wasn't he, to taking a 5 and scoring on 100 on his first.
Well, he's had played another test match since then, but and now he's retired from test cricket, or withdrawn from test cricket, and he's one day, he's been in the IPL.
Well, he's been playing in the IPL, absolutely.
So that's the way Jamie's
playing well in the IPL.
And now that's beautifully guided. It gets full value for that. I think they're going to be a dive. It's just a couple. So the perception suddenly is that Jamie's the superior batsman, but I'm not so sure now. Craig is coming back. And for years, he was regarded as a more serious batsman down at Somerset. Was Craig than Jamie. They've both had damn good careers in very different ways. And hopefully will continue to do so. What is he? He's knocking on now. Well, he's 31 or 2, isn't he?
30.
Craig.
Is he?
Well, you'll tell me.
I can certainly have a look.
It's only a number. So they say. How old is he?
He is.
I'm an old-fashioned man. I like to know what they're averaging and how old they are.
He's averaging more than James Rue at the moment, Craig Overton.
Oh, well, there you go.
He is 32.
There you go.
Start that, isn't he? He's averaging more than James Rue. I mean, James, not by much. Rue is 47.8 average. Okay. Overton 49.
Well, they played really well this summer with the bat, and he's bowled pretty well too, without taking a hatful of wickets. But he's always bowled okay, if not better. But comfortably the batsman of the summer so far for Somerset. is his partner, Tom Abel, who's been superb. Playing as well as he's ever played in this role at number 5 as the real ballast to the batting lineup. Fearful if he gets out early nowadays. He's got Somerset out of some holes.
Of all the players who've played every game in this so far in this season, Tom Abel has the highest average of 82.87. That's across all the teams.
Across the county championship.
Yeah. Division 1.
And this, so far, has been as polished as it's been. It was quite benign conditions yesterday, and you felt there was the danger of Somerset squandering a really good chance to get a big score when, hello, I don't like this, umpires are consulting.
Oh, is there rain? Doesn't look. Is there a bit of rain? Maybe there is a bit of rain. Yes, the ground staff. They couldn't quite see it here.
They're
having
looking,
a look. Now this is good.
Looking at the skies.
Because they're saying this cloud, big cloud full of rain, is going to pass over in a minute.
No, they're not. They're going to go off.
Oh, shame. Taboos around the ground.
Play is suspended.
Suspended again. 375 for 5. So for Somerset, that has been quite a useful 23 minutes. But for Sussex, no breakthrough. Frustratingly, once again, we see the ground staff coming on with mats, and there'll be covers, I'm sure, going on. Hopefully, it looks quite bright, Vic, I think, over to the left. Well, brighter than it is now.
Who knows? I mean, the forecast has not been very optimistic, and it's not raining very hard at all. But off they go, I imagine. Well, within about 5 minutes, they might say, we'll be taking lunch.
Well, that would cause panic and chaos in the catering
department
because they'll have, what are we, 30 people up here, maybe 25 people? Hungry journalists saying, right, where's...
Well, I've got half mine. I've got my vegan
Yes, you've been
salad.
given half your lunch already.
Well, I haven't eaten it.
No.
I'm waiting for the...
Well, the big news here is that Vic's gone vegan.
Well, I've gone vegan, but I haven't gone totally vegan because my lunch, I think, is going to be a vegan salad with a pasty.
And not a vegan pasty.
Yeah, I think it's
Hard
a
to
meaty
make
pasty.
Yeah,
probably.
meaty pasty.
But I'm not sure everyone wants to know that. It is frustrating because it's just a bit of
barely
mizzle at most. Yeah. And there's no scrambling. The umpires are sort of standing there watching the ground staff. They put down a sort of coconut matting, and then on come the white tarpaulins. But it's hardly torrential. No. In fact, it's barely visible.
Has it stopped? The umpires are still out there.
Well,
and I can't see any other ground stuff. The cover is being brought on. Are they? Because the umpires don't often hang around. They usually go in, don't they?
I think they might have gone prematurely.
Yes, I think they might have.
Which is frustrating. And they're sort of, if it was raining properly, they'd have scuttled off.
Yes, holding their hats as they run in normally. They're only skulking off.
So
what's the time?
Perhaps not at their most proactive. There's a significant cloud that's just passing by. Yeah. And there is greyness away to our left, I grant you, but this is an odd umbrella I spotted, actually. Oh, I've just seen one being brought down. Folded up.
That's good news.
But anyway, the umpires, well, they're hesitating still. They still don't quite know what to do. What do you think? They're having a chat.
I think they might. The optimist in me says they're telling the ground staff to stop what they're doing and take the cover.
I know, they've turned round.
Oh, they're coming back. It's quite a unique part of sports commentary, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cricket commentators watching umpires to try and judge what's going on. You don't get this in a lot of sports.
No.
They are back. Yeah, Annie in the back of the box saying, thank God. Yeah.
It's a bit tricky for commentary. I've just reminded me, my favourite bits of commentary someone told me about was, I think, for synchronised swimming on BBC, on radio. And I think it went like this. They're up and they're in. I can't remember who did it, but it's lived on. And now they're looking at the skies. They're pointing at clouds.
A lot of pointing going on.
I've looked at clouds.
Ground staff, the head. Oh, that's a bit of a standoff going on here between the umpires and the ground staff. This town ain't big enough for the both of us. Well, it's coming off.
Yeah.
Cover's coming
We've
off.
looked at clouds from both sides now. And it's coming off.
Well,
you see, I think they did go prematurely.
Bit premature, wasn't it? Should have stayed on for a bit.
Of course,
Tom Abel's halfway
it's
through a cup of
almost
tea now.
inevitable that after in about 5 or 10 minutes, play will resume, whereupon it will start to drizzle. And the ground staff are sort of hesitantly removing the tarpaulin, but it's only one tarpaulin. The umpires have never left the field.
What about the players? Are they still?
The players have disappeared.
They're not hanging around. No.
It's a bit frustrating for the players. You've got, hang on, now the umpires are walking off again.
Come tell the
I
players
think
to
they're
get ready.
probably walking off to tell the players to come on out again.
I'm sure the players have worked it out.
But there's only going to be 15 minutes left before lunch. Anyway.
Well, we were having a later lunch after the first delay. We're having a 1:15 lunch, so we may yet get half an hour and a bit.
He's up with the news, Charlie.
Nothing gets past me.
No.
So yes, the lunch break was due at 1:15, so there's still half an hour to go.
Oh, right, yeah.
Once they
Well,
come back out.
that's a worthwhile
chunk
of play.
Well, with 25 runs and 1 wicket for the next bonus points, both teams, I think, will want to get out there, really. Although Sussex haven't had much luck.
I suppose if you're being mean, well, not mean, the Somerset plan is to get 25 more runs, and if you're still in the 108th over, then to block furiously for 2 overs to ensure that there's a bowling point for Sussex. The umpires have now left the field, but I think they're going to inform each dressing room of the plan.
Get back out here.
One's gone left, one's gone into the Somerset section, one's gone into the Sussex section. They're delivering their wisdom. Ground staff, they kind of look like they're bracing themselves for a long day. Sisyphus comes to mind.
Yes, it is a bit like that, isn't it?
They'll be pushing covers on and taking them off, and it's all going to be slightly pointless. And so they're not rushing, they're just pacing themselves for what they know is going to be an arduous 6 hours.
I think Sisyphus paced himself.
Yeah.
Every day. I suppose once he'd got the hang of what was going on, I suspect he got quite good at it.
It must have been quite hard to get out of bed in the morning.
Yeah, motivation would have been low, wouldn't it? Knowing what was going to happen.
So the mat's going to be rolled up. And the umpires are at the top of the steps that have been introduced in the last year or so. Take the players from the dressing room outside and onto the playing area. Jamie Cox's very proud of that innovation.
Is it called the Cox staircase or something?
It might be. He was adamant that in all the changes that were going to be done, that was going to happen. He thought, and it does. It kind of helps the flow of people, because otherwise you'd have security people right by the glass doors blocking everything off so that players could get out unhindered.
I also think from a photography point of view, a player coming down the steps ready to bat, or going up having made a big score, or a duck, you've got...
You can see them, can't
exactly.
you?
It's a photograph opportunity. I'm sure Harry Trump is poised by that staircase often.
Yeah.
Famous view, isn't it, seeing players come down. As the mat is loaded onto its trolley. Looking like a big cigar at this point, doesn't it?
A very big cigar. Yeah.
To keep someone going for a long time.
Yeah.
Probably not be particularly good for them.
Well, there's just been an announcement which we couldn't quite hear, but I imagine its play will resume in about 5 minutes. The umpires are coming out again, and they look ready for action.
There they come. Any players following? I can't quite see.
Well, they're just girding themselves, I suppose. We're welcoming back the umpires.
Well,
they got booed going off.
Have they gone?
But they don't seem to have got much of a cheer coming back on.
I feel like they weren't. It wasn't like an encore, that wasn't it? It's about the same
Not
amount
really.
of gas as an encore you might get.
Yeah. I mean, if you were being a bit picky and grumpy, but I mean, we're not grumpy in this box. You're saying, what have we wasted 15 minutes doing here? It never really rained. The covers came off. They went off again.
As you said,
but we're not grumpy here, so we won't dwell on that.
It was all premature, wasn't it? think that's fair to say. I went off a bit too soon. Ground staff didn't really get a chance to do anything. They'd be really delighted that the ground staff having come on to take.
Well, just the one tarpaulin and the one mat.
You don't want to do is
the batsmen are out there. They're on the rope, waiting decorously. And then I think it's the Sussex captain, but he ain't got any players with him.
You could do with another 10. If he's got another 10 that can
Robinson,
follow him, that'd be great.
with his hands in his pockets, has come and joined the two batsmen. But is there a mutiny? He's having a chat to the two batsmen. And we've yet to see any of the other 10 Sussex fielders.
Some slow claps from the Somerset fans. Where are the rest of the team?
Hang on. I think I spotted a wicketkeeper.
A wicketkeeper and a captain does not a team make.
I think perhaps they'd started their lunch.
I'd have thought, if I were them, I would want to be out there. I'd want to be...
Who, Sussex?
Yeah, trying to get that next point. But you're very... Am I just too enthusiastic about cricket? Is it the truth that cricketers really don't like cricket?
Enthusiastic.
That's my problem, isn't it? I actually like the sport, unlike most of the players.
Well,
here they come.
Everyone's getting a round of applause. There's much... Umpires who've had to wait quite a long time, as we have, really, are staring at the sky again.
This is where cricket... If you just thought to yourself, I don't know, I'm just going to try cricket for once. I'm just going to give it my first ever go.
I mean, this is cricket day.
Yeah. County cricket day.
County cricket day. Kids for £1. It's obviously not ideal weather, but those who have turned up for the first time, they could be scratching their head at the moment.
What was that about? Was that a scheduled delay? What was there? Can't have been rain, because there wasn't any rain.
And then within half an hour, they're going to walk off again.
Yeah. Now what? They're having their lunch. What is this?
Anyway, we are going to get back into action. I'm sorry you didn't leave us, really.
Well, that was I just want to say what a joy it was to hear Vic commentate on all of that. One of the best in the land, I think. Specifically when there's not much going on.
Well, anyway.
Well,
okay, can Somerset get that fourth batting point before lunch? Or will Sussex get their second bowling point? Oh, he's dug one in, but Abel's not interested.
Well, this is a question, isn't it, of momentum and being in the zone. Which can you lose that by going off?
Oh well,
10 minutes waiting.
I think as both sides, but especially batsmen, because as we all know, one error by a batsman and you're gone. One error by a bowler, well, you can retrieve the situation. So it's harder for batsmen, I think, to have their concentration broken. Well, he's trying the short ball. I'm not sure that's a good idea, the way it's zipped around, actually. Our scouts, our research, our team that misses nothing, has told us inevitably that he thinks it's just starting to rain again.
Oh, we could have had 10 minutes of cricket. That's the frustrating thing, is that if the rain
I
does
think they'll
actually
have to have more significant rain this time before they march on.
They can't make the same mistake twice. Or they shouldn't. Wouldn't put it beyond.
That's a poor ball, which he's hit before. And this, I worry about young pace bowlers who are required to bang it in as a tactic, losing their rhythm as a consequence. And that, I don't know whether he was trying to bowl a bouncer there, as he had done previously, or it was just a horrible wide short ball, which was dispatched by Overton, 380 for 5.
No direction and nice.
Well, it was neither one thing nor the other. It wasn't a bouncer. It was just a short ball, and he laced into it. Of course, now there's a bit of dampness around, so there's a long delay while the ball is being dried. Sussex they're quite keen on lunch, frankly, just at the minute.
Yeah.
They'd like another wicket, but lunch would also be pleasant. And that's well struck and well fielded. And well appreciated. Both mid-off and mid-on got their toweling to dry the ball. I don't think this does a Crocombe. Well, you'll probably get a wicket now with the short ball. I don't think it does him any good because, you know, it does something to you when you're asked to just bang it in. As a young bowler, you just you can't just flick from one switch to the other quite so easily.
Full on this time, they'll pick up a quick single. Abel on to 91.
I think he's middled that one. It's the wrong end to be bowling bouncers as well. I mean, it's not that short a boundary, but it sailed into that vacant stand, the stand that's been recently set up with the T20 around the corner. It'll be full up next Friday, and they're looking for it now. It might be quite as beautifully. You could hear that he middled that.
And he's so strong.
But he knew it was coming, you see. And he knew too that if he middled it, he'd clear the boundary fielders out there. So I'm not entirely convinced that I like this tactic from a Sussex perspective. Robinson as captain, he doesn't always exude great enthusiasm. He's got his hands in his pockets. He hasn't bowled today. He's just standing at slip.
Slightly strange that he hasn't bowled today. Because we've had a very stop-start day, and we were still in this first.
Yeah, you'd have thought, but the normal thing would be that you would, at the start of a day, you think you put your best bowlers on just to try and nick a couple of wickets and get back in the game, but he hasn't. They don't like the ball getting a little bit damp, obviously. All that careful ball maintenance is undermined. This one's 25 overs old now, still relatively new, but when they get damp, they don't move around quite so much sometimes. On 91 this pair. Very often when Somerset start a season, they kind of like to rest and rotate their bowlers. But the problem with Overton is he's batting so well that you just don't want to allow him to rest. And you might set off thinking, well, okay, we'll bat him at 7, as he's been doing, and he's producing the goods again. But we won't bowl him too much. But then stuff happens. The game's in the balance. And you can't avoid it.
I think he's quite persuasive that he wants the ball a lot when he's bowling.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is obviously a virtue as well.
And I think he also is a good, not much going on, we need a breakthrough.
I'll have a
go.
go.
Craig,
yeah.
Make stuff happen, as you say. Runs away from that bonus point now. Strange how in the first bit we saw of play, 13 minutes before the rain came, the ball looked difficult for the batters out there, really difficult. And now since we've come back, it's so much easier.
It's partly the ball may be a bit damp, but what also, particularly when Crocombe's been bowling, they've set a field encouraging Crocombe to bowl short, which is a sort of more of a modern, it doesn't happen much in days gone by, that you would bowl a succession of batters. And in the first little passage of play, that is a glorious shot.
Lovely shot.
They were bowling a length, and it was zipping around and beating the outside edge. That is, if you like, classic Abel, and I think that's the end of the over. I thought they were walking off for a minute, the umpires.
You're desperate for that to eat that vegan
I'm
salad.
paranoid
aren't you?
now.
You really want it. We do keep saying vegan salad. I suppose most salads, probably. Oh no, maybe not most. If you're talking cheese. Salad in my head. I'm thinking
I suppose
greens.
it's an easy place to put vegan
Yes,
on a salad.
yes.
The chances are.
Yeah.
Change of bowling at the mark.
Unless you've got something like cheese.
Yeah.
33
So
thin.
I'm not sure that my pasty will qualify. But it could be getting cold now because it's going to be late, isn't it? Late lunch.
Yeah.
Not that, you know,
Well, you could
lunch
do with
is
that rain
everything.
coming. Abel on to 96.
That was a glorious shot. I mean, it was.
There is some rain.
no.
There is some rain.
Yeah, and
Vic, that lunch is begging. It's calling you.
The Sussex fielders are just creeping towards the pavilion. The umpires must be slightly stung by what happened previously, and they're going off. So I think
again.
and
time.
I can see. Actually, I can see a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's worse this time than the previous one.
And I would sort of guess that even though lunch is scheduled, you said for 1:15, I thought they might say, okay, well, you can have your lunch now. And I think we just hope that the wind keeps blowing. And we've had very little heavy rain at all. The ground staff, well, you can understand why they preserve their energy.
That is lunch.
That is lunch.
Players and officials will now take lunch.
That is the lunch break. There we go, 394 for 5.
It's been a truncated session, but it has been Somerset's by hook or by crook.
They've still got 60 runs in what we have seen there, pretty much,
Yeah.
haven't they? 59 runs in the session, no wickets. It's not a terrible session, considering how much we've missed of it. For Somerset, anyway, Sussex will be pretty disappointed not to have picked up a wicket there. Vic is desperate to tuck into his vegan pasty, whatever it turns up. And we'll be back in, well, hopefully 40 minutes by the time the day might have cheered up a bit with any luck. But if you leave us on, we'll let you know. Any updates? Enjoy your lunch.
Unstoppable.
They say places change you.
Coming with pressure, ignite the flame.
But Taunton made me. 3 stars, they represent glory. But listen to me, we aren't satisfied. We want to be the first in history to retain it.
The Vitality Blast is back.
If you've never been before, come. If you came last year, join us.
Voted best atmosphere in the country 3 years in a row. It's perfect for groups and families.
Nobody does T20 cricket like Somerset.
Get your tickets now.
Got the coin, please give it a spin. Heads is the call. It is.
It's a heads.
It is a heads. So Hampshire have won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bat.
Through extra cover, it'll run away down the hill. Don't bother chasing that. Well, there it is. Fine leg inside the circle, 4 more. First strike. He's smacked into the offside. As soon as he hit this, he'll think 4. Straight to Van der Merwe.
You'd have thought he timed that well. It's one of those shots in the nets you think, yep, hit it really well, but unfortunately straight to the man at cover.
That's nicely bowled. Yeah, you're right, there'll be nerves.
James Vince, you just go out there. You see another one just clipped. Runs away for 4 towards the pavilion.
Second slips out. Ball goes for 4. appeal, huge appeal. He's pitched outside leg. It's well fielded. I think he's done okay.
So down, a healthy edge. It was low, and James Hildreth.
Well, it's beautiful line and length from Josh Davey. Round the wicket to the left-hander, it just holds a tiny bit. And James Hildreth, I've seen this happen so often here at Lord's, where a fielder goes to ground, footwork gets all messed up, and the ball ends up on the deck at slip.
Well, he gets another opportunity, would you believe it? The very next ball, he doesn't miss this time. James Hildreth takes the catch.
Quite extraordinary. The disappointment didn't last long for Davey. The disappointment will last right up until Alsop gets the chance to get back out in the field, you would imagine. This time the footwork doesn't let Hildreth down. He keeps his balance, keeps his head still, pouches the catch. The second time of asking.
Nicely played, lovely balance at the crease. Will he get there? Yes, he does. Excellent bit of work from Tom Abel. What a beauty that is. Just held his length back a little bit more. Bowled in! Lewis Gregory with a brilliant wicket here. And just a bit of movement off the surface. And Hampshire now 3 wickets down. Nicely played, well weighted. Oh, that will go against the gradient of the slope, and he'll pick up 4, 55 for 3.
That is a lovely shot. There's been a little bit of movement. There's been just something in it for the bowlers, but you wouldn't think it, seeing that shot. Short this time. That is more than a push. A bit more into the ball. Half a stop, but it doesn't matter because he's hit it so well. Pure timing again. So I'd no help for him. Lovely shot.
Delightful shot. That's as good as it gets. Sam Northeast just leaning on.
Inside Nick. This time fortune for Hampshire.
Smile. It was wide. He would have had to wait a fraction later, but just that late move, and you just saw it tail in. Ended up getting the inside edge. Good delivery in the end.
Shot of the day. Before in this competition. Width this time. Flayed away through the offside. Bowled him. Played on to his stumps. That is a massive wicket for Jamie Overton.
Not much foot movement here from Rosu. And ended up getting caught on the stumps. Big moment there for Jamie Overton. In a final, that could be a very key wicket.
Big appeal from bowler and keeper. Perhaps a little more animated from Roelof van der Merwe. Umpire unmoved.
Left arm floaters. And that's a shot of high quality. That really is a fabulous stroke from Gareth Berg. Well, that's magnificent. Berg again going over extra cover, even more emphatically this time. That's in the air. Gone, pouched. Jamie Overton has struck exactly what Captain Abel would have called for. And the partnership is broken, one shy of 50.
Well, second wicket of the day here. Really bent his back, rushed him and also got high. Yeah, really difficult to control that. In the end, the fielder as easy as you like. Well, this is a massive breakthrough.
Put away. It's a crisp stroke from Fuller to get him off the mark. 50 for Sam Northeast. It's his decision to bat first. He's taken on the responsibility.
Big shot, doesn't connect. Middle stump, Tom Abel has done the trick.
Mentioned he's turned himself into a little bit of a golden arm, and he certainly has proved me right. That's the big wicket, Sam Northeast. The one he would have wanted to take. Just a seam-up delivery, inside edge from Northeast, clattered into leg stump. And the big celebration from the captain, he's thrilled.
Oh, that has gone a long way up. Man underneath it takes the catch. It is all Somerset at the moment. They're having it all their own way. Jubilation again for them.
Jubilation for them and jubilation for the fans. They've made the trip up from the south-west. Another big wicket for Jamie Overton. The left-foot ball banged in at Chris Wood. Top edge wasn't in control of it, and the man down at fine leg, George Bartlett, had a long time to settle underneath. Watched it all the way in, celebrations.
Well, he's not going to die wondering. Fuller smokes one straight back down the ground. Bowled him, off stump this time, Tom Abel.
Brilliant from the captain. Golden arm strikes again. Kyle Abbott just playing down the wrong line. Just clatters into the off stump, top of off.
Oh, big appeal. Has it hit the pad first? Rob Bailey says no. 42 overs done, 184 for 8.
Just wonder whether it's the occasion. Does that flick the pad first? It's all close together. Inside edge first, pad first. How can you see? Just pad first. Malcolm boundary, limping towards 200. Oh, that does spin. That's a little bit slower. It's only a bit slower, 54. That's a rarity, getting one to turn. Outside edge. Nicely placed to that short boundary. That'll do. Oh, it's got past fine leg. Oh, the... Oh, this is damage. Just giving themselves a chance. 229 for 8.
What's his stumps?
Said they needed a boundary. Hit it into the stand. Oh, this is real damage. That's a great shot.
Back of the length again.
Oh, it's well stopped, Tom Banton. 36 runs off the last 3 overs. Hampshire have got something. 244 for 8. The partnership of 64 in 56 deliveries. James Fuller, what a good hand there. 55 from 48. 4 4s and 2 6s. Mason Crane supported him so well. 28 from 20 now with 3 4s. So the impetus just with Hampshire, but it's a modest total. 244 for 8. And slide away. I think it's leg byes. Oh, he's got a tickle on it, 4. Helped on its way. 2 leg side. He's going to move a slip out after that delivery.
Ed was thinking about coming a little wider of the crease because he has tailed down with that pace over 90 miles an hour, that delivery. Easy to just help on its way.
In the air. Short boundary. He's gone for 6.
One isn't hurt down there. Picked it up very quickly, just helped it on its way. Went the full distance.
Beautiful. Hear what you're saying, he can play.
Yeah, it makes it look easy, doesn't it? Drifting down, but he gets the hands out in front and then just whips it. Excellent timing. A little bit of flourish at the back end of the shot.
I like this.
I don't think you need to say much more than that. That is as sweet as it comes. Excellent extension.
Ooh, 4 more. Somerset on the charge here.
Easy as you like. Just a push. Good wicket. Coming on nicely.
More runs. 4 more. Oh, this is 4 more. Lines angled towards leg stump at 90 miles an hour. It's help yourself. Oh, well played. Lovely timing. This will run down the hill. It's a fast outfield.
And then opens up that mid-wicket region. Using the pace. Decent one from Abbott, pushing 87 miles an hour just.
A quick 50 for Somerset. Graceful shot. Ends the 7th over. Boundaries are flowing. It's 56 without loss.
Just do that instead. Scorching the turf once again from the bat of Banton.
Not too much wrong with that. That is just an excellent shot. That little step across, just like Peterson, and then the lovely hands the same. He is a serious talent, is Banton.
Beautiful timing. It's going to run away from Fidel. It's another leg stump half volley, and another boundary comes from it.
Up to England, it does hurt your side.
Boundary, huge roar here. Sublime 50 from Tom Banton. A super shot. He's got all the shots.
Yep, certainly has us all the shots in the book. Switch of the hands there. See a little bit of turn, but just one man at point. It's pretty square, so didn't have to do much to beat him. Slip in play, Sam Northeast, the captain. He's not too happy with the field placement.
Well, wherever the fielders are, the ball is going somewhere else. 100 up.
Yeah, Somerset are rolling. Brilliant partnership this between Azarali and Tom Banton.
There was a cry of catch. Absolutely no chance it was going to be caught. Timing too good, placement too good. Big appeal and gone. Yates walks off, so the move to bring back Fidel Edwards has worked. Good captaincy, and maybe, just maybe, there's still a game on.
Effort ball now, definite inside edge. A really good catch behind the stumps from Tom Alsop.
Peter Trigo, he'll enjoy this moment. We spoke to him at the top of the show. He said how much he was looking forward to playing in this game at Lord's, trying to help his side get over the line. They've had real problems doing that in the last 10 years. They've often been runners-up. But as he walks out now, 112 for 1. Not sure at the top of the show he could have dreamt of this situation. Yeah, that's it. That's why you need a slip. And you can see he is pumped up. You could see that from his reaction when he got the wicket. That'll be partly because of the team situation and probably partly because of the way he bowled with the new ball. He's changed ends. He looks a lot happier from the pavilion end.
Yeah, that's a really good bowling, and you can hear the vocals around the ground. Crowd have enjoyed it as well. There's a little bit more theatre, a little bit more atmosphere out there now.
Peter Trigo, age 37, is under pressure. But he'd love this from the ball one, from his first spell. Looks much happier at this end.
Yeah, Sam Northeast will love it. Doesn't look like Peter Trigo is.
In the air and taken! Fidel Edwards making things happen.
James Hildreth.
James Hildreth, next man in. 2 experienced cricketers in the middle right now for Somerset. You've seen a lot over the years. Finds the gap. There'll be a chase on the Northeast. He gets there. Well, they've run 4 runs. Tried, it was too short. Half volley in the end. Lovely drive from James Hildreth. 26 overs done, 145 for 2. Just a late opening up of the hands here. The ball nice and full. Then just threaded it through the gap. You don't need to overhit it, and that's the smallest boundary as well.
Shout a 2 again immediately off the bat. Might be even better. No, maybe 3. Yeah, as soon as it was palm, then you heard Trigo shout again. Don't need to do any more. Another 4 runs from the over. 159 for 2. That said, hit me, and it was. Smashed away, long hop.
Oh, don't miss out, and he won't do, Peter Trigo. Half tracker from Mason Crane. I'll put the ball under pressure. First delivery goes for 4. 82 required.
Should be another couple at least. You see the size of the boundary around there. Need to get up and throw it. No iron, of course, for that. That's a cheeky shot. Just awareness, really, because it was a full toss, and instead of just trying to paste it into the leg side and only getting a single, he just delicately touched it around the leg side. 169 for 2.
Partnership is 48, so these two are absolutely set at the crease and they're having a good time.
Short ball, flicked away to the leg side. Good catch. Made his ground really well. Chris Wood, is that the breakthrough they needed? They have a lot to do, but maybe, just maybe, that has just opened up a slim chance. Well, that's the problem when you're so far behind the game, and the man who's in Hildreth, you don't have a slip at the one time you probably needed him. Nice shot. Really well played. Just waited for it, placed it perfectly.
Yeah, it's a classy shot. Not the best delivery that we've seen all day, but nevertheless, James Hildreth just waits for it. You'll see it here perfectly. It's a leg cutter. Wait, and then knock it away.
Well, gets it fine enough. Well, that might be 4. It was such a short boundary, fast outfield. It is. Excellent over for Somerset. 34 done, 189 for 3. Another excellent shot.
Well, they fed him there, and he's not going to miss out. Hildreth moves on to 36 and plays it late and gets it past that backward point.
Seen a bit of that today. 200 is up. Oh, wow. Excellent catch. Finn Edwards gives it the big one.
42, but they've lost one. Tom Abel finds mid-wicket. Donald with a catch. Another wicket for Fidel Edwards. He's now got 3 for 57. Abel's gone for 14. 203 for 4.
That is met with a beautiful shot down the ground. James Hildreth with a 50 in the Royal London final.
And on their feet up on the Somerset balcony, and as they are in the crowd, rightly so. James Hildreth, ever present for Somerset, getting his side closer to lifting that trophy. 52 not out from 60 balls, 5 boundaries in there, and all looking very controlled.
Nicely played again, lovely balance at the crease. It is a gorgeous drive down the ground.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Hildreth, both mid-on and mid-off, both in the ring. With Hampshire having to squeeze and not affording to give easy singles away, but he just leans on it. Perfect timing. Sees that it's going to beat the line of the man at mid-on, Fidel Edwards. That runs away.
Fuller into the attack, and straight away off to the boundary. Somerset are closing in. Four more, ever closer.
Fidel Edwards back into the attack, follows suit of James Fuller over previous, short wide outside the off stump, unfortunately for the Hampshire. And that's easy pickings for the batsman. No man out of the deep cover boundary.
Brilliant from James Hildreth. As calm as you like. He brings the scores level.
Almost there, one more now for Somerset. Just It's timed brilliantly from Hildreth. Didn't look to overhit it, just bunted it into the leg side, but straight out of the middle of that bat. One more run there, bubbling on the balcony.
There it is. Somerset have broken the duck. 10 times the bridesmaid. James Hildreth was there at the end, the last time they won a trophy at the Oval against Lancashire in 2005. And he is there once again as Somerset get themselves over the line emphatically to defeat the reigning champions Hampshire in what is the last ever Lord's final.
See what it means to them. Peter Trigo, been there for a lot of them. Tom Abel, the young captain, he was brilliant today. Led his team well in the field, picked up a few wickets himself. An all-round brilliant performance from Somerset.
Out for James Hildreth. Peter Trigo gets his hands on some silverware finally. And you're right, Tom Abel absolutely delighted to be in the midst of that melee in the dressing room.
Just saying, you won every single department, and how good must that feel for you in particular?
Yeah, it is incredible. Like to see, you know, Hildy knock off those runs. 10 second places in my career, finally there. Absolutely amazing, unbelievable.
You sound like you've lost your voice from the team song already.
Well, fair play to the Wurzels, the way they sing their Blackbird I'll Have You in the cider drinker.
Well, I want to know up there, just watching you guys go, who's leading that? Is it the young guys or is it the old guys? Who's leading the charge?
Old guy here. Well, yeah, the start is me, but
from Blue, he'd be singing it, of course.
There's no harmony up there, I promise you.
Somerset.
James, how does that feel? Nearly many. You have won. I think you were out to batting last time you won something in 2005. You've done it again. How does that feel?
It's a bizarre feeling, to be honest. There's a lot of emotions running through my body right now. We were waiting to go on, and I was thinking, this is strange. What do we do? Finished second, I think, 10 times and won one. So it's just utter relief, really, to win another one and see what it means to the fans and the rest of the boys. And there's a few young guys in there who've got their careers ahead of them. So it's great for them to experience this early on.
You look like you were calm and composed out there. Was that how you felt inside?
A duck on water, I think it was. No, I felt right, to be fair. I think because it wasn't a huge target. I knew if I kind of batted the overs, then we should be all right. So that was the focus. Obviously, the jitters start coming in a bit, but then got a few good balls and got a few away. So it relieved the pressure, and the guys came in, still found the boundaries. So it made it a lot easier.
I mean, you've been at Somerset for a long time. You've always performed for them year on year. Does this feel, though, like the start of something special with the group of players that you've got?
100%. I mean, this group, there's such a special group. We've got some such talented guys coming through, and even Tom Banton coming through this year, showing what he's capable of, opening the batting. Another great wicketkeeper batsman that's come through. So we're really pleased with how we are as a squad. You know, we look back to that era when there was Viv and Botham and that kind of golden generation. But I think as a group now, we want to change that. We want to be this golden generation. We want to kick on and win as many trophies as we can for years to come. And I think we've got the group to do it.
I spoke to Trez. He reckons you're playing yourself better than you have done in all the time that he's played with you over the last couple of years. You've got another 5 or 6 years left in you at least, haven't you?
Well, I think when you play with Trez, you always feel quite young. Watching some of the footage of him recently has been quite entertaining.
The running between
the wickets, yeah, so we haven't lived that down. But no, he's great, and he's great to have in the team, and you know, he's forever young. He's the biggest kid in the changing room. So yeah, hopefully, you know, after experiencing this, there's a few more years left.
All right, best of luck. Go and enjoy it.
All right, cheers, Keithy. Cheers.
Absolutely, he's been a colossus, James Hildreth, for this club for many, many years. I think when we were last down there, he was presented with a trophy. He's played more games of cricket in all formats than any other Somerset player.
Said that Peterson himself, Peter Trigo.
David, come and video this.
Go, we'll let you go. You go over. Go.
Brilliant. Yeah, come on. Come over and join the celebrations. He's been an absolute star today. Certainly played his part, not only today, but of course throughout the competition, a couple of hundreds. Now then, something's going to happen. Hold your breath. Well, that's great to see. Players there and getting full support, as you'd expect, from a very loyal crowd down in Taunton. They've made the trip up here. They've all been rewarded, and they fully deserve it, both fans and players. Brothers, well, they played their part with the ball, that is for sure. And they have some really exciting cricketers for the next few years or so. Tom Banton interview there, cut short with Rob Key because he had to be part of those celebrations. But there's a couple of talented, very talented cricketers that amongst them. So those celebrations are going to go on books for some time. You're of the opinion this is...
Well, I'm afraid to say I think there's a problem.
6 off the last delivery of the innings. 6 is on it all the way. He knows he's safe. That's a good shot from. 2 beautiful pieces of clean hitting there. About that though, he has given it the charge and whack. Well, just drifting in. 6th serve at mid-wicket.
Maddy is the fielder at short mid-wicket.
Right over. It almost looked as though it was an effort for the bowler to get up there. I rather sense that that might be a touch of nerves.
Well, Scott Boswell said that he was struggling to bowl his outswinger, which is why he stuck with the in-swinger against Lancashire. But this is just too short. He's not quick enough to bowl that length. Peter Bowler accepting the gift. You've got to put it away.
Sometimes happens.
Well, you say, Richie, everyone's talking to him, but the ball isn't.
We saw Boswell play in the semi-final against Lancashire, and for me, he was bowler of the match. Took 4 for 44 in the end, and one stage he had 3 for 20 and 7.
You have to remember, this is tough to face. Boundary through the covers from Trescothick. No swing now for Scott Boswell because he has decided to hold it across the seam. What a great start for Somerset. 29 of 3.5 overs.
Off the bat, distinct from being wide or no ball.
short and wide, just where Marcus Trescothick likes him. No one back on the cover boundary. There's only 2 men outside the 30-metre circle.
Nothing orthodox about that, though. He has given it the charge.
Here he's come down late, got to the pitch and kept it on the floor. Eyes wide. Short extra cover has come in. Just the 1 slip now.
He's got him. He's got him. Ormond has bowled it a bit quicker this time. And he's forced Trescothick into hurrying the stroke. The fact that it was caught at mid-on running back indicates it was a quicker ball. Trescothick was starting to aim for it over mid-wicket, and it was suddenly on him before he was prepared. 40 for 1.
Trescothick's first attempted pull shot of the morning wasn't short enough. Skidded on, and the safe hands of Afridi at mid-on, accepting the chance. Trescothick will be livid with himself. Gone for 18. He's been in great form. It hasn't had a big impact today. 40 for 1 now, Somerset.
Well, just perhaps the big stride and just drifting in might have missed leg stump. Could the umpire have been certain?
From behind me in the commentary box. But that is very close indeed. In my eyes, that's going on to hit middle and off. And Jamie Cox is lucky. He's got a stride in. That would have been the thing that saved him in the eyes of the umpire.
There's been plenty of wide bowling and plenty of boundaries. You've been sitting bowling, and Peter Bowler's had a few of these from Boswell, and now De Freitas let him have the short wide one. And he's already proved this morning he can play that shot okay. It's a good shot. As the sun comes out, the boundaries come back. Aerial, he steps into this ball, just takes it on the up, good follow through. And that's well hit. It's an excellent strike. 4.
Oh, ow. Whether they ever played with each other at any of their counties, Leicester or Derbyshire, maybe they missed each other. They're travelling minstrels. They'll be racing onto the bat. If you bowl wide, you get wellied for 4. Here is the niggly Vince Wells, bowling a juicy hard volley. There's nothing niggly about that unless you're the guy chasing it.
He won the toss this morning. He took a little bit of time to find his feet, get his rhythm, but he has really produced now 2 sumptuous 4s over extra cover. Midfield now a lot more comfortable.
There's Peter Bowler again. Oh, dear me. Scott is having a morning you have nightmares about. And so is Mick Hunt, the groundsman, too. Plays all divots.
Well, the dry cleaners will be pleased. They've got some extra work to do on the trousers of Scott Boswell. Mick Hunt's got some more work to do to replace some divots at half-time. And all in all, Scott is flat out.
This man is... Oh, he's done well to get that over mid-off. I think at first there was a feeling from De Freitas that the catch might be on.
Aaron Maddy had pegged Peter Bowler back somewhat the previous over, and I suppose Peter just thought, well, let's have a go at Wells. He brings up the 50 part.
Out, bowled him, skidded through, went for the pull shot. It took a slight deflection off the pad, but Afridi struck. Peter Bowler going for the big hit over mid-wicket, and that's Afridi's danger ball. A little bit quicker and skids on.
Well, he's so difficult to pick up the pace of his bowling. Peter Bowler opting for the hit towards the leg side, but it's a wicket that Leicestershire badly needed. Shahid Afridi's done the job. He's gotten the breakthrough. Peter Bowler's gone for 42. 107 for 2.
Do this to Afridi at your peril. He gets it to skid on. Peter Bowler going for the positive option, trying to hit it over mid-wicket. Would have been better served just to stay on the front foot and work the ball to square leg, because Afridi isn't a big spinner of the ball. It's against Leicester. But he hits the ball hard. Just like that. Racing past backward point. Off the mark with a boundary.
Blackwell. He's only faced 3 deliveries. Caribbean-like square drive. More importantly, he's hit it into a vacant area just behind point. Well, I wonder if that's a sign of point position.
But there's nobody there. Over mid-wicket. I've just come to the crease. I've faced 8 balls, and I'll just hoik you over mid-wicket.
I think this caused Shahid Afridi to scratch his head a little bit. It was taken off middle and off stump. It was
Afridi getting some of his own medicine. If he gets you 80, he does it a bit like Afridi. He'll do it off 60 balls. Missing leg. Yeah, this will be at least 2. Now trouble at the far end. If Neil Burns had got that throw away quicker, Blackwell would have been struggling. Good running from Cox, though.
Well, it's a full-length delivery. I just think, well, it looks close, but the angle around the wicket might have just taken it past leg stumpist of them all. Just look at him. Takes a long while to turn. The truck unit.
Out. Got it through. Blackwell's got a big wicket for Afridi and Leicester. And he's given him the send-off as well.
Well, he's delivered Shahid Afridi. Once again, well, the footwork not all that great. Big gap between bat and pad and the inside edge. Ball just sliding off onto the stumps. It's a huge loss for Somerset.
Well placed again. A fair few times that Jamie Cox has picked the gap between mid-off and extra cover. And now he's done the business between mid-on and mid-wicket as well, which is an even harder stroke to play. And none of them can do anything about that.
Somerset captain, a square cut, bisecting those fielders. Sometimes easier for the batsman.
Shahid Afridi. That was the googly. It kept a little low, and nod of approval from Jamie Cox. But that really hurried off the surface.
Well, there's the top spinner, or googly. He's beaten Jamie Cox for pace. It's gone right through him. And a little nod from Jamie Cox to say...
Get it!
Well, I'm afraid to say I think there's a problem there for Burns. For Parsons, I should say. Just a present from the Leicestershire fielders, and that's why. Parsons has made it. Well, how's that for a stroke?
My science, timing brings totals, power brings problems, and there's timing on that delivery. Even Darren Maddy, one of the quickest fielders in the Leicestershire side, can't cut that off.
Now then. Oh, he is such a good cricketer, this guy, Darren Maddy. Speed across the ground to the ball, and then the composure underneath it. Michael Burns won't hang around.
And the pull shot from Burns. The important thing to watch here is Darren Maddy making the ground, is keeping his eye on the ball all the way safely into his hands. Superb mobility from Darren Maddy.
Yes. Placement, outstanding. Just a little bit of width. Plays to the tune of 4.
Well, Parsons looked in pretty good touch this afternoon.
So they're very good scoreboards. Yep, but if you haven't got a scorecard with you, Probably quite a good bit of marketing, actually. You see the 200 come up for Somerset. Shot. Placement again. Parsons is playing a fine little knock.
Parsons and Turner have seen a bit of himself bowling. They've seen a bit of a Freedy. He just maybe has bowled himself a little bit long. Divide him up, they push the ball into the gaps for ones and twos.
You can't bowl here. That is bad direction from Philip de Freitas.
From the pavilion end, that started outside the off stump rather than middle and leg.
They're the better looking ones in the team. Well, that's over Boswell's head. It might be over many other people's heads as well. A wonderful crashing blow.
It was just short of the ideal Yorker length. Gave the batsman, well, just enough time and enough length to get the meat of the bat onto it. Still a big hit down to that side of the ground. Absolutely huge.
But it had to be an off-balance throw. $250 and 50 overs. Now they've got a few extra balls to play with. Somerset, I think we can say, are doing it quite well. They'll be happy with what's happened. Now that's the improvisation from Turner we were talking about wonderfully well.
Not too much the bowler can do about this. He was taken from...
Oh dear, Parsons knows. 6 over mid-wicket. That wasn't all that bad a delivery, I promise.
Welcome back to Taunton, where it looks to me like some cricket might be about to break out, which is nice after a long delay. We've had a lunch break, we've even had a tea break now, and it's 394 for 5. Charlie Taylor here, and the score with Sussex yet to pick up a wicket, and Somerset just 6 runs away from another batting bonus points. Vic Marks is in the back of the box. We'll hear from him towards the end of this session, I suppose. But Richard Latham, journalist here at Somerset, has been for a very long time. How many years is it now, Richard, that you've been coming here?
I wrote my first Somerset story about a bloke called Neil Russum, who Vic might remember, and it's 1979 for the Bristol Evening Post. Wow. I started coming regularly probably about 4 years after that, so 40-odd years.
40-odd years, congratulations.
Started watching them at Clarence Park as a boy.
Are you a Western boy?
Western boy, yeah. So, that's where I first fell in love with cricket, really.
I would love to have seen, in the outground era, because Somerset no longer uses them, but I would love to have seen. Well, Somerset men don't.
The players would never put up with the facilities.
No, it's changed. The world's changed, isn't it? The world has changed.
Absolutely.
But I'm from Wells, and they used to play a little bit at Wells, a little bit Glastonbury, more so, I think. Yep. Frome used to get played, of course, that was Harold Gimblett's. Debut was in Frome, as we've been hearing about recently.
Bath, of course.
Hudson Prentice will start us off. Yeah, Bath, absolutely. Up until fairly recent, probably the most recent outground.
Yeah,
Bath,
Western
really.
Went before Bath, unfortunately. And Bath went down to, I think, a one-day game, and then. But that was when they started to complain about facilities, and the pitch was never great because it wasn't kept as it should, as any other proper cricket ground.
It's hard to keep a first-class cricket pitch going. Needs a lot of work, and there just isn't the money around in those smaller grounds these days to employ enough people to do that.
They were good fun, though. They were festivals were a great loss. There are still one or two, of course, Cheltenham and Scarborough and places like that, but they were great fun.
Those places with test grounds tend to have a backup option, don't they? This one is on the pads, just takes an inside edge off Overton. We'll get us run to take him up to 64. He's done well.
Played very well, hasn't
he? Yeah, he's had a good season.
He was saying before, he had a couple of low scores recently, but he was saying before he thought he was in the best form of his life with the bat because he'd worked hard during the winter. It's always nice to see that rewarded. So he's looked very accomplished in this innings.
Well, he's averaging this season more than James Rew.
Yeah.
And James Rew's having a good season. He's had a bit of a lean spell in the last couple of games. Did well in the first innings here, but yeah, James Rew is. If you're averaging more than him, you're probably doing all right. Hudson Prentice in. And Abel defends this one. He's on 96, just one shot away from.
It was sad, the James Rew experiment, wasn't it? With
Didn't
opening.
work.
He was doing so well, and I don't think he considers himself an opener, and I really think it was. There was talk of him opening for England, wasn't there? And not for very long, as it's turned out. If he plays, I sincerely hope he plays for England. I think he will, but not as an opener.
No, I agree. Different skill set, and also for a wicketkeeper, you don't tend to open and keep wicket just because of the fact that you're switched on constantly during a fielding innings, obviously as a wicketkeeper, and then you're straight into opening the batter, which is pretty much the toughest place to bat. Nicely played. They'll pick up a quick single there through point.
Yeah, we saw that with James Bracey at Gloucestershire. His career really went on an upward curve till he played for England. But then Gloucestershire tried to play him and bat him at 3, and it's too much. He wanted to concentrate on his wicket keeping as well. And I'm a great James Bracey fan. I think he will come good again, and he can bat long. But the England experience really did seem to shatter him for a couple of years.
Oh, it was horrible to watch, actually, wasn't it? In some moments of that. Hudson Prentice in, again full and straight and defended by Overton. A few crowd members hung around. That was a long old delay though. It's okay for us because we have to be here, but the crowd doesn't. And the crowd, a lot of them did wander out. Perhaps some of them might be making their way back. I imagine the pubs get a bit fuller in big delays like that, don't you? Especially the ones that put this stream on the screen so that people can keep an eye on it. And they'll see now, looking up, they think, right, got to finish off our pint, drain the last bits, head back to the ground.
These are the real diehards who are here at the minute, that's for sure, because the forecast was pretty bad.
Yeah.
You can imagine why people went home.
Yeah. Again, a bit of an edge, but no one there, so that will be another run. Takes Somerset to 397. And that is a 100 partnership between these two. 35 from Abel and 65 from Overton. So that's a very, very handy partnership. Sussex have not... There was an early part of the day, the very first bit of the day, where balls were moving a bit and batters were just getting edges and sort of streaky runs. But since that first delay, they've come back.
Well, I've been really surprised at Sussex. All through the game, I don't think their body language has been great. Paul Farbrace, I spoke to last night, I've got a great deal of time for. Lovely guy, their head coach. And he was talking about tired bodies and tired minds after 6 championship games, 4 of which have been pretty much back-to-back. And they've looked like a tired side to me, and I don't know why Ollie Robinson hasn't bowled today. As captain, I would have thought he would have started off. If they were really intent on keeping Somerset down as far as possible, they've already got a good score. But I thought he had to bowl, and they've really looked like a team just letting things happen.
Yeah, can't disagree with any of that. It's been disappointing. I agree with you. I just felt like they never really thought that they were going to take any wickets today, which was surprising because actually Overton and Abel were really clinging on at the start. I thought it would be the perfect time to bring
He was moving all over the place. Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to see Carson come on for some spin now, as Overton politely taps it back to him.
Great opportunity for Craig. He's already got 1 century this season, hasn't he? And this is a marvellous opportunity. He won't get a better chance. Not the greatest of light, of course, with the floodlights on, but really against this attack, if he bats properly, he's got a century there for the taking, I think.
It's those moments when commentators say something like that, you just wait for the ball to hit the pads and the finger to go up. It's
that's why I'm saying it. Well, he's on 65, not 95.
I can't remember who was it. Oh, it was in the Yorkshire game, and I think it was Tom Abel, actually. Completely stuffed him up like that. I always feel guilty, I feel like responsible when it happens, but I just talked up how well he was playing and he got out the next ball.
Got to be the best player in the championship at the minute, hasn't he, Tom Abel?
He's going to be up there. Joe Clark's having a very good season
he is,
as well.
Absolutely, but Tom's average is right up there.
Yep.
His tally of runs is pretty much right up there.
Absolutely.
And he looks so assured, Is there a better player in the country at the minute?
Takes not the edge that Overton was thinking. They consider a single, but it's not there. Out of all the players who've played 6 games, either the players who've played every single match so far, Abel has the highest average before this game of 84.25.
Well, it was astonishing statistic someone came up with yesterday about 14 innings of 25 or over on the trot.
Amazing.
That takes some doing. Somebody said Graham Gooch was the last person to do it, so he's in good company.
Yeah, to get to... You don't really monitor 25s normally, but actually getting to 25, it basically says you've got in, doesn't it? So you've seen off the start, you've got through that difficult first period. So to do it 14 times in a row is, against some very good bowlers, actually.
You might get several hundreds, like in 5 or 6 innings, but you would also get a blob every now and again as well, and a single-figure score. So it is an extraordinary record, that of consistency.
That's why his average is so high this season. He's got a couple of hundreds, but actually it's that just consistency of not getting out for low scores. This is played down to.
That's the word, in the 80s now. I think. Well, this innings he's going on, he's moved into the 80s. His average, so not bad, is it?
Nope. Very good. Very good.
Never mentioned as far as England are concerned. I'm 32 years old. I don't know whether he thinks his time's come and gone, but if he keeps on scoring runs, he's an England type player. When I say that, I'm an England type player of the past. He's not an England type player than the way they play now.
Well, that's it. He's not. I know Zach Crawley's been dropped now, but taking him as an example, swashbuckling, brave driver of the ball, that isn't really Abel's game. Abel is a more like Joe Root sort of player in that he accumulates and he uses angles and he'll find singles here. Particularly in this innings is a really good example. He's hit a lot of ones.
He's patient.
Yeah.
And that used to be a requisite of a Test match batsman, didn't it? That you could take your time and play a long innings. Not now, I'm afraid, and the result is 2-day Test matches too often.
Yep. There's Hudson Prentice again, into his 18th over the course of 2 days. 399 for 5. Somerset have got 11 balls to pick up a single for a 4th batting point.
It'll be interesting to see how this pitch plays when Somerset bowl on it, because they've basically been medium pacers that have been bowling for Sussex, and it looks easy paced. But as you said this morning, for half an hour it was doing all sorts. You know, and you can imagine Craig Overton being quite useful on it. So they've just got to keep their foot on the throat now, Somerset. That's what they haven't been able to do in the last couple of games. You know, you've got the team, the opposition where you want them now, and you know they've got to go on and get 500 plus. And bat once. That's got to be the aim, surely now. Get the next bonus point and then grind them into the ground. Because if they are physically tired, keep them in the field.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They looked, which is surprising. I know they played a lot of games, but they just look. They haven't done much today, have they?
I think once you talk about being tired, you are tired, you know, or that can affect everybody, you know, and obviously if the head coach is talking about it, and he's not one to make excuses, Paul Farber, as he said, you know, they weren't very good yesterday compared to how they have been this season. Of course, they've had a very good season. Bar the 12-point deduction, they would be right up there. So I expected more of them, but maybe it is the reason now we're looking at the light by the look of it.
It's the light, I think, because it's not rain.
Oh, and it's the ball, sorry.
Oh, it's the ball, is it?
Yeah, they're looking.
Yeah, they want
as
the ball.
usual.
Okay, well,
the
that's
ball
good.
change.
The ball. If they're looking at the ball, that means we're not going to lose any cricket. Oh, I've just been told that there is a little bit of rain around as well. Frustrating day. They are looking at the ball, and they've been told to get on with it by the look of it.
Well, that makes a change, because was there a day not long ago here they had 5 ball changes? Was it at Bristol? I was at Bristol for 1 or 2 games, so but there was a day I've watched this season where the ball was changed 5 times. And you just think, what are they made of?
Yeah. Whatever it used to be. Are they just being a bit more sensitive about the changes in the ball?
Yeah, that's possible.
Or is it just that the balls are deteriorating more? 399 for 5. Tom Abel on 97 on strike. In comes Hudson Prentice. And it will be the bonus point. It won't be the century. That's 400 in the 109th over. So 4 batting points now brought up for Somerset. Which, considering the last innings they batted they were 32 for 6 or something against Glamorgan, this has been a much better return on.
Yes, and considering
pitch.
2 of them threw it away yesterday, when there really could have been a mammoth score yesterday, and both Tom Lammonby and James Drew, having batted really well, gave it away, didn't they? So these 2 haven't given it away. Tom Abel seems to me never to give it away.
Oh, certainly not this season. No. Fantastic.
So you know, they've done a really good job.
Full takes a bit of an edge. Overton will come through for a single. And he'll put his colleague Tom Abel on strike on 98. Could be a 3rd century this season. How many overall in his career?
I think it's 22.
It will be his 23rd, yeah, if he gets there. 23 first-class hundreds. Not bad. We were hearing, I don't know if you saw the piece that Somerset put on their social media about the new doors on the church at Bicknoller, which have been opened in Harold Gimblett's memories. Whoa, that is a hell of a bouncer. That's about the shortest bouncer, the most bounce I think I've seen. Way over the head of Tom Abel and way over the head of John Simpson, the wicketkeeper. Let's have another look at that. Oh dear. Oh.
John Simpson's a pretty good wicketkeeper, but he isn't going to get that one, I'm afraid.
He's probably the tallest keeper on the circuit, isn't John Simpson, and he's gone over his outstretched hand above his head.
What a fantastic signing he's been for Sussex.
Yes.
Him arriving there has coincided with a lot of the success they've had. So a terrific player, John Simpson. But it was interesting this morning they started banging it in, and I thought that's when it changed this morning. The ball was moving around, and then Crocombe in particular started pitching it halfway down, and Craig Overton hit him for 6, and they knew the short ball was coming all the time. It was telegraphed, and what did Crocombe end up with? Something 20 overs for 90 or something like that, and he's a good bowler.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like the right technique at all,
it didn't.
Did it? Crocombe, yeah, 20 overs, 0 for 90. Abel on strike on 98. He'll hope to have something a bit more reachable than the previous delivery. That should be doable. Now, will he pick up 2? No. 99 he moves to. Round of applause as he gets closer to a 3rd century of the season. There was a moment earlier on today when the rain was still coming down. I thought, we're not going to see this today. He was on 96, wasn't he? And I thought, we're not going to see it. But we're going to be given the opportunity to see it. And he's saying, well, he might not do it yet. Well, that's true, he might not do it yet. He's not on 100 yet, but he's been given the opportunity to get there.
It wouldn't surprise me if he did it with a single. That's the way Tom plays.
Yeah, I agree. Overton jamming the bat down on that one to stop it from getting through. We're into the final ball of the 109th over, so if Sussex going to pick up another bowling point here. They need to do it pretty sharpish. Got 7 deliveries.
Well, that's the other side of the coin, isn't it? Don't give a wicket away now. You know, bat sensibly, which they are doing. Don't have a big swing now and give them an extra bonus point. That's part of what the bonus point system is there for. You know, you deny the opposition as well as collecting yourself.
It's part of the game, isn't it? You don't know. Sussex and Somerset might be fighting for, jostling for a place. Who knows where? At the end of the season, the extra point you deny them here could be crucial later on.
Well, Vic can remember 2010 when we went up to Durham. That memorable day when Somerset could have won it and ended up level on points with Notts. So if they look back over that season, I'm sure there was a bonus point here and there that escaped. One more point would have done it.
This is what frustrates me, especially at the beginning of the season so much. It just doesn't seem to be. And then the end of the season, they're desperate. They're desperate for every point. And at the start of the season, I just think they were a couple, weren't they? First few games, they came to 249 or 247 or something. Frustratingly short of those points, but hey-ho. Other teams will go through similar things. And you know, when you're relying on your number 11 to score you a few runs, you're asking for a bit of trouble, aren't you? Especially to get you to 250, and you shouldn't really be there with that.
I mean, the obvious reason Somerset haven't done it yet or been second in recent years is the batting, top order batting problem. And I thought the guy who came in here, Jordan, did reasonably well. A little bit unlucky, I thought, to get out as he did, LBW, and it looked pretty solid. Josh Thomas unfortunately got out early, so even that opening partnership hasn't worked yet. But we're only going to see that for a couple more games anyway. But they've really got to find a top 4 that the Tom Abel doesn't have to keep going in at 20 for 2, and James Rue and these sort of people. They want the new ball to have been at least seen off a bit before they come in, and so often they don't. They come in with the ball still new.
The problem that England had for so many years, wasn't it? Probably still do have. Joe Root coming in at, as you say, 20 for 2 and having to basically do the job of an opener when he'd much rather come in when the ball's a bit older. Abel on strike on 99. It's down the leg side. Abel had a little go at it, a little nibble.
He used to get out like that,
He
Tom,
did.
didn't
He did a lot, actually. And it was. And I remember reading an article, not one of yours, of course, Richard, which used to say, "Oh, Abel's unlucky getting out down the leg side." I started to think to myself, it's not bad luck if you keep doing it. It's
I remember Anthony Gibson
play.
saying to him after a game, "Tom, have you got a technical deficiency there?" And he sort of looked at him a bit, but it's a technical deficiency. If it happens too often.
Yeah, exactly. Again down the leg side. And again he has a go at it.
Stop doing that, Tom.
Oh. He's having a little nibble here. I think Abel's knows he's on 99. The ball is being put down the leg side. John Simpson is very aware of, he's a good keeper.
They've obviously thought what I thought, that he's going to try and get it with a single because the field's closed right in now, and it's hard to see where a single's coming.
Yeah, if he managed to get something on either of those, he'd have probably got 4 for it.
Yeah.
But, didn't. 99 he's on, 407 for 5. In comes Crocombe. Could be it and will be it. There's a good bit of fielding, but it won't be enough to stop Abel from coming through for his 3rd first-class century of the season, his 23rd in his career. And the Taunton boy takes his helmet off and waves to the crowd. What a fantastic innings and what a brilliant bit of form Tom Abel is in, the former Somerset captain. He's on 100 not out.
And what a pleasure to be on commentary when he does it, because Tom is a player I've always had an immense amount of time for. He's a lovely, personable guy off the field. Captaincy came to him too early, and I think, but for that he probably made more runs than he has, because that did weigh him down definitely to start with. A lot of responsibility for, what was he, 22 I think at the time. 10 years on, he's a really accomplished player, and may look back and think he's unlucky not to have played international cricket.
He's had some fantastic partnerships with Rue this year. Certainly early on, those two were the run machines.
They're both proper red ball batsmen.
Yeah.
Somebody said to me the other day, I think it was Marcus Triscott, that said to me that the two Rues, James is a natural red ball player who's trying to learn white ball skills, and Thomas is a natural white ball player who needs to learn red ball skills. And that's true. I think James is a natural red ball player, and so is Tom Abel. Love watching both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Overton's on strike now, though, who is a little more unorthodox in his technique. He's got some lovely shots, though. Also, some pretty horrible ones in there, but he accumulates runs and he's having an excellent season. He's on, the strike rate's really good. He's on 68 from 88 balls, 87 balls.
I think his batting suffered a bit for some reason, in a strange time in his career, because he was a genuine all-rounder. When the two Overton started, Jamie was the sort of quicker pace bowler, wasn't he? And Craig was thought of as a genuine all-rounder. And it just started to become more and more of a bowler, but he's certainly always had batting talent, and he's showing it today.
Crocombe in again. And that's a nice looking forward push, but no run from it. So Abel, 100 runs from 171 balls, including 11 fours and 1 6. Another excellent innings from Tom Abel. A strike rate of 58.48, fairly typical innings that really.
And following, I think, 280s in the game at Cardiff.
Yeah, I can give you his most recent scores because it makes really good reading actually.
So he's obviously not had a failure if he's not had less than 25, but he's had a good few half centuries in addition to the 100.
His most recent scores, well, there's this one, 100 not out. Then there's 71, 86, 41, 50, 101 not out, 49, 29, 42 and 108. Those are his scores this season.
And before that, a couple of hundreds last season in this run of 14 innings. So he is a tremendously consistent player, and the number of times he comes in with Somerset in trouble makes it an even better record.
110 overs up, so bonus points now are finished. Somerset pick up 4, Sussex 1. Abel is just a bit more expansive there, and he goes backwards of point. Fielder will come around, but they should pick up 2 in that time. They will, so he moves to 102. Sussex will be disappointed with that. I know it's a good pitch, but to only pick up the 1 bowling point is a lot of effort for not much reward.
Bowled today. Is he injured? He's in the England squad, isn't he? So, you know, and he only bowled in like 3 or 4 over spells yesterday. And he's the captain, and I don't understand that. I really don't. He's the best bowler by a mile. Surely he should have been bowling. He's been stood with his hands in his pockets at slip, as he is now.
He's bowled 13 overs yesterday, 1 for 28, including
that was in 3
5
or 4
maidens.
spells?
Yeah. So that's, well, unless he's protecting himself for England, but that's not exactly what the team will want to hear, as this is clipped off the hip by Tom Abel for a single.
And also
otherwise,
his body language is not good.
No,
you know, you look at him stood there now. I mean, if that's your captain, and I think that's been the case for a lot of his career, Ollie Robinson. He's a terrific player.
Yeah.
But he stood there as pretty disinterested, isn't he?
He doesn't. He's not really. I can't see him. You know, John Simpson next to him is making some noise, which you expect from a wicketkeeper, really. But yeah, he casts a bit of a sort of a silhouette type figure, isn't he? Really, hands in pockets. Not bringing himself onto bowl. They need a breakthrough, Sussex. This is a 100+ run partnership now between the number 7 and the number 5.
It's almost as though they've looked at this pitch and think it's going to be a draw.
Yeah. Which is a dangerous thing to think, because
it's always a dangerous thing to think.
Yes, it's, you know, it does flatten out a bit, but Leach is back in the side. If it takes a bit of turn, Leach is a real handful when the pitch starts to turn.
Well, you've only got to look back one match here till Somerset thought exactly that. The pitch is so easy, we're going to make these runs on the final day easily, and they got beaten.
Well, yeah, beaten by spin. Yeah, absolutely. Bess and Joe Root. Hudson Prentice is in, and this is pretty true and full, and this is Overton pinching single there. Quick running from a tall man. 69 he moves to. Yeah, I think Sussex ought to be careful. I don't know, I haven't really looked at the forecast for the next 2 days, to be honest, Richard. So I don't know what we're...
It's drier. I think it's not as much rain. If there's a bit of rain about tomorrow, it's cloudy, I think, but not particularly a lot of rain around. So there's plenty of... I say if Somerset really go on to a big score, you know, that's got to be the aim now, and bowl Sussex out twice. May not be... Maybe the pitch will be too easy pace for that, but... you know, they've got Jack Leach in the side, haven't they? And, you know,
the point is you can't rely on it, can you? That's the point.
No, you don't. No, you certainly can't rely on a pitch to get you a draw.
No. Good running from these two. And Abel moves there onto 105 now. Quick. That just shows actually that they're still really hungry for runs here, Somerset, despite the fact that they're 414 for 5 and Abel's on 100. He's darted twice there to pick up a couple.
Well, it must be in the back of their minds that the last 2 games they've been in a similar position to this, in a very, very strong position, and not put the foot on the throat when they had to with the bat.
Putting the foot on the throat is the great point, isn't it? They've had good positions and they haven't killed off the opposition.
Exactly.
They've let them back in.
Yeah, I mean, they talked about bad luck on the last day at Glamorgan, but the fact was they were 32 for 6 in their second innings, and that's when the damage was done. Not through the ball going past the bat a lot on the final day.
Yep.
If they batted properly in the second innings, they would have been out of sight. So you know, you can talk about luck all you like. You know, you usually make your own luck in sport, I think, and they certainly haven't made their own luck in the last couple of games.
Made life very difficult for themselves. And I agree with you. I feel like perhaps there's that at the back of their minds here as they continue to put the foot on the throat.
I hope so. If there is, they keep on about the learnings these days, don't they? What learnings we've taken from the last match, and perhaps they've taken some learnings from the last 2 games. Who knows?
The word lessons is going to die out.
It is. It's not existing in the English vocabulary anymore. Not in cricket vocabulary anyway.
Overton on strike, trying to get into the 70s. Oh, he will with that shot. That is glorious. Barely moved, just stood and delivered a lovely straight drive for 4.
Tom Abel played 3 or 4 yesterday, straight as you like, back past the bowler, and it's one of the nicest shots to watch, isn't it? I like a cover drive myself, but the straight drive is a lovely shot to watch.
Yeah, cover drive for me, because if you're sat where we are, sort of behind the bowler's arm, it flies off in one direction, whereas when it's a straight drive, because it's not moving laterally to us, it sort of comes a bit slower. So the cover drive looks a bit more thrilling, but it's absolutely a well-timed, proper straight drive is something to behold, isn't it? Well, we know Abel can do it, but Overton just as talented. Oh, he tries to pull this one. Now, did he get anything on that? I don't think so, but Simpson's not taking it cleanly. Strange looking shot, sort of swiped at it as if he was hitting a fly.
As you say, he's got some great shots and some
and he's
got
got
not so great ones.
2 slips in. There's a first slip, which is the captain, Robinson. And then probably a third slip, really. This is at the stumps and Overton defends. Tom Clark there. A big gap, haven't they, between the 2 slips, really? They're thinking it's either going to be a fairly thick edge or a fairly thin edge, but nothing in between.
The other thing about this batting now, I always think, is timing, the time of day when you're batting. And so often Somerset win the toss or lose the toss and get put in, and they're not batting in the final session of the day where conditions are usually at their best. If they can bat all tonight, then they'll be bowling in the morning, which again is a big advantage. It's usually the best time to bowl. So, they want to stick around. They want to use up these overs tonight and put as many runs on as they can.
We've still got 2 hours of cricket here, assuming it stays dry. So plenty of time to score lots of runs. At the moment, and I do this with the commentator's curse completely in the forefront of my mind, but at the moment it hasn't really looked like this. This ball's not doing much. The batters aren't making mistakes here. We've seen a few down the leg side that Tom Abel was nibbling at, but he was on 99 at the time, so I feel like he was probably a little bit nervous. He's hit that well enough to get it past the fielder and run away for 4. He didn't nail it, but he's picked up a 4 and will go on to 77. And you talked there about Overton eyeing up a century a little while ago. Well, takes another step forwards.
Just think it's a great opportunity. The time of day you're batting. The only difficulty is the light, with these artificial light, and how long the umpires will let that carry on. We might still end up with bad light later on tonight. For people who don't watch cricket, it seems a ridiculous thing to say when you've got floodlights on, but they do like natural light, don't they?
They try to, don't they? Try to keep it
and
natural.
so it's no certainty we'll get all the overs in, but this isn't a bad time to bat.
Overton on strike, pulled again. It was in the air for a while, but it's safe. They'll come through just for a single.
So this is Crocombe again, he's just got in the England Lions squad, hasn't he? And he's obviously thought of a fair bit of, but he's bowled shorter and shorter and shorter as the game's gone on. And Craig, not going to worry about that. He might get 1-2 round his ears from Craig when when Somerset come to bowl, but that's about the only response he's going to get, I think. Yeah. But he's gone for 100 now, 0 for 100 from 22 overs, and you think, well, he's a better bowler than that.
Yeah, it just feels a bit listless, doesn't it, from Sussex? A bit sort of aimless cricket. Almost like they're just sort of bowling a bit of practice up for these batters.
That's how it looked. And as I say, Paul Farbrace talked about it last night and said, for them it was a very, he said, rough around the edges day, and they weren't at it all day, and they haven't been at it all day.
No.
Than what play we've had today.
Well, yes, that's the other thing, is actually there hasn't been that much cricket today to play, and they look tired. I guess they had a full day yesterday.
And also their spearhead bowler isn't bowling. And, that puts a lot of emphasis on the others. Well, when they haven't got another really outstanding bowler, have they, really? Certainly not an outstanding pace bowler.
I'm sure post-match interviews' first question will be about the fitness of Ollie Robinson, because they'll be England supporters will be keen to know. It's driven straight, but fielder at mid-on comes around.
He's a very skillful bowler. I don't want to keep knocking the guy because
he's brilliant.
He's a terrific bowler.
Oh, he's brilliant. That's why we want to see him.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm sure Sussex fans want to see him. Because at the moment, there's not a lot happening with these bowlers. I don't think that's their fault
necessarily. Might be told it's the little niggle or something like that. That's you can never tell whether it's the right or wrong. But
well, considering one of the big criticisms of Ollie Robinson over the years has been his fitness, he's not doing much to disprove that he's overcome that in this match anyway. Shorter, right in front of the batter, and he's played it quickly out to square leg, but the fielder's come round well.
And again, Paul Farbrecht mentioned that last night. He said that up to this game, although he didn't say up to this game, but this season, he said he's been keeping his speeds up really well. We were talking about Ollie Robinson, and he said he's a very talented bowler, which he obviously is. He's an international standard bowler. Question marks over his fitness there have been in the past, but he said that this season he's been keeping his speed up, and England would be glad to hear that. But what we've seen today is the opposite to that, isn't it?
Hudson Prentice over the wicket. That's a nice looking shot from Tom Abel, but straight to Carson. Does the fielding at short cover. 424 for 5. That's a really dominating score, and that's with the opener getting out for 7 and the other one getting out for 25.
Absolutely, and still these two haven't taken any risks. No. They're not slogging by any means or hitting out, but they're scoring really quickly with just good cricket shots.
Yep. Overton's batting this season has been fantastic. Genuine all-rounder performances this year from Craig Overton, where perhaps he's lent a bit more towards being a bowling all-rounder. But 140 already to his name in one game.
And it wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me if he's the future captain. He's already vice captain, isn't he? And I think he's being looked at, and when he has been captain, I think he's performed pretty well.
Well, he was captain in the first game, wasn't he?
Yeah, the first two, wasn't
it? First 2 games, yeah, they won one and drew one.
Yeah, so and I like him as a captain. I think you need an aggressive captain, to be aggressive as a captain, and he's certainly got that about his cricket.
Yeah. Takes a bit of a skewed edge past the front of the slip fielders, and they'll come through for a single. The difference between Gregory and Overton, I think, is that usually Overton is pretty cool. However, there are moments where you can suddenly see he flicks into quite an aggressive mode, in a good way, sort of a competitive aggression. Whereas Gregory, I can't really ever remember seeing him looking anything other than very relaxed.
No.
Relaxed, competitive again, not to say he's not competitive.
I think it's fair to say that a lot of people here wonder what happens back in the dressing room when they put in a sort of performance they put in at Glamorgan with the bat, and is there anyone who they come into, like maybe a Justin Langer? Would you like to go back into the dressing room and face Justin Langer after a bad day? I'm not sure there's anybody here that's of that temperament, or maybe it's just not the way anymore. And Lewis Gregory's just, as you say, very calm and nice guy.
Lovely shot.
But I think Craig would be a bit more fiery on bad days.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to cross Craig Overton on a day where he's ticking. There are days I love watching him play when you can see the fire in his eyes. I love that. I think that's one of the great bits of this current Somerset side.
Well, I mentioned Justin Langer. One thing you didn't do as a reporter here when Justin Langer was here was go up to him if he made a low score. He would just glare at you. I'm hearing a chuckle in the background. Does that ring a bell?
Abel on strike again after that very nice little angled shot. Great little sliding dive, by the way. We didn't mention it on the commentary, but he does I couldn't quite see who it was along the boundary there. Really had to dive early to get there. I think the FA Cup final might just be coming to a close. You have a quick look and see what's going on there. And anyone who doesn't want to know, it has finished. So if you're saving yourself for the FA Cup final, listen away. Yeah, but it's been won by Manchester City, who beat Chelsea 1-0 in the final at Wembley. Drive outside off from Tom Abel. He's missed it. That's a bit rare, actually. Haven't seen too many play and misses.
I wouldn't want to bowl at Tom Abel. He's just unflappable, isn't he? You know, that ain't going to worry him one bit. He's played and missed. That's in the past now. Let's get on with the next ball. And he's just never seemed to change his demeanour.
We've talked about that being a red ball player. So much of that is temperament, isn't it?
Yeah, right in behind the next one and takes a single, and that's, you know, you could have almost predicted that.
28.2 overs left in the day. Catching up, if you're just joining us, we're catching up. A lot of rain delay earlier on.
I may be old-fashioned, but I love seeing a batsman bat time. And one of my favourites who are not at Somerset is Dom Sibley of Surrey, who I think should be in the England team.
I agree with you there.
And he's, to me, is a proper county championship and test match player. And the trouble is, we're going down this road now, playing all these shots and everything. And I don't mind. It's not that England lose the Ashes. It's how they lost them, and the fact that Test cricket is now becoming not what I want it to be. I don't want Test cricket to be like T20, watched by people in dragon suits and you know, dressed as chefs. I want it to be proper. What I used to get, spin bowling, you know, quality players of all sorts, quality wicket keepers, quality spinners, and the game taking some time.
And a game that takes time means that a pitch deteriorates differently as well. If the game's over in 2 days, you're not. Whereas if it's 5 days, dry. Pitch with footmarks all over it, then it's a completely different day on day 5 than it would be to day 2, and you see different skills. Completely agree with you. However, what I would say is, if you know, chefs happen to be actual chefs, they can watch in a chef's outfit. I don't mind that. But
I don't like that. No.
No, you don't watch chefs in their chefs. No, they've got to get changed. Okay, fair enough.
I'd allow them in, but not their hats.
No hats. I suppose it's not great for the person behind them, is it?
Exactly. That's very true.
There's no wooden spoons, no hats, no aprons. Well, we're going to see a change in bowling here. It's going to be James Coles, who will come on. Still no sign of Ollie Robinson, so I think we're going to have to say there's a reason he's not bowling here, other than just doesn't want to. There must be something going on.
But he's out there.
So he's not receiving any sort of treatment, but surely he's.
I mean, if he had a genuine injury, surely they could put us. You know, they could replacement fielder on.
If he had a genuine injury, they could replace him.
They could replace him. If he can't bowl, they could replace him. Yeah.
But then I guess he's the captain.
But then how do you find like for Ollie Robinson?
Well, that is hard. So we'll see some of James Coles. Tom Abel's not going to take a long time looking at that. He'll just bunt it down the pitch for a single. I don't know. Ollie Robinson's very confusing. As he says, when he's on and going, he's brilliant.
I think he would have got something out of this pitch. He did on the first day.
Well, even if he doesn't get a wicket, he could create some problems. You know, he's a genuine fast bowler that. Bowls a very heavy ball. He's a powerful bowler that could at least give a bit of food for thought to these batters who look so comfortable. That's the problem, is that these batters don't look in any way hurried or like they're up against it. You know,
and I believe top bowlers can bowl on any pitch.
Yep.
Because they're clever. You know, and it's not just the fact they're getting seam movement, although they can vary their pace. There's all sorts of things they can do. It's like quality spinners. You know, quality spinners don't need to, like Vic Marks, don't need to don't need a spinning pitch. He took as many wickets on non-spinning pitches as he did on spinning pitches.
Yeah, it's a guile, especially to spin bowling. There's sort of
10 on each, wasn't it?
Don't make him get his figures up again. He's constantly doing that.
No, the point is a good bowler can bowl on any surface, and I think Ollie Robinson would be effective today if he bowled, certainly.
Yeah. They almost should have modes, shouldn't they? And those different switch into the different modes depending on what the pitch is offering. There must be more to it than he just doesn't fancy it, surely. Unless England have said, no, please don't get injured, don't bowl yourself. But then why is he playing? Because England surely
what
knew
effect England are having on county cricket if they can ask for James Root to open and they can ask for Ollie Robinson not to bowl. It doesn't sound quite right, that to me.
No. And those other England players in the lineup are playing, aren't they? Joe Root's playing for Yorkshire, I noticed this week.
Well, that again has changed policy, which was ridiculous in the past. All that not playing any cricket, not playing county cricket, the contract players. You know, you've got to play.
Good shot. That'll be 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot.
Not a great ball, and Abel just flicks it really. Just watches it in front of his pads. Just a little flick through mid-wicket for 4 more runs, and he looks particularly comfortable. He's on 115 from 185, and Overton at the other end is 81 from 104.
It's been really nice to see the England players. We're seeing Joe Root down here, for example.
He played brilliantly.
A lot of people wanted to watch him bat, and came in to watch Joe Root bat, which is how it should be, because he's one of the greatest we've ever produced, if not the greatest.
And bowled.
And
bowled well.
And his bowling was you know, as he does, he takes wickets, a bit of a golden arm in Test cricket. He's not the world's worst bowler by any means, but it was watching him bat. And he was a bit chancy a little bit early on in one of his innings, but after that, you know, you just thought you're never going to get him out. And it was a real surprise when Craig Overton got him out on one of the days, and Craig was still talking about it after the game. So,
sure he was.
He is one of those players. I got Joe Root out, wow, because he's that good.
Well, I hope he has a very successful Test summer, Joe Root, because he's chasing down Sachin Tendulkar's record.
I don't think it did him any good, all this baseball cricket.
No,
you know,
no, for a while.
Like we just said when we're talking about Tom Abel, he's that sort of player. He's a Test match county championship type player. And so to try and make him play quicker or whatever, you know, that ain't going to help him.
Put pressure on him, and he lost his shape a bit, didn't he?
Absolutely.
And then eventually, once Bazball settled in a bit, he went back to his old ways and scored bucket loads of runs because that's what he's good at.
Exactly.
But I agree with you. I mentioned to a friend recently that I think Dom Sibley should be in the England team. But the response I got was one of shock. I said, he scores tons of runs. Yes, he scores them slowly. But what would we give for someone who hangs around for hours and hours at the top of the order in England? Would be.
I think over the years here, Somerset have had too many stroke players. You know, what you need in amongst them is a Chris Tavare or a Jimmy Cook. I mean, I know that you're talking about top international players there, but players who play, you know, the situation and can, if necessary, can stay in all day. Then bring your stroke players in around them, and that you've got to have someone who can score quickly as well. But there's just a trend now, isn't there, for everybody to say if they get out playing a big shot, well, that's how I play. And you know, cricket to me has always been about playing the situation, and if you need to defend, you defend.
The person who I just mentioned there, who I was having that conversation with, is watching. He's just texted me. He said, "No, get over it. Dom Sibley's not in the England team." Well, you've got two Dom Sibley supporters here. Richard and I are in the Dom Sibley camp. Somerset yet to play Surrey. Always a really good game, that. Those two coming up against each other, great rivalry. Disappointingly, not going to be facing each other in T20. These new T20 setups is a bit of a shame, that, because that's always a tasty rivalry.
Yeah, especially here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't it?
Great.
There's been some history to the games here, that's for sure.
Well, I was here with some friends for the last the group game here, and it was absolutely fantastic. Somerset winning that one, as they did most of their group games, to be honest.
It's fair to say there's no love lost between Somerset supporters and Surrey.
No, absolutely. When I quite like that. I quite like it, really. It's, you know, cricket is a very friendly sport, and all the clubs are very friendly with each other, really. But to have a bit of spice in some of those fixtures is great. In particular, the T20s, where the crowd is noisy and up for it.
Of course, the Curran, was it Tom Curran, isn't it? That was riling the crowd here, and not so far long ago, wasn't it? The Alex Barrow run out. Well, that was against Surrey, wasn't it? Yeah. When he was run out backing up. Yeah. And I went over at tea time over there, and all hell was letting loose underneath what's Andy Caddick Pavilion. You know, all the Somerset supporters were there making a row. It was a hell of a day.
I remember it well. Yeah. Here we are, look, 500 tickets remaining in that double-header kicking off the season. That's less than a week away. It's a week ago yesterday, so 6 days to go till the T20 season starts here. Abel cross with himself there, thought he could have got more from that, just a single in the end.
Just a footnote to that, it was Murali Kartik, wasn't it, who ran him out?
Yes, of course.
So we're waiting for the Somerset players to come out afterwards, and they come out, and Peter Trieger walks out and says, "We've all been told not to say anything. I can't comment on anything." And does he turn around and says, "But if I'd have been Alex, I'd have wrapped a bat around his head." Which is pretty average for Trieger.
Yeah,
that's typical. But yeah, he wasn't going to button it.
No, who? Pete Trieger button it? No, that doesn't happen. Here comes Coles again. Nicely played, but straight to the field. Not good news, I'm afraid, from Durham, where Somerset women have lost by 120 runs. Another defeat. Been on a run of them. Need to do something to change that. Long old journey back as well. That's a heck of a away day, isn't it, Durham? So, safe journey.
It certainly was a long trip back in 2010.
Yeah.
From Chester Street. I travelled with Richard Gould, who was chief executive here at the time. And the journey home after Notts won the title and in that last bit of play with Lancashire, that when they needed the bonus point, the trip home from Durham was a long one. There were people in tears. I know people can understand how much the county championship means to me and to so many Somerset fans. There were people, ex-players, included in tears at Durham that day, and that's why it means so much for us every season to give it everything they've got, and why the last two results have been so disappointing.
Yeah, from good positions. You know, if you get absolutely thrashed in a game, if you're 150 behind in the first innings, but to be ahead, to have one hand on a win and then to let it go like that twice is well, it's so frustrating. And so Somerset now, hopefully those lessons have been learnt, and we're seeing a team that's going to, from a winning position in the first innings, push on to make sure they secure that. Don't forget as well, this is next month, the Festival of Red Ball Cricket, and the Warwickshire game here should be great. Good team, Warwickshire. There are a lot of good players in there. Should be a very good game of cricket, weather depending. So do come along and enjoy some Red Ball cricket. There'll be activities and things going on in the stadium, on the ground. Using his feet here is Tom Abel for a single, pushing it down to long on. Score moves to 4-4-2 for 5. Somerset have put on over 100 runs today, and Sussex are yet to take a wicket. They're going to come through for a quick single now. Craig Overton was running to the danger end, put pressure on the fielder, who was Tom Clark, and he might have hurt himself. What's he done? Rolled onto the ball? Oh, looks painful. What's he done? Bit of pressure. It's a strange one because he was just fielding.
Either caught his knee in the ground or
yeah,
something.
maybe
it's obviously a knee.
Twisted something.
Yeah.
Not very nice. Yeah, there's a big divot out of the ground there. Perhaps just as he realised they were going to come through for the single, he dived on it. If we've got an angle of that, no, I don't think we have. Seems to be okay. Not a lot going Sussex's way today. Ollie Robinson, the captain, at slip with his hands still in his pockets. He brings them out now, ready for this delivery. This is played in the air and taken, and that is something that's gone right for Sussex. Abel has gone for 119. It's a sharp catch at shortish mid-wicket, and in the end, Tom Clark, who we've just been talking about having hurt himself, picks up a catch the very next ball. So Abel goes 119, and the score 443 for 6. It was a nice shot actually from Abel. He picked it up really well, but too close to the fielder, and a good catch from Tom Clark. Sees the back of the former Somerset captain. Raising his bat as he leaves.
That's nice to see as well. Not everybody does that these days. No criticism of Tom Abel there. It's time to play shots. He's got his 100, and Somerset need to press on. Pretty good shot. Just picked out the fielder.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory, the new Somerset captain, is the man who comes to the crease alongside Overton. Overton will be saying 84 to his name. Said, please, let's not run out of partners before I get to 100, because it's happened already this season where he's run out of partners. Overton might be thinking, I've got to get these 16 runs before, if Somerset have decided they're going to hit out a bit, then let's just make sure I get to those 3 figures. He'll do what he needs to do for the team. He always does, Craig Overton. Fantastically selfless player.
There is a school of thought you should always do what the opposition don't want you to do. So, maybe they wouldn't mind a few overs at them tonight.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd want to come off, let's say, and have 8 overs to bat. Do you?
Doesn't look like a team that wants to do that, no. They might be quite happy just to go all the way through to the close.
I can see both points of view. It's good to be bowling in the morning, fresh new ball in the morning. That's fine. If they lose a couple more wickets now, then maybe they'll start to think about it.
Yeah, I think 443 on the board is good. It's not a bat once sort of score, really. You need a few more.
Yeah, another 50 or 60.
Yeah, getting into 500 area, and you can start to put pressure on a bat once tactic. But 443 a little bit low, especially on a pitch which is fairly good. Overton, Gregory, sorry, Mike. Did that come off bat? It's a bit, sounded a bit Paddy, yes, going to be a leg by. So Gregory not yet off the mark. Brings Overton on strike. Now, what could be interesting is what we're going to see Overton do. I don't think he'll be panicking yet. Still 4 wickets in hand. So
just continue to play properly.
Yeah, play as he has been doing. He's been doing
positively, but properly.
Well, he's doing 84 off 112.
Exactly.
Strike rate of 75.
Yep.
Yeah, no problem with that. Okay, well, we're going to see him step down the pitch and try and carve it through the covers, but picks out the fielder. No run.
You know, the chance of 100 for number 7 players does not come along a lot often. You know, and as I said, he won't get a better opportunity. So you know, get to the 3 figures, and then maybe chance his arm after that.
No one would criticise if he got to 100 and then got out straight away trying to play a big shot. But it's a perfectly legitimate thing to do. He moves on to 85 with that one. And the sun, dare I say it, Richard, the sun seems to be coming out here at Taunton for the first time today, as I can see shadows, and I thought to myself, God, the floodlights have turned up brighter, but it's not the floodlights, it's actual sunshine.
No, by far the brightest time of the day, and I keep going back to the best time to bat here. If the sun's out in the final session, this is the best time to bat at Taunton. So I hope Somerset use up as many overs as they can, but it wouldn't be the worst thing to give them 3 or 4 maybe.
Those afternoon and evening sessions batting, in particular those evening where the floodlight shadows start to move across the pitch, those are the quiet days I think about in the depths of winter. I think not long before we're sitting there at 5:30 in the sunshine, maybe a cider in hand if I'm not commentating, obviously. Oh no, he should have absolutely nailed that into the temporary stand, but he's missed it. It's hit his legs. He's going to miss the stump, so no appeal, but it's not a great bit of cricket. I don't think I want to watch that too many times. Overton on 85. In comes Coles. A bit more cautious that time from Overton, just a light tap to turn it into the leg side for a single. He moves to 86. Bringing Lewis Gregory on strike. Gregory, who is not doing too badly himself this season. With the,
no, he's played some good innings this season, and he can bat. There's no question about that. Good one-day player as well.
Well, he comes in at 8. I think he could easily be much higher than that in other teams. Yeah, his talent's probably wasted a bit at 8, but how else do you squeeze him in, really? They're going to take a quick single there, and they come through well for it, and that will beat Gregory off the mark, I think. Unless I've missed something there. Yep. 4-4-7 for 6.
Captain and vice-captain together, so you know, they can at least discuss the tactics out there, can't they?
Well, there'll be no need for a discussion of declaration in the changing room if these two are out here together, but I don't think they're anywhere near that yet. Still got 23 overs today, you may as well use up some of those.
There's 2 choices. Put them in for a few overs late in the day, or wait, bowl tomorrow.
Half a shout, but I don't think there was ever really a belief that was going to be given. I'll come through for a leg by. 4:48 for 6.
Shame there's not more people in the ground, isn't it? And so these are the diehards who've stayed around all day, but they're being rewarded with and if you look at them over the other side of the ground, it was funny yesterday, you know, the ground, one side was freezing cold, and when I went over and met a mate of mine at lunchtime, we'd been sitting on the Botham stand and side, he was red in the face and was getting a suntan. So it was a really odd day yesterday. The wind was whipping around in certain areas. Very cold. Photographers were coming in saying how cold they were, and you're over there in the sunshine. So there's 1 or 2 basking in a bit of sunshine now, which is nice for them.
Yeah, cold air, wasn't it? It was Arctic air being dragged down, I think. And a couple of high bits of pressure either side of the UK. Which is strange because then the sun's out and you get the warmth of that. So, yeah. Strange mix. It's funny in the car. I work very early in the morning, so it's been 2 or 3 Celsius this week going to the office at 4 o'clock in the morning. So whacked up the air conditioning on hot, etc., and make sure, you know, not the air conditioning, the heater, have it as hot as you can. And then stepping in the car when I finish at 1 o'clock, it's been sat in the sun. Obviously, there's no cool air getting into the car. It's like an absolute sauna in there. It's the opposite, turning it down as cold as you go, aircon on to keep it cool. That time of year. As Carson comes in from the river end, Gregory is pretty deferential to that one. Quiet Saturday in Taunton. Can't see too much traffic on the Priory Bridge Road. Usually this time on a weekday you can see cars backed up on there. No run there either.
I encountered a bit of traffic coming down the M5 this morning. But when don't you? This doesn't seem to be a time of day you can travel now, does there? Where you aren't going to get held up somewhere. It used to be go at night, but half the motorway exits are closed or they're working on the motorway. Very difficult these days to plan a journey, but it takes me about 45-50 minutes to get down from Portishead Road.
It's pulled, and we'll pick up a single for the captain.
Somerset's 450 comes up with a 100.
450, but no bonus point. A bit too slow for that. Another 50 runs minimum, Richard. You'd want to see.
I think you've got to get 500.
Want to see a score starting with a 5, really. I think, and then Somerset can.
You've got to consider there's time been taken out of the game now, so it's not quite the same as if you had full time. But
down
I
the
think they're
ground.
playing it just right at the minute.
Bit of a streaky shot. Hasn't fully got hold of that one, but it has just tripled over the rope at mid-wicket for 4. So Overton picks up another boundary. He's closing in on 100.
What you won't see is Craig going to his shell in the 90s.
No, he doesn't. if anything, he comes out of his shell in the
Absolutely.
90s. Just gets there quickly. What's he on now? He's on 90 now. And he's on strike. A couple of balls left in this over.
He deserves 100. He's played really well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's come in and from the start he's played positively but sensibly, which is about as all you can ask for, really, isn't it? That's a nice shot for a single. A nice old gap there at square leg. He's played it with just enough strength that it takes a little while to roll to the fielder, which gives them time for the single. Robinson just moves his field a little bit. For Lewis Gregory, who's on strike on 3. Carson is in, down the leg side. It's the end of the over. So Overton moves to 91 and will be on strike for the next ball. 455 for 6. The batter's still to come. Miguel Pretorius still to come. Well, he can... Usually goes one of 2 ways with Miggy for early on, doesn't it? I remember seeing him against Yorkshire.
One of one way recently.
Well, yeah, slamming it down Joe Root's throat when Somerset were on the brink of a defeat there. Jack Leach and Alfie Ogborn. Alfie Ogborn can certainly.
He's got 40 odd this season, hasn't he, Alfie?
Good.
Was it Hampshire?
I think you're right. Yeah, about high 30s, early 40s maybe. So plenty of batting really there. The thing is with Pretorius, he could come off and make you a quick 30 to 40, or he could get out first ball.
So could Charles Willoughby. I saw him make 40 one Saturday morning here. I was talking to him about it the other day when he came to the old players thing, and I think it was against Worcestershire. Never made a run in any other game, but that Saturday morning hit a quick 40.
Sometimes your luck's in. Cole's in, and Gregory just defends it. Lovely evening now. As you say, shame there's not more people here, but a few have turned up. I wonder if there's people who come in, probably those people who live in Taunton or very close by, who can keep an eye on the cricket and then think to themselves, right, I will go in, rather than people who have to make a decision at the start of the day whether or not to go to Taunton. Oh, this is on one knee and slam. That's going to be 6 runs. That's huge. From Lewis Gregory, we know he's got it in it. He's practicing for the T20 season, perhaps, which gets going in less than a week's time. What a shot.
I was going to say when he came in that maybe with Craig in the position he's in, so close to 100, maybe it's Lewis that will play the more aggressive shots, and that was
it's glorious.
Classic over cow corner.
I mean, that is, some shots you see and you think ugly 6s, but that is about, for me, that's...
It's the hold the pose.
Oh,
shot.
Lovely, yeah, down on one knee.
Hold the pose when you see it flying out like that.
Full follow through, lovely shot. This time he just angles it into the offside. Lovely.
Good
6 and a 1, perfect
Good
stuff.
cricket.
He moves to 10, and Overton is now on strike with a couple of balls left in this over. He's on 92. I'm going to have to have a look at Craig Overton's recent scores, because it's not his first century of the season. It'll be his second if he gets there. Still 8 runs needed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, they've got a long on out, and I just hope he doesn't fall for that. And a deep square, so they're expecting him to do what we said in the 90s, and that's become even more aggressive.
Scores this season of 60 not out against Nottinghamshire, 141 against Essex, 30 against Hampshire. Didn't do well against Yorkshire, just 1 and a 2. And then he scored 33 against Glamorgan, just picking out some of them. And now 92 not out here. So that's, for someone who's primarily really in the team for their bowling, I realise there's a bit of batting there, but really he's in the team because he's an excellent strike bowler. That's a very, very good return.
It's always nice to see someone, you know, the stage of the career he is, you know, not nearly at the end of his career, but at an advanced stage in his career, but who will still work on something to make themselves better, you know. And he did say, I know it's easy to say after you scored 140 or whatever, but he says, you say, he had a couple of other innings as well, and he said he felt he was batting as well as ever and has really worked on it, so fair play to him.
Gregory on strike then to Carson. 463 for 6. Somerset looking to put an imposing total on the board here. Reverse, swept brilliantly. Has 4 runs. Gregory, who in the last 2 shots he's played, well, last 3 shots, 2 of them have been a down on one knee slog over cow corner for 6 and a really well executed reverse sweep forwards of square. And he looks like he's ready for a bit of T20 fun, actually, Richard, doesn't he? And as the captain, I think that could be quite exciting.
Well, he's a hugely important player in T20 for Somerset, well, has been for years.
Look at what he did in that final. What did Somerset need, 18 runs or something? 20 runs. Came and hit it off 4 balls. Defending there, but not particularly well.
Well, it was an incredible success last year, wasn't it? So they looked like losing throughout the
They
last
kept
3
on looking like
last 3
losing.
games.
Yeah.
And pull them all out of the fire. Sean Dixon's innings here, of course.
Yeah, what an innings that was.
What a night that was.
I think that might be, for me, the pick of the T20 innings I've seen at
That
Taunton.
was astonishing.
It was a win from nowhere. I was in the crowd with some friends. It was absolutely brilliant.
Not so good for me, though, because you write up your report with an over to go, or 2 overs
Somerset,
to go, 3 overs to go.
Somerset defeated despite, you know, all
yeah,
that, yeah.
The whole thing
Okay.
has to be rewritten at very short notice. And sometimes you go down to the last ball and you're never quite. So sometimes I have 2 or 3 different intros, you know, and 2 or 3 paragraphs written to slot in when depending on the result.
Yeah, that's the benefit of broadcast, Richard. Moves on to 93 now, Craig Overton. Broadcast, all you've got to do is react. You don't have to do stuff beforehand where you're trying to work out what's going to happen. Saves a lot of time rewriting, you know, I suppose. Gregory already on 14. It's been good to watch so far. It's exciting. What will he do this time? A couple of balls left in this Carson over. He's gone for 84 runs from 20 overs so far. Picked up a couple of wickets in that time. Yeah, he fancies it again. Top edge could be out. No, he's going to land safe. Gets away with it. Well, he's tried something outside of off there. I think he's tried to smash it into the leg side, possibly. Let's see, what was he trying to do? Anyway, it's a top edge. Hasn't worked out for him. Yeah, he's tried to slam it, sweep it into the leg side, but just top edged. Got just enough on it that it raced away tantalisingly from Ollie Robinson, who was trying to catch up with it. Final ball of this 122nd over. It's Craig Overton on strike this time. Just clears his left leg and plays it into the leg side for 1 run. He moves to 94 and will keep the strike.
1 hit away.
1 hit away. I wonder if that's crossed his mind. I'm sure it will have done. It's pure bright sunshine now at Taunton. Oh, what a treat. At the well, the now quite small crowd have been given. Seeing these two, the captain and vice captain, going at it, perhaps a second century of the day on the cards. Very disappointing. I wonder what Sussex fans are making of what they're seeing. It's been lacklustre, I would say. Not just with the bowling, but just the whole feel is a bit subdued. body language. There's not much noise coming from that Sussex team. We've got our microphones out there, but can't hear a lot of chat going on. Robinson's moved himself out of slip. He's very close to Lewis Gregory at the non-striker's end. It's a sort of silly mid-on, sort of very short mid-on. And actually, he was on the ball there, so saved a run. Overton still on 94. In comes Coles. Overton using his feet. Very nicely played. There's a fielder there. Mid-off. So just the one. Gregory feels like he's been given a licence to hit out.
I think that's the way to play it till Craig gets to 3 figures, hoping he does. That Lewis can take the primary role.
Comes Cole again, the left armour. Nicely played out into the offside again, another single. Hammered into the leg side, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Four, 7-3 for 6. Approaching that 500 mark. Using his feet down the ground, there's a fielder there. It will go over his head, and one bounce for Craig Overton moves to 99. For the second time in about half an hour, we've seen a player in Somerset colours on 99. Wasn't all that far away.
That was interesting because they've had players right back on the boundary, and this time he's gone over mid-off, and the mid-off was a fair few yards in from the boundary, so probably spotted that and felt it was a safer shot.
Craig Overton on strike on 99. Cole's in. Oh, nearly caught, dropped. It has to be said as a drop. The captain's dropped Craig Overton on 99. It was a tough chance, but that will go down as a drop. Oh, drama. Should we have another look at that one? Yeah, it was a tough chance, low down.
You've seen them take someone who fields at slip. That's, you know, bread and butter in a way, just diving to his right. But again, symptomatic. Perhaps they dropped a couple of catches yesterday, Sussex, didn't they? Which, again, the coach mentioned last night. They have been dropping catches in recent games, apparently. I wouldn't have wanted to interview Craig tonight if he'd got out to that.
If he'd got out. But it would have been, that could have been a great moment for Sussex to have stopped this. Someone reaching 100 is an important thing. Now, what's Gregory going to do? He's going to try and get Overton on strike? Not that time. I don't think you need to do anything different. Craig will get his chance. Still 4 wickets in hand, so time enough. 99 is Craig Overton, but it's Gregory on strike on 16. Here comes Carson. Well, they will pick up a single here. Overton on strike on 99. He has faced 130 deliveries. He, in his career, has 2 first-class hundreds, one of which came this season. He scored 141 against Essex. So this would be his most successful season as far as 100 scoring goes, if he can score one more run today. In comes Carson. Not there. Fielder's coming quite close now. Singles are going to be hard to come by. He might have to go aerial, unless he can thread the ball through one of the tight gaps around him. Three balls left in this over to try and get that single. In comes Carson. Oh, this one he comes forwards to and he misses it. And goes through to the keeper. This is tense stuff. Oh, my heart rate's gone up. I should think Craig Overton's has as well. Normally pretty cool character, but 99, approaching just your 3rd.
I think having had that narrow escape, he'll make sure he hits this one pretty solidly.
Yeah. 478 for 6. Craig Overton on 99. Here's Carson in. And he's fired it back to the bowler, and it's well stopped.
So he did it solidly. That was a good stop. Kept the pressure on.
He goes for a little walk out towards the square leg umpire. He surveys the field. Pressure building here. Overton has already been dropped on 99. We saw the 23rd century of Tom Abel's career earlier on. Will we see the third? Craig Overton. Yes, that'll be it. It's a parried stop in the end, but it was enough for Craig Overton, who will come back for a second. He'll move to 101 not out. 3 first-class centuries now to his name. 2 of them have come this season, and he's helped Somerset to a really commanding position here. 480 for 6, and they're still going. He waves his bat to the ground, and what a season he's having with the bat. He's averaging more than James Rue, and I think that really says something, because Rue's having a good season as well. He pats his partner on the back. Lewis Gregory, his captain, comes over. And Overton, 101 not out.
And every dog has his day, because in Glamorgan the other day he couldn't take a wicket to save his life. But bowled with such great commitment and wholeheartedness, and kept going past the outside edge. Just wasn't his day. Had that umpiring decision where the umpire looked like giving a player out, and Craig was celebrating, and then he ended up touching his hat, which was something I'd never seen before in all my time watching cricket. So nothing went right for Craig there, and it's really good to see that he's come back here in exactly the right way. And that was bar that one little blemish on 99, that was a terrific inning.
Yeah. Gregory on strike, because that was the last ball of the over. Cole's left armour kicks up some dust as it hits the turf, and that is a single added to the total. 481 for 6. Richard, thank you very much for your time for coming. Oh, you've done the 2 centuries. You'll be off then now.
Yeah, my pleasure. I think anytime you want a few runs, get me back on.
Well, it's always a pleasure.
I'll pass over to Vic.
Richard Latham, who is the thanks very much, Richard. Lovely to see you. Richard Latham, as Craig Overton comes down the ground. Will that go all the way? Yes, it will. 6 runs straight down the ground. What a way to finish for Richard Latham, who walks off. And we'll welcome Vic Marks to the studio, to the commentary box very soon. A huge hit from Craig Overton, who might just feel the shackles have been lifted from him now that he's reached the 100, because Gregory's playing with a lot of abandon and confidence and aggression, and now perhaps Overton will feel like he can, now he's secured those 3 figures. Cole's the bowler. He won't like seeing that previous ball sailing over his head for 6. Let's see what he can do this time. Oh, another big heave-ho. That one will go all the way for 4, finding the gap perfectly on the leg side, and the runs are flowing now. 491 for 6, and Overton already up to 111. And alongside me is Vic Marks.
You're right, he's playing with a bit more freedom now.
Yeah, he is. Certainly, especially compared to when he was on 99.
Yeah, and I think the best, well, there's a fairly short leg side boundary, but the best place at Taunton to hit them, if they're in the right place, is to go straight, because those straight boundaries aren't, especially coming this way. They're not very big, and if he middles it, he'll clear them. But the field is spreading as we speak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men, 6 men on the boundary, actually 6. It's 6.
Oh,
He's
bowled him.
Yeah,
He came down the ground and missed it. Simple as that.
What a horrible game. Anyway, he's got 100, 111, and he's marching off. And what a season he's having. He's marching off as quick as I've ever seen anyone walk off. Almost as if he said, right, I'll put my bowling boots on now. He really isn't. Or is the cup final over? Yes, I think it is. And who's come out? Well, interestingly, not that interestingly, but it's Jack. It's not Miguel Flores, who, well, if we're being honest, has not been in princely form with the bat since his return. He's bowled terrifically.
What's the opposite of princely form? Peasant? Is a peasant the opposite of prince?
Well, I don't know, really, because we don't want to knock peasants.
No, we don't. No.
But what it tells me is that actually Gregory is, or the team, are quite keen on going on to possibly bat all day and get. I understand the logic that you think the only way Somerset can win this game is if they are able to enforce the follow-on and bowl them out twice for under 500, something like that. But if they were going to declare tonight, I think they might have said, Miguel, you're not in the best of nick. You're not even in princely form. But go out there, you've got a licence, see if you can get it back. In the knowledge that you probably wouldn't. But he hasn't come in, so Jack's come in to suggest that maybe he'll just give a bit of support to Gregory and they'd like to go on a bit longer. Who knows? There are 18 overs remaining if the light stays okay. Yeah. It's not too bad at all at the moment.
Plenty of cricket to be played
yeah.
today.
And so we'll see.
Wouldn't mind seeing a Jack Leach thumping cover drive. Well, that'll do as well. Lovely little cut shot. Pick up a single. Quick bit of running, but...
Yeah. I mean, they'll be positive. Jack will be positive. He likes playing shots now. Just doing a few stretches.
Well, he hasn't played cricket for a while, has he? I think, he wasn't in the Glamorgan.
Yes, he played at Glamorgan. He didn't use him.
Yeah, yes, that's right. That's why I didn't remember spotting his name very often. Missed a game here, Yorkshire game. That's right. He missed that, didn't he?
Now then, the field's come up again. So whether that'll tempt Gregory to go airborne, I think it's in the right slot. It will. It's not though. He'll cut it away though, and that's just the one.
Lovely wristy player, Gregory, isn't he?
He's a super. I mean, like Overton actually, but he's a beautiful timer for a good ball, and we've seen him play some astonishing innings very often against a white ball in the T20, where the game is almost up, but he loves the challenge, doesn't he? And he stays calm. And he times the ball and he's cleared the boundary here in front of the 7,000 or 8,000 who packed in. Most memorably, of course, in that quarter-final. And two, probably more than one quarter-final, but certainly last summer, was it? When Somerset were outplayed for 95% of the match and then cruised in at the end thanks to Gregory and one or two assistants.
I remember one quarter-final here where he was with Ben Green.
That's right, yeah. The game seemed just about out of reach.
Yeah, they were clinging on, weren't they? That was brilliant. I think it was a 70-odd partnership. Was absolutely brilliant. And Ben Green, who sadly no longer here at Somerset, but he was a real strong striker of the ball as well. Reverse, and sort of flicked, lovely shot before.
There's nothing wrong with that ball. I always feel sympathy for the off-spinner who's landed it more or less exactly where he was aiming. Gregory, who doesn't often play that reverse sweep, but he's played two today, and they're going to defend that region now. The man's gone out on that sort of backward point boundary, so he probably won't bother with the reverse sweep now. But there's a lot of scouts out. He didn't get all of that one. I'm not quite sure where he was aiming that.
Not there.
He's trying to hit it quite a long way.
Yeah, it comes charging out.
They're all sort of
straight against his boot.
Captain Robertson just spreading his men a bit deeper. They're deep enough as it is. There's 6, 7 on the boundary. 7. Well, and he's managed to. Yeah, they're running back for a second. He did well to stop it, actually. Scramble. He really middled that. Scrambled to his left and stopped it, but they could come back for a second.
499. 7.
Yeah.
Coming to the end of the second day. We've still not seen Sussex bat.
Well, I'm thinking that's the way Gregory is playing so freely that he's open to the possibility of having a bowl tonight.
I think so.
What will be the downer is if he declares and then the umpires look at the skies and think, no, it's not good enough. And then you think, oh, we've wasted 20 minutes because they probably wouldn't offer the light to Somerset, I don't know, the spinner's on. Robinson is an amazing sight for a captain. There he is at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, hands in his pockets, just wandering in a bit.
We've said hands in his pockets an awful lot today, doesn't it? I mean, it's
it is cold out there. I don't mind players having hands in pockets trying to keep warm, but it is slightly odd that the captain of the team under the cosh and you are the best bowler that you don't bowl. he's bowled, I don't know, 13 overs in the innings. I've lost.
Yeah, he bowled 13. That's it.
13.
13. One for 28.
Yeah. So it's strange. I think it's not a sort of Ben Stokes reaction to the situation.
No,
I can tell you that.
It's two different captaincy types, isn't it? Stokes might have sort of bowled anything but the 13 overs as the.
Yeah. Anyway, he doesn't look like he's going to bowl now.
No.
Wandering to.
I just don't.
Mid wicket.
There must be something going on there because I just can't see why you
he's
wouldn't
his own
bowl.
man. He's moving gingerly, but one must assume he's fine. He hasn't got to play a Test match until June the 4th.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, I'm wondering. Well, everyone is incredibly deep now. They're giving Gregory a single anywhere, just about. In which case, if he's not going to hit him for 4, he must take the single because Leach can bat, and we don't want the game to sort of stagnate with 4 rejected singles and then take one. I mean, Leach is 500 for 7. You just take what comes, and Leach will like the idea of showing us.
Yeah.
Well, I'd never really liked the phrase, but he wants an opportunity to showcase his skills. I've heard it though quite often.
Well, and he has got skills. He's
good
to watch.
So the field are going to come in a bit for him.
Yeah, it's a bit silly, isn't it, when it all starts going like this?
And he'll have license to play properly, but play with some aggression.
Well, he's got a lovely checked cover drive, Jack Leach.
Yeah,
It's what like watching.
Yeah, he's got a few
punchy
shots.
cover drive.
He won't like to get out to another left-arm spinner, though.
Is there a rivalry between
Well, there's always that thought, isn't there? Coles does his sort of job. He doesn't want to give him any cheap wickets, but he'd like to hit him. And he does hit that one, and I think he's...
6, yeah.
Is he hit it for
6?
He's hit it for 6. He's been to the gym too often now. Look at it. That Jack Leach, he's gone from 1 to 7 in one shot. It wasn't emo. It wasn't quite Gar-esque, but it was. He middled it and wallop. Fetch that one back.
Somerset
gone into the Gimblett stand.
Tell you what, Jack Leach asking to be put on that first 11 for May the 22nd, start of the T20 campaign here.
Well, he can play T20.
Yeah, he's played a few games.
He's played a few games, and he should be always. Oh, look at that! And we'll just nurdle him for 1. That's what the big batsmen do. I mean, certain places you do, you think very seriously about Leach playing T20s. But if you go to Hampshire, where in the past anyway, they've big outfield, slow clawing track where Dawson, for example, has been so effective. Bowling a normal length usually because it's just not coming on. It's hard to clear the boundary. I mean, Leach is as good as anyone in that situation. A bit trickier sometimes here at Taunton.
Where room for himself there.
The boundaries are short and the pitch may not be of any assistance. Coles was inquiring understandably about an LBW, and he's just sort of wondering why he didn't get any sort of response, either from the keeper much, but certainly not from the umpire. He fired that one in, and if you have a look at that, we might have a look at it.
If your keeper's not deciding to join in, then you're really struggling.
So the field is fairly deeply spread now for Leach. Wow. Nurdle him. He is going to just like that. Yeah. Cagey old pro, isn't he now? I'll take the stride, Skip, don't worry. I'll get off. But quite right, you've got to take the runs. He's raced to 9, Leach, or 6 balls. Strike rate was eminently satisfactory.
Big cloud coming in just to...
Well, if there's a big cloud coming in, I don't think... And then the umpire's having a chat. See, the umpire's there, 5:45, and it's getting a bit late.
Still got 15 overs to go.
Spinners are on. That should come into it because it's got to be dangerous theoretically. Well, it's certainly not dangerous. I mean, you could argue it's more dangerous for the fielders than anyone else.
Yep, it's true.
But it's not dangerous.
No, not with these two bowling.
No, and I don't really think he's dangerous with anyone bowling, to be honest. But and they've kept up a good over 8 yesterday, but they're slowing down a bit. They're not too bothered. The game is, they're just hanging in, and in the knowledge that if you're Sussex, you're just thinking, we've got to make sure we bat properly. It hasn't worked in the field. They've got a lot, and we've got to try and bat for 2 days. Or save the follow-on and then see what happens.
Yeah.
You don't get many declarations in the finals day nowadays that are enticing. I think Gregory would be minded to do that. So they're just about all on the boundary now. So what are they going to do? I mean, he gets his sprinting boots on. There's 1 or 2 twos around, but there'll be hard work getting all this. But let's see what he does. Well, he might try and clear him straight down the ground. Well, he's hit that quite hard, but it's just a joke to single.
And they all come back in.
They all come back in, and there's some. It'll take a while.
Well, it slows the game down a bit, doesn't it? This sort of in and out cricket like this.
They need another man on the leg side. No, they had one more on the leg side. Perhaps he's not going to bother. Robinson's gone to a short extra cover.
Nicely weighted for that one. At the angle that he was looking for, just pretty much bang on square. Just backwards of it. Picks up another single. He moves to 11 off 8 balls, and Gregory's there 28 off 27.
Yeah. And, I mean, it's help yourself really now. It's just a question for Gregory to decide whether he's going to try and, despite the fact that everyone's on a boundary, still look for a boundary, or whether he just tap it and hope get for 1 or just possibly 2. He's going for the maximum, and he's got it. He's got it. He's got it. He's found Hildreth. Robinson's out there. He wasn't quite on the boundary edge. I think if he had been right on the boundary edge, it might have been catchable. My eyes aren't that good, but
yeah, no, I agree with you. I think the fact he was in from the boundary is.
He might get a wicket though if he loiters there. He might if he tries to do it again. It's a long way out there. It's a huge hit. Take one. Go on, take one. No.
He's trying to find a gap there. He's not going to get it.
It's all right. It's just yeah. So Gregory's got 35 now from 29 balls. 55, 20 for 7. And I still think these runs could be quite handy. I know it seems a bit sort of surreal, this sort of cricket, when everyone's on the boundary. But they come easier now than at any other time. And I think... Oh,
in the air, and just stops being completely demolished.
A source of frustration there for Carson, because he had actually beaten Leach in the air. He got a leading edge. He's broken the stumps, and he didn't quite get a finger on it. The follow-on, at the moment, it requires Sussex to get 322, I suppose, in their next innings, which is well within their compass.
No, it'd be 372, won't it? It's 150 in a 4-day game.
200.
In a test match, it's 200 on a 5-day game.
Completely out of...
in a 4-day game,
150.
150.
Oh, they've got to get 371 then. But if they get 371, they're close to saving it anyway, actually. But you're right. Beg your pardon. I'm glad you're here.
No, that's... that is one of the most confusing things, is the difference between the... It's the same way in the overs bowled. You only get 90 in a test match day. You get 96 in a championship day. That always confuses me as well.
Now then, where's he hit that? He's hit that well. He's hit it over extra cover. A little punch of the gloves with... Well, if they don't let me bowl, I'll have a bat instead.
Yeah, well, get him in the T20 side.
I mean, again, it's not quite Gower, but it's working.
I think that's good. Jack Leach, not quite Gower, but not far off. Yeah.
Oh.
Lovely stuff. Look at that.
I mean, I love the way Leach has evolved as a cricketer, because when he started, he was nothing much offered with the bat. He was a slightly...
Look who we've spotted here. Oh, hello. Goodness. Now that's an interesting one. Reverse, stood up, reverse paddle. Look, there's Steve Kirby. Tango's got the fielding equipment out, I've got a feeling.
Right. Our hawk-eyed backroom staff have watched, and they see Kirby.
Cricket balls. Look at that bag of cricket balls.
Basketball. Not basketball. One of those gloves. Baseball gloves.
Got him. Yes. Catch,
He's caught behind, and they're going to
That's
walk
it.
off.
That's the declaration.
Okay, so it's 5:26 for 8. They've been slightly annoyed that he nicked that last one. And the light roller has been summoned by someone, by presumably Sussex. The umpire was giving that signal. There are... It says 14, so I don't know if they've taken
No, I think there'll be 3 less than that.
Because we were 11 then.
I think it'll be 11.
I'm looking for you all these sums. So there are 11 overs left. There is the hope from the Somerset side that the light stays sufficiently good. I think it's okay at the moment. And they'll hope that it's an extremely tricky 35-40 minutes.
New ball under thick cloud could pose some problems, and perhaps a tired Sussex side.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite. It's been out in the field. Well, in terms of overs, quite a long time. Obviously, today it's been limited, but it's a tricky proposition. If you're the opposition, you've been panned around the field today. And they started today, Somerset 3-3-5 for 5. And they've cruised to 2 Centurions, cruised to 526. So there's been not much to cheer the Sussex lot up. They know that, as things stand, their biggest goal is to try and avoid defeat in this match. So they will be back pretty shortly to see whether the new ball can remove a few Sussex batsmen or not. In the meantime, I'm sure there's something fascinating to watch.
We're heading to Bicknell on the Quantocks,
You were
which
there?
was I wasn't there, but I was keeping a close eye on it, where Harold Gimblett is from.
Yep.
Somerset's record scorer in first-class cricket. And there were some new doors with him in mind added to the church, very beautiful doors with...
It's a really nice little bit, you know. Obviously I'm not involved with Somerset at the moment, but still massively supporting and watching and part of the history of the club. So to be able to come along and open the doors on, represent the club is a really special thing to do.
And I'm guessing as you've grown older and come through the ranks in Somerset, you've become aware of the fact that Harold Gimblett was such a big influence in Somerset with his runs.
Absolutely, yeah. His record is phenomenal, isn't it? When you know, we've looked at it on various sort of stats at the club and the pictures and the history boards that that are part of the club around the ground. It's phenomenal, you know. Apart bar the war and various things that happened back in that time, he would have scored mountains more, no doubt. But you know, do you think that anybody sort of aspiring to come along and be part of the club and score as many runs as he did and you know, become part of the history of what it is? It's lovely to be a slight sort of part of that from the club's point of view.
And he got 49 centuries. How many did you score for Somerset?
51? Was it 51? I can't remember. It's been so long since I thought about it. I think it's 51.
But you hold the record.
I do,
so
currently.
You beat that record
currently, yeah. I thought Hildy was going to break all the records. And I think if he would have carried on playing for probably another 3 or 4 years, he quite well have done, James Hildreth. Yeah. And he could have easily done it, but, you know, it wasn't to be. And, you know, to be even, you know, close and be part of, you know, put alongside of the volume of runs that he's got and the great man himself is something nice.
Brilliant. Thank you, Marcus, very much for turning up today and being part of this special occasion.
Lovely.
Somerset's leading first-class run scorer, the finest apple to grow in a Somerset orchard. The doors were funded on behalf of all cricket lovers by the Somerset County Cricket Museum, 14th of May 2026.
The joys of obviously trying to do these little small events that we have around our wonderful county and give a little bit back. It's always a great day, apart from the weather, and we've got lucky here that we can stand out. I'm here as a bit of a representative of the club also, you know, Somerset, just to pay tribute obviously to the great Harold and you know, hear some stories about his journey along the way. But to be part of the bigger community of cricket and representing community in cricket in the county of Somerset, it's a great honour in front of the family, everybody here who's put so much effort into making these doors happen. It's a wonderful effort. So without any further ado, and before the rain really pours in on us, let's make the most of it and do the cutting of the ribbon.
They say places change you. But Taunton made me. 3 stars, they represent glory. But listen to me, we aren't satisfied. We want to be the first in history to retain it.
The Vitality Blast is back.
If you've never been before, come. If you came last year, join us.
Voted best atmosphere in the country 3 years in a row. It's perfect for groups and families.
Nobody does T20 cricket like Somerset.
Get your tickets now.
Led out by Captain Lewis Gregory. Please welcome Somerset.
Go boys, come on. Bit of energy now.
The Sussex opening batters, number 20, Tom Haynes, and number 89, Dan Hughes.
Welcome back after the innings break. It's been a funny old day of breaks. We've had a few rain delays. We didn't really have a standalone lunch or tea break because there's a big rain delay in joining those two up. Now we've had an innings break as well. So funny old day. Sussex have 11 overs to try and avoid losing any wickets and build up a bit of a chunk out of Somerset's total of 526. Somerset, in the meantime, declared with the hope that they might pick up a couple this evening, I suppose. Alongside me, Charlie Taylor, is Vic Marks, and it's to be Lewis Gregory who bowl the first ball of this innings.
It just strikes me, Somerset have 4 left-handers at the top of their order, and Sussex got 3. Just the 3, but 2 left-handed openers.
Hughes and Haynes, this opening partnership. One run off the first ball.
Never quite know who's going to get the new ball. I would imagine it'll be Gregory and Ogborn, but we'll wait and see. Overton hasn't been taking the new ball always. He's there at second slip. 4 slips awaiting there.
It's a nice sight to see, isn't it? 4 slips.
Well, it is. He gets some nicks.
Cricket view, that wicketkeeper in 4 slips, hands on knees. Just drags in a little bit, I think that. It's not hit cleanly by Tom Haynes. Is it Jordan Herman at 4th slip?
Well, we can do it possibly by process of elimination.
Vaughan's at 3, I think, and I think it might be Herman at 4.
Okay. So Abel.
Is it Josh Thomas? Thank you. Josh Thomas. Yes, Josh Thomas at 4th slip. Trying to spot where Somerset's newest player is in the field.
Well, that's Jack Leach because he's got a brown cap on.
Yep,
That's been
faded brown
faded
cap.
brown cap. Oh.
Miggy Pretorius with ball in hand at the moment. Is he at mid-off? I think it might be.
I think it might be.
Mid-off.
Noisier actually than Somerset. They're
Yes,
not quite as noisy as Yorkshire were, but they're distinctly more noisy than Sussex. They were very quiet.
Oh, nice shot.
Well, that's
pitched up.
A very sweet shot. It's got it a little bit fuller. He just leant into it. Nice hard ball. It sped away.
Mid-off is where you'll find Jordan Herman, Somerset's overseas signing for a few matches anyway. Gregory trying to get the ball to move a little bit. Trying again.
He doesn't look around, Tom Haynes, does he? Sounds like the wind's up now. We're looking at Herman at mid-off. He got his hands in his pockets, and so has Lawenby at cover. And I think we're so spoilt up here. You're in a little t-shirt. It's quite warm in here, isn't it? Shall we put
warm in here.
Air conditioning on, I wonder? Coming over the wicket now. Oh, that's more promising.
Over 5 runs from it. That 1-4 and a single. 10 to go. Somerset be desperate just to chip away in that wickets column. That's the reason, isn't it, to declare just to pick up a wicket tonight.
Well, it's a nasty time to bat. Haynes has come out and looked very positive. Well, Hughes was positive. One ball he tapped and ran. Alfie Ogborn, he's going to come in from the river end to the left-handers. Similar field, ring of 4 slips awaiting.
Ogborn, who's had absolutely no part to play in any bit of this game until now.
Nope. Him and Pretorius
Yep,
have not entered. Here he comes.
Good pace. I noticed that this season with Ogborn. Looks quicker than he was last season.
It's getting darker again. Guys will be looking at one another. I also think well, you're good on regulations, aren't you?
Oh, not sure. Where's this going?
Oh, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
It's a bit over pitch, but that's what you're looking to do, and he's punched it down this wicket, looking inviting the batsman, apart from that there's not that long to go and the ball is new, but he's punched that beautifully back before. I suppose the close of play is 6:30 theoretically. So I was just thinking, if they went off a bad light, would that be curtains now, or do they have to wait till 6:30? I think they
probably
wait till 6:30.
So not entirely. It all gets a bit literally quite murky, doesn't it? With
the ball's flying off the bat, doesn't it? Very dangerous. Anyway, here comes Ogborn speeding in. Nice pace. Well left.
83.4 miles per hour, according to our.
Yeah, and I always think our radar is not. It doesn't overestimate. If anything, it underestimates. I'm sure Somerset pace attack.
Alfie would
take
tell
the
you
same view. But 83 is it's not fast, but it's lively.
Fast enough.
Yeah, it's fast enough for you and I.
That's it. Yeah. It's a good ball. Awkward length. No ball.
I haven't seen a ball no ball before, so.
Must have overstepped, I suppose.
Yeah. I think one thing why we thought it was so serene on the first day, and really today, is that Sussex was so quiet in the field. Somerset he knows that's not out. You can tell from Ogborn he sort of started to appeal and then thought better of it. Let's have another little look. It's just a bit high and a bit leg sidey, but he's been the bat.
Born in again then the left armour.
Yeah, that's a good carry. Really taking it around about hip high. And a fairway bat. With the quickest bowling we've seen. I don't know, Crocombe I suppose was up and around this type of pace. The two young England Lions, or about to be. He kind of nibbled at it and then he posthumously withdrew the bat, I think. So, not too bad a start from Alfie Ogborn. I think he's going to stay over the wicket. I think that's a good idea. He wants that outside edge. He's playing very freely, Haynes, at the start. The slip cord always look a bit close together to me. There's some tall men there. You could spread out a little bit more, who knows, but
well directed short ball there. Had to play it. More out of defence than anything else for his chest.
Yeah, he played it fine, but it did get up. The ball's obviously hard. Gregory is running in. He's never been the fastest of bowlers. He relies on cunning and skill, movement. Sometimes either in the air or off the pitch. It's a funny one too. It wasn't quite where he was intending to play it. He's quite loose as an opener, isn't he? He's aggressive. They'd like 2 tonight, Somerset. They'd settle for 1. They'd be mildly disappointed if it's 0.
Yeah, it's the only real reason to declare, isn't it? Ooh,
that's going to be 4 bodies.
Managed to avoid everything.
Mm.
Despite Rue's best efforts behind the stumps, couldn't get a hand to it. Yeah, misdirected. Somerset need to take wickets. If they're going to win this game, they have to get Sussex out for some pretty low scores. They have to take 20 wickets for less than 500. They're not going to have time to have a full 4th innings here, really, the amount of cricket that's left.
No, I think once Sussex, if they can say the follow on, which is a long way off, but then they're almost certainly safe. Of course, we don't know quite how this pitch will evolve against Yorkshire. Rather wonderfully, really, if you're looking for the best possible pitch.
Shot.
That's a lovely shot too. It's not the worst ball, but it's speeding away, and they'll pick up. Just a couple,
2, I think.
Yeah. But against Yorkshire, unusually for the sort of flattish, greenish pitches we've seen here, the ball did turn at the end. Not viciously, but enough. To cause some uncertainty amongst the batsmen and for Root and Bess to get 8 wickets between them. Well, obviously Somerset will be hoping the ball turns, well, not on day 4, but day 3. And we'll see. It's not doing, oh, it's another no ball. He does bowl. For someone who's such an adept white ball bowler, and he's sensible enough not to bowl no balls. I can't remember him bowling many no balls in the T20. It really is self-inflicted misery if you do that. But he does bowl quite a lot in Championship cricket.
Pushes the line, doesn't he, as far as he can. Every now and then oversteps.
So not much happening there for Gregory. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that he hasn't got many overs to play with. If he doesn't contemplate Overton. Or, as the umpires convene, contemplate his spinners. And if I were Gregory, I'd be just sort of checking out with the umpires. Well, if you think it's dangerous, I could always put my spinners on here.
Leach with Vaughan. Or
you need to sort of somehow a means of communication with the umpires to know what they're thinking, because once they decide it's a bit dodgy, you might want to put your spinners on. You certainly want to bowl Leach and Vaughan just to see what happened and to keep them out there. I mean, I think it's playable myself, but it's easy as the old player now to say, it's fine. The batsman have barely missed a ball. And then, of course, they set the standard for the rest of the match, which is the other significant bit. They get the meter out, take a reading, and that's what constitutes bad light thereafter. And they're going to have a chat. I see there.
Ogborn saying to him, yeah, I'll do a little bit of swing.
I'll bowl off spin. I'll bowl slower. you can see both the Sussex batsmen are inched towards the pavilion. and they're going off. And they're going off. Well, they'll be frustrated, Will Somerset, by that.
Gregory will come up and have a chat with Ben Debenham or Tom Lungley.
It's maybe a cynical observation, but umpires tend to spot bad light in dry weather far more easily at 6:20 than they do at 11:20. Somerset are creeping off. So it's been a frustrating day, but a good one for Somerset because they've got 2 centurions, they've got a big first innings total. But they know that they've got to do an awful lot of work to try and win this game. I think if they don't come back before 6:30,
yes, I think
my guess is that that's curtains. But I think if it magically got better over the next 5 minutes and came out, then they could continue.
Taking a reading.
The umpires, they don't want to go on any longer. It's always an odd one though, because they always say if it's dangerous. And I just can't see the danger. But still, for those who came to the cricket day who've never been before, they must be a bit confused by some of what happens at a first-class cricket match. Somerset players haven't gone into the pavilion. They've stayed just on the boundary edge. And curiously enough, the batsmen have
disappeared.
Got
the slippers on already.
You'd think they would have waited till the end of the over too, actually.
Yeah.
Which would have suited Somerset, because if they sense there's moves afoot. They did have a consultation just before. I suppose if you might have thought, well, they're having a consultation, I'll anticipate things and summon up Leach and summon up Vaughan. And then you're going to take us off. Are those two dangerous? The umpires, I reckon what the umpires will do is they'll loiter there until about 6:30, whereupon the ground staff will be summoned to cover everything up. They should keep looking at their light meters, of course.
Well, you'd think that would be the sensible thing. The second it becomes playable again, bring them on. It has been a pretty cloudy day, and there is a thick bit above us, but as you say, Vic, it doesn't... You hardly need.
Well, the other oddity is if this was a one-day game.
Oh, they'd be playing on. This is obviously much lighter than they would be.
Even if it was it's a 50-over game, you would not be leaving the field, and certainly not for a T20 match. Just imagine if you took the teams off for a T20 match like this, bad light, there'd be crowd trouble.
I've heard from Polly Rhodes.
Oh, right. Good.
If the players come off after the official close of play for bad light or rain, then that's curtains, as you said. Today's close of play is officially 6:30. Therefore, at the moment, they would have to wait until 6:30. If they are still off, then the game is over for the day.
Right.
So they can't come back on after 6:30, but they can come on before then and keep going till...
Whenever. Yep. Well, I think they're just waiting for the clock to tick round. It's 18:21.
9 minutes. 9 minutes. Should we have a game of Snap or something? What can we do for 9 minutes?
It's not very good radio, Snap.
No, it's not actually. No, it's well, we'll have Annie behind who describes each card before we've played it. So
yeah, but if we could hit, we can't hit.
Oh yes, and it falls down, doesn't it? You could say Snap before you've even seen the card. Then that would be quite good. Wouldn't it? What would be good? Charades. That would be good. No,
charades on the radio. They can do it in. I'm sorry, I haven't a clue sometimes.
Yes. Yeah.
But I'm not sure you and I could manage that really. Charades. And I'm not going to sing one song to the tune of another.
I'd love that.
You're probably more capable of that.
We'll get you doing a bit of Charlie XCX to the tune of something by, I don't know, Camille Saint-Saëns or something. I don't know.
Well, yes, on both sides there. I've got a very limited encyclopedia of music. Interpretive dance has been said. Well, I've never thought Strictly Come Dancing is much good on the radio.
We could do, I tell you what would work, we could do our very own sort of Somerset song contest, given it's Eurovision tonight.
Oh, gosh, yeah. Well,
you
may
represent
not
Devon.
have picked up, but Charlie, well, he just can't wait to sit down and get his nachos out or whatever it is, and settle down to 4 hours of Eurovision. You here tomorrow?
I am here tomorrow.
Well, we'll have a potted version, unless it's wet, when we can have the longer
Oh,
version
well, I'll
of
give you
whatever
the full,
happened.
Full long version of the
Because I won't
events. No. Well, I'll be able to break the news to you
Yeah,
and
I
who won.
will.
Vic. What a treat that will be for me. A privilege.
Yeah, and the Eurovision, I expect it'll be. He'll be watching the Eurovision Song Contest, and I can see it now when I walk in tomorrow. Eurovision Song. Oh, that'd be great. The winners are Australia with Israel second.
Yeah, something like that.
I can see it.
The most controversial finishing pair. I don't know. Australia are highly
regarded.
Yeah. So I've been told by I've spoke to someone who's
have
in
you
Vienna.
have you had a bet on it, or is it?
No, I don't tend to. I don't tend to bet on it. Oh, I've heard from Polly Rhodes again.
Okay, what's that?
Yes, I think Polly's saying, because we said in the white ball game they'd just keep going. She said, well, that's to do with the colour of the ball. Yes, yeah, the white ball is a lot easier to spot than the red ball.
Better watch our step. Polly's listening.
Yeah, absolutely. She'll be telling us the rules of the Eurovision Song
Well,
Contest
I
next.
want them.
Well, I can tell you one rule.
Yes, what's that?
If Australia do win, it won't be hosted by Australia.
Won't it?
No, they can pick which country hosts it if they win.
Oh, it won't pick England.
I'd be amazingly surprised if the Aussies gave it to us.
Anywhere but England.
Unless they think, oh, that'd be a bit of a pain to organise, let's give it to the Brits. But no, I think we only hosted it a few years ago in Liverpool, which was a great event.
Oh, they're bringing him back.
Oh, hello, look at this. Oh, we'll have to cut short my Eurovision chat. What a shame. We'll continue that tomorrow, everyone. Don't worry.
Well, you might. I mean, the games. There's a lot of overs left to be bowled. You might
be able to
you might
squeeze
not
in a
see
few
the
bits
start.
here and
I hope you don't get done for speeding on the way back.
Yeah. No, I would never speed.
No, of course not.
No. Well, luckily for me, Eurovision's also on the radio, so I can listen in.
Well, the Eurovision's probably quite good on the radio.
Yeah. Well, that's why we should.
I
have
like
done
the
it then.
idea you were talking about. It's a bit like blind tasting of wine.
Oh yeah.
Listening to the music and not knowing its provenance, or the language can sort of.
This is because I was listening to the official Eurovision playlist on the way here.
And were you? I missed that.
Yeah, that's why I was playing it. I was listening because I like to know the songs before we get to them, so I can sing along when we get there. There's some good Moldova. Watch them, Dark Horses, Moldova.
Well.
But I was trying to guess because it didn't tell you on the information which song was from which country, so I was just listening to it, trying to work out the style. A lot of them are in English, so you get no clue really from that, but you have to work it out from the style. Some of them are in, their native tongue, and you can work that out. But I enjoyed that game. I got a few right. I was quite pleased with that. Didn't get the Greek one. I thought the Greek one was Portuguese, so that was disappointing.
So we know exclusively to watch out for Moldova tonight.
Moldova, I think, good fun.
Yeah. Okay.
It's called Vive Moldova.
Right.
And there's something like Moldova a tutti, Moldova is on duty. There's something like that, one of the lyrics, which I quite liked. And they speak in all different languages in it, sort of selling Moldova to the world.
Okay.
So that's one to look out for.
Batsmen have...
They got dragged themselves.
They'll be grumpy. They'll be grumpy.
Yeah, they won't be
they
happy,
thought they were within 5 minutes of a gentle drink, and our job is done. And now they've got to start again. Ogborn is in the middle, almost in the middle of an over. Actually, they're probably grumpy, not because they're going to come out again, but they might be a bit late once they've warmed down for the start of Eurovision.
That's probably what they're worried about, isn't it?
And of course, Daniel Hughes is an Australian, so we know.
Well, he'll be very interested.
Yeah. And Australians like betting and winning on flies going up a wall. So, they'll love the Eurovision without wanting to stereotype too much.
Well, they're not allowed to bet on the cricket, are they? So having something else like that to bet on.
We're off again. Here we go.
Well, 4 balls left in this over, which has taken a long time to get through, because another delay. Oh, is that a
zip
edge?
through?
No. What a ball that is to start us off in this. I can't remember how many times have we been on and off now. This is the 5th time we've come back on, 4th time. Anyway, we're back up and running. Another dot ball. And then another message from Polly. Voting has changed this year for Eurovision. Only 10 votes per person.
10
Brilliant.
votes
She's
per
all over
person.
it. There's no competition that Polly doesn't know the rules for, and that goes for cricket and Eurovision and anything in between. Only 10 votes per person. Sounds like a lot to me. 10 votes per person. You don't get that in a general election, do you?
Could you use them all for the same person?
I suppose you can. Yes, you can weight it heavily in one direction, but you cannot vote for your own country.
Ah, I see. And who is sort of hosting it from an English perspective?
Graham Norton will be the
Graham
commentator.
Graham Norton.
Yeah.
It's
And I
funny
think-
how it's always the Irish to get that job, isn't it? Well, I remember Terry Wogan doing it.
Yes, Terry Wogan did. Yeah,
And
great job.
Graham Norton.
Graham
They've
Norton.
got just the right sense of humour for it, I
Yes,
guess.
I think so. Of course, no Ireland this year. They're boycotting it.
Yeah.
Same as Spain and the Netherlands.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right,
it'll be Graham
that
Norton.
much I had caught up with.
Here comes Ogborn. Left
Just as well left, but it just needs to get him playing.
Oh.
It's not that wide, but
Last
being
year-
a bit cagier now.
Polly's been in touch. Last year it was 20 votes per person, just 10 this time. 20 votes per person. There's only something like 25 acts. You can pretty much vote for all of them last year. It doesn't seem right, does it? Why is it why not just one vote per person? Keep it simple. Anyway. Eurovision don't really do simple, I don't think. Hughes is on strike. Left-handed to the left armour. A little bit straight, that one from Ogborn, so clip through for a single into the leg side. What will
Okay,
we
well,
see?
I think Lewis Gregory is
Ooh.
not going to
No.
bowl.
Craig Overton's taken his jumper off.
Gregory's ripped his sweater off and he's marching towards the marker. He looks like he's keen to watch Eurovision. He's not hanging around.
Christmas parties.
Christmas
You're already
parties.
thinking about your Christmas party.
Christmas May.
Fun-filled, festive nights to remember.
Right.
Look at that lovely image
Well,
of the
best-
county ground there.
It is, isn't it?
It's sort of Christmassy like.
Hang on, is that a modern sort of picture?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
a
got
picture
the
of
new stand
current.
in it
Yeah.
and the floodlights.
Okay.
Yeah. Very nice. I've
Okay.
got to say, I haven't really thought about Christmas yet. Full from Overton around the wicket. Got to say, really, Christmas planning starts the day after Eurovision for me. So once Eurovision's out the way, you can really start to think about
I get
Christmas.
all
I've
sorts
always
of
thought
insights into your life.
So tomorrow I'll be thinking about where I can get my mince pies. There's an edge there.
Yeah, an educated edge, just a single. Well, you've
Noisy
always-
crowd.
you-
The tractor's still in. I'm trying to see. Probably. Yeah, I think he is. Just about see him in Gimblett's Hill. Can't quite get a
Jack
good view of him. But he
he's
is
warming
down
up. He wants to have a bowl.
I wouldn't mind seeing it actually, but I don't know. I've got Overton and Ogborn are quite a good partnership. I wouldn't mind.
I think, yeah.
A couple
yes.
from each.
I think we'll see an over or two of spin. And it might even be Vaughan, actually, in the two left-handers. He likes
left-handers, yeah.
left-handers. I don't know, where's Vaughan? He's at third slip. I'm just trying to keep an eye on him, see whether he's... I think I'd like to give Ogborn one more. He's got...
Oh, now.
He's got him. He's got him. He's got him. I wouldn't bother about Jack for a bit. That's a very similar dismissal to Thomas in the first innings. Right arm round, stuck on the crease, and not going anywhere. It's quite difficult to get LBWs from around the wicket to left-handers, but he hasn't gone anywhere. And I think, assuming he hasn't hit it, he kept a bit low too, I think, don't you?
Yes, I think he did keep low.
So that's a good bowling change, and that's one gone. Now I guess we'll see a night watchman. Don't know who. So everyone will be straining to see who the new batsman is, who is not, I'm fairly confident, not Tom Clark, but I don't quite know who it is. It's a right-hander. And I'll leave your keen eyes to
Carson, I think.
Carson. Well, Carson is
Jack
a
Carson.
damn good night watchman.
Yes, he is.
In that Carson has scored a century this summer. I know. My research team will just check that out, but I'm pretty sure Carson has scored a century for Sussex this summer. We'll confirm that. What I'm saying is he's a pretty handy batsman to be a night watchman.
He scored it against Surrey.
There you are, a century against Surrey.
105.
So,
and he took a 4.
Nonetheless, I think he's coming out as a night watchman. He must feel that I'm a bit good to be a night watchman.
Do all night watchers feel that, though? Is that they all think, I'm a bit good for this?
It's a bit of an insult to be asked to be a night watchman. I don't think I ever was a night watchman for Somerset. I was on an England tour once, playing, against the state team.
Oh, good ball. Full and
but
straight.
no, I would have been insulted to be a night watchman. No one seems to understand when I signed for Somerset. It was as a pure batsman. Well, not very pure.
Bit of rain around, I'm afraid.
They got the one wicket. It's a bit. There's a bit of lightness away to our left, but over the Quantox it's not looking too great. But we're not playing over the Quantox. Bat pad and leg slips coming. Cunning field placement. As if he's going to bounce him. He won't, though.
We
Yes, he
will.
will.
Don't think that's a wicket, no. It's a lovely idea, but didn't quite work.
Okay, now this, I just keep an eye on the umpires just to make sure they don't go walking towards one another. Go on. I want James Drew to go up to the stumps.
Yes, if there's a bit of spin coming.
Oh no, I don't think they're. Or are they? They've given Alfie Ogborn has given the umpires
the light meter?
who've kept us under sort of kept us distracted. No, he's got. I don't know. They're going to take
the light meter in his hand. Something in his hand. Yes, there's a light meter on the bail.
No, they put it on the bail, and then they read it. And then they put it back again, and all is fine.
I think we're okay. Excellent news.
Well, that, I suppose, is the virtue of creating a standard, which
Yes.
they did about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And as you said, we've done a lot of talking when nothing's happening today.
Tell you what, the club's got their money out of us today, haven't they? That's where it's where you earn your money at, really, when nothing's going on.
Well, I know that. I know what you mean.
The easy bit is when there's stuff happening.
You see, I don't really follow these things, but there are all these awards. You get broadcasting awards, which you've won. I know for covering Yeovil Town or that. Sport,
yes.
When
Yeovil
Yeovil
Town
Town
ladies
women won the whatever, got promoted.
Got promoted to the top division against all odds.
There are these awards, and sometimes TMS wins awards. It's always for a brilliant Ashes victory, coverage of.
The World Cup final.
The World Cup final got awards for that. The ones you should get awards for, Bangladesh against Zimbabwe at Chester Street, when there's been drizzle throughout the day, and the match was, won by 7 wickets with 27 balls to spare.
No talking points.
With no talking
Precisely
points.
0.
That's the one that should get the awards.
Oh.
Lights have gone out. Oh no, the lights have gone out. Now then, the batsman started to walk off.
Well, the batsman decided enough's enough for the umpires.
They can. What?
No, what's gone on here? We're not at 6:59. That's when they have to go off. What has happened here? It's not a power cut because the screens are still on. Who's playing around with the button?
I think Sussex have got in there. They're going
to do the light meter reading now. It's not going to be light enough, is it? Because the lights have been switched off.
Why have the lights gone out?
Have we got any idea in the director's box what's going on?
I don't know, but
okay, we've been told no idea. That's the official line.
It's a bit like a famous England cricket manager who was asked for a quote, and he said, "No comment, but don't quote me." So we got. A Somerset official, no idea what's happened, but the batsmen are walking off. The bowlers.
Someone given Paul Farbrace the switch.
Well, what happens now? What happens if they can switch them back on again?
Well, presumably they can. Interestingly, the person who's in charge of this says that's not me. I've not done that, so I don't know what's gone on. Maybe a fault,
some form of power cut, perhaps. I think I think it's now probably legitimate. It's
floodlight failure. That's the official line being broadcast around the ground.
Okay.
Well, there's Jamie Cox and Andy Hurry. I don't know if they've got any idea what's happening. Andy Hurry's on the phone, is he? Yeah, he's on the phone to the engineer, to the electrician. Anyone around on a Saturday night?
Well, Somerset are very reluctant to leave the field, but they're going very slow. The umpires are having a chat with James Rue, who's not going anywhere. I suppose if they could get it working again, they'd all have to come out again.
Well, yeah, because it wasn't a rain delay, was it?
But it's been...
What?
Well,
there's a lot of smiles in the Somerset crew. They're not.
Well, at least they've got the one wicket.
Yes.
I mean, I think Haynes will be feeling very fed up with life. Yeah.
I've not seen this here before.
Well, we saw the lights go out, didn't we, in one game at 6:59.
And that was licence reasons.
Yeah.
But
it's nowhere near 6:59. No. Now, the umpires don't quite know what to do. They're still out there chatting away. But I'm guessing we may all be released.
Oh, they're back on.
They're back.
Let there be light.
The lights are back on. Now they don't. Now they've got to make another decision. Somerset players. Oh, no, they've gone off again.
And they're off again.
Well,
someone's playing around with the switches downstairs.
Well, I just thought we were back in business again.
Well,
Somerset players started to walk out, and now the umpires, I think they've had enough. We're getting off here. It's getting too much to bear.
What a strange end to a strange day of cricket. What was that? All of that 2 seconds of light before we lost them again.
Just
Must
2
be
seconds.
some sort of fault.
I think the umpires have had enough. One's picked up his back. And they're back! They're back! They're back! The lights are back. The umpires they're off again.
They're off again. There's a fault, isn't there? Must be. Can't.
I think they'll have to give up. Yeah. Get the engineers in.
Yeah. Well, they can't have this for
the meter.
They're going to need to fix them before the T20 season because that's supposed to take place at night time.
Yeah.
Might have to move the start times earlier. There we go. Play abandoned for the day. For floodlights. Someone mucking about with the floodlights. Well, what a day.
I'm exhausted.
We've spent more time talking about nothing than we have about cricket today.
Yeah.
But
what's new, some people are saying.
Yeah. How strange.
Okay, 22 for 1. Anyway, well, let's hope for some better weather tomorrow. And then Somerset will try and make something of this match. Getting that one wicket is a big thing. Who knows? They keep surprising us, Somerset. They managed to lose games that look like they're going to win. Draw was probably the favourite here because the pitch has been pretty benign throughout. 2 centurions today, 2 stalwarts. Abel, yet again. Overton's got his 3rd one. Both played beautifully. Sussex didn't look too bothered, really. I think they're conditioned to just trying to bat out this game, get those draw points, and move on. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. It could all change. Another day. It might be different. Anyway,
you're back tomorrow, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah, I am as well.
Well, I hope you enjoy Eurovision, and
thank you.
It's time to say good night to one and all.